stupid question. What inorganic molecule does lightning produce? 215-263-WMMR is the number, and we will go to Tom to see if we can get the answer. Hey, Tom.
Good morning. How you guys doing?
Great, buddy.
Tell me
All right.
what wingy.
What inorganic molecule does lightning produce?
Ozone.
Ozone. You got it, bud. Hang on. Got yourself a VIP 4-pack tickets for Lincoln Mill Haunted House, Main Street in Manayunk. It's this Saturday, October 7th, featuring over 50 live scare actors, production quality sets, props, and special effects. Plus, you can learn more about serial killer Victor Kane's secret in Manayunk. And tickets and information available at LincolnMillHaunt.com. We'll start with this, a breakup. Jody Turner-Smith and Joshua Jackson are going their separate ways.
I didn't see this coming, Preston.
After 4 years of marriage.
4 years they've been together.
So the Queen and Slim actress filed for divorce from the Dawson's Creek star on Monday in L.A. Neither party has publicly addressed the split, but according to the Hollywood Reporter, court documents state they separated on September 13th. And on that same day, the actress shared photos to Instagram from a birthday celebration at the flower shop in New York City. Jackson was not featured in any of the photos, and she wrote in the caption, "As I embark on another new year, I can't help but meditate on love and its many manifestations."
Who writes that?
Love is not some lofty, unattainable thing. Love is a gesture, a look, an intention. Love is community. Love is showing up. Thank you to all of you who showed up for me this week in New York, in spirit and in flesh. I don't take any of this for granted, and most of all, I don't take any of you for granted.
Oh, there's a message in there someplace.
The pair met at Usher's 40th birthday party in 2018 and wed the following year in 2019. So it was a quick
turnaround.
Really quick turnaround. They share a 3-year-old daughter named Juno Rose Diana Jackson. So that's
sad. I mean, 4 years, that's almost 5 years.
That's close to 5 years.
I mean, that's pretty impressive.
1 year shy of 5.
But the message
by
is,
my math.
So clearly she felt we assume that message was directed at him, correct?
Probably.
You would assume?
But upon a breakup comes a union. People reports that Anya Taylor-Joy and Malcolm McRae tied the knot in Venice, Italy over the weekend.
Yeah.
So we have a breakup and we have a marriage.
We like her. She's good.
Do. Yeah, she was awesome. The wedding reportedly took place at Palazzo Pisani Moretta.
Hey!
With stars such as Miles Teller, Julia Garner, Cara Delevingne, and Nicholas Hoult in attendance. The couple first met during the premiere of...
Jennifer Garner?
No Jennifer Garner, no.
I apologize to Jennifer Garner and her pool boy, Ben Affleck, for incorporating them into my fantasy life.
He gave the toast at the...
I apologize to anyone who's been offended
Get your glasses
by my
ready.
fictional creations, Chris Lagan, the philosopher of evil, and the skull sealer.
The best man, he's very funny.
Yes. So they first met at the premiere of Queen's Gambit in March of 2021.
He seems like an artsy kind of guy. Is he a musician?
He wrote a song. Yeah, he apparently wrote a song about her called "Really Want to See You Again" just 2 days after meeting her. So that's
because I really want to see you again.
That's how you snag somebody.
Well, that's a big score.
Yeah, most definitely. So congratulations to the happy couple. Let's see. Speaking of happy couples, Channing Tatum and Zoe Kravitz are still going strong.
When is Pussy Island coming out? That directorial effort of hers?
I'm not sure. Us Weekly reports the pair were photographed holding hands outside of the Costa's restaurant in Paris recently.
If you've ever been there, that's the thing to do. You hold hands.
Yeah, they've been linked since the summer of 2021. So, there's sights of these two being together and all lovey-dovey. So it's still going strong. How about that? Yeah. What's this? Oh, I want to hold your hand. Nice, Casey. If you're in Paris, that's what you do. You hold hands.
You hold hands.
Yeah. And if you don't like Khloe Kardashian, you send her pictures of whales.
Wait, what?
She hates whales?
She has been inundated with photos of whales ever since it was revealed on the most recent episode of The Kardashians that she has a whale phobia.
Well, yeah, that's like when we talked about the possums and how I hate them, and I still to this day get photos of big ones, little ones, baby ones.
During the episode, She also shared that her daughter, True, draws pictures of them just to F with me, she said. And she thinks it's so funny. She took to social recently to ask fans to stop sending her pictures of the sea creatures. And she wrote, "Can you guys please stop sending me whale tweets?"
It'll never happen.
She said, "I'm going to log off. It's too much. LOL. I'm really getting uncomfortable," she wrote. So don't send her pictures of whales.
I have no room to talk because my cousin, and I found this out, she's been my best friend since we were born. And I found out, I don't know, maybe like 5-6 years ago or something, she hates owls. And I'm like,
Who hates owls?
Well, I'm like, what do you, she like scared of them, like wouldn't go near the enclosure. We were at the Elmwood Park Zoo and she's like, I'm not going over there.
Really?
And I was like, what? I don't
hate their
understand
gentle
this
wisdom.
Well, so now, obviously, every owl I see, we send a picture to her. But I also send I'll find little trinkets and I'll send them to
Sure.
her kids. I sent owl coloring books. So
That's sage advice. Never let anyone know
your fear.
your fear.
Kath, I'll have to send you a video. I didn't know this until I saw it last week, but owls, when they fly, are completely silent.
I saw it.
Yeah.
I saw it.
I sent that to you. That's right. Did you send that to your cousin?
No, but I will.
They actually mic'd a variety of birds flying by these microphones, and the owl didn't make any noise. The other ones were like,
In the world of predators, they're pretty formidable.
Yeah.
they are.
Casey sent me that video too, and then I listened. So I scrolled through Instagram and I saw it, and it was like liked by Kathy Romano, and I was like,
What?
Kathy liked a bird video? What the hell? But Casey was like, yeah, I sent it to her already.
All right, so I have some audio to play. Speaking of the Kardashians, we talked about these the other day, the Kim and Kourtney phone fight.
It was a huge blow up.
Where they're just, saying you're a horrible person and this and that and going back and forth. Well, Jimmy Kimmel did a spoof where he inserted himself into the audio of the phone fight. So
well done.
Here's a clip of that. We have two of them.
Hello?
Hi.
Yeah, hi. I just wanted to let you know that we're back on the air on Monday.
What do you mean?
I mean, the writer's strike is over and the show's going to be back.
Are you happy?
Yeah, I'm happy. I'm very happy. Are you happy for me?
Why would I not be happy for you?
I don't know. You just don't seem that happy for me. And
What do you mean?
what do I mean? I mean, it's been 150 days since we did a show, and I'm happy we're back at the show. But you don't care. You don't even like the show, I guess.
No, that's where I think that you're wrong. If anything, I was like, I don't like, and I told Chloe, I don't like your look. I don't like this. I don't like.
You don't like my look? What's wrong with my look?
And then this is them asking if they have that little side chats about him.
Let me ask you something. Do you and Chloe and Kendall and Corky ever have side chats about me?
We have side chats about everybody.
Do you talk about the time I my pants at Universal Studios?
We all talk about it.
You are a witch.
Are you happy?
Stop asking me if I'm happy. She's a witch. She's an actual witch.
That's great.
I love it, man.
That's great. I love it.
I love that he went after him like that. Love it. All right, some other news to pass along. Idris Elba revealed on a recent podcast that he's been working on some unhealthy habits in therapy over the last year.
Well, he looks pretty healthy.
Yeah.
I'd like to look like Idris Elba.
Maybe not unhealthy, like physically unhealthy, maybe mentally unhealthy.
Does he walk around eating pork chops all day?
I don't know. He said it's a lot. It's not because I don't like myself or anything like that. It's just because I have some unhealthy habits.
How does he feel about whales?
That have really formed, and I work in an industry that I'm rewarded for those unhealthy habits.
I see.
Referring to himself as an absolute workaholic, he admitted that he wants to adjust some of his pathways so that he can prioritize time with his family.
I think I know. So, for the example, when we get in here and I know you get a press, we walk through the door. What can I get you, Mr. Elliott? What can I do for you, Mr. Elliott? Can I get you some coffee? And you're pampered from the second you get in here.
Yeah.
And you think that's the real world.
No, you need to be able to fend for yourself.
Right.
And be able to care for others.
You've been proactive. You got rid of your fanboy.
Yeah.
Yeah, the guy who stood behind you with the fan.
Yep, and you got rid of your umbrella guy.
Absolutely.
Because
I have the vitiligo.
We're getting there.
Yeah.
So he said, I could work 10 days on a film, underwater sequences, holding my breath for 6 minutes, and come back and sit in my studio and feel relaxed, more so than sitting on the sofa with the family, which is bad, right? This is part of where I've got to normalize what makes me relaxed. It can't be all work.
Has he looked into narcotics? I understand they're very relaxing.
Maybe that's why he's going to a therapist, someone who can prescribe him some narcotics. I don't know. Jennifer Lopez honored her trainer, Tracy Anderson, with the Outstanding Achievement in Fitness Award at the Daytime Beauty Awards on Sunday.
It was pretty amazing. Her trainer put her through her paces. She ran through this little tunnel. She jumped over a couple of hurdles. It was amazing.
By the way, the Daytime Beauty Awards?
Come on. It's people who look good in the daylight.
What is that? Yeah, exactly, right?
Yeah. Let's take you out into the sun.
Yeah,
let's take a look at you.
Let's get a real
Holy
look.
hell!
Yeah, exactly. That's like being in a bar.
Oh my God!
With the light, when the lights come on at the end of the night. Oh my God!
Strip club.
Yes.
Gay strippers.
Yes.
So, Preston, it honors the science behind beauty, health, and wellness. I think people creating products and stuff like that.
All right.
I go back to my place. Oh, look, they're turning on the lights. Do you want to go back now?
During her speech, the wedding planner star said she felt insecure and uncertain after giving birth to her twins, Max and Emmy, in 2008. She said, I've been doing a lot of reflection lately, revisiting the past versions of myself to fully embrace the me of now.
The me of now.
And I'm reminded of how much Tracy has inspired and encouraged me to celebrate every version of my body over the years and to continue to elevate as my own life and needs change. I mean, you have to admit, her trainer's doing a badass job.
She looks great.
J-Lo is an amazing
slay queen.
Yeah.
She said she called Tracy right after she gave birth to her twins because she was feeling insecure and uncertain, wondering if I would ever get back to how I was before.
And then she got Ben Affleck.
She said, as most new moms do after giving birth. J-Lo added that she came into my life and helped me embrace the new me and helped me to be and to realize
Me.
that I could be stronger than I ever had before.
But enough about me. What do you think about
For me.
For me.
Me. Put down that bun cake, girl. We're dragging your ass out into the sunlight.
So that's Tracy Anderson and the Daytime Beauty Awards, which were on Sunday.
You should go next year, Preston.
I think so. Don't you think
seem
so?
like you're really into it.
I do a morning radio show in Philadelphia. I will be honest. I was surprised when I got the invite.
Let's see. What other little things do I have? Oh, yeah. Let's keep the beauty rolling. Jamie Lee Curtis took to Instagram on Sunday to share her enthusiasm for Pamela Anderson's makeup-free appearance during Paris Fashion Week.
Oh, I know how she feels.
Sharing photos of the Baywatch actress in a yellow dress at the Isabelle Marant show. The actress wrote, "The natural beauty revolution has officially begun. Pamela Anderson in the middle of Fashion Week with so many pressures and postures. And this woman showed up and claimed her seat at the table with nothing on her face. And she said, I'm so impressed and floored by this act of courage and rebellion."
Are you?
Casey thinks she looks beautiful. His face your face.
Yeah,
Everyone's
I just looked at her.
quietly responding.
No. I think she looks fine.
She does.
The praising of people for not wearing makeup is, to me, I don't. But also, I'm probably not like everybody else. Where
What, you don't like that you're praised for not wearing makeup?
yeah, I think it's.
You know what? We need to drag you out into the sunlight.
Yeah, but the societal standards for women, it sucks.
So you think we should always have
I know
makeup?
what you're saying.
Yeah.
Are you saying that people should wear makeup, or you just don't care?
I don't care if you do or if you don't.
Right,
To be honest, I'd be happy if a lot more people wore makeup.
Yeah.
I'm getting a little tired of it.
A lot of people need it.
I mean, I have nothing to work with, so I deal with this all the time. So if you have the ability to make yourself look better and make me enjoy life a little bit more, I'd really appreciate it.
Listen, if I don't
So put on some makeup.
If I don't have to put makeup on, I don't.
don't.
If there were not, actually, it pisses me off that there's cameras in here, because if there wasn't,
Do you know-
I would not be coming with makeup on.
Do you know my regimen? I put on a mild sunblock. That's all I do. That's how I look.
Nothing.
Yeah.
I do absolutely nothing.
Yeah, same, Preston.
Zero.
There are some people who look drastically different, though. And when you're so used to looking at Pamela Anderson one way, and then you see a photo like this, and people on the news or whatever, when you see them without their makeup on, they look like very different people.
Kathy, why don't you start a new fashion trend and start putting on a fake 5 o'clock shadow?
Yeah.
And
Or just show up to work like in that picture, Preston, that you have.
yeah.
Her bathroom picture.
I still have it right
How long
here.
before the villagers light torches and chase her out of Ballackinwood?
It's on a back scratcher, and I keep that here, and we'll show this on camera.
And I mean this with all deference to you, Kathy. It's really not suited for that picture. It's more for a poop knife, I think.
Yeah, you're probably right. But like the celebration of this woman who is, for all intents and purposes, completely plastic, for not wearing makeup.
Yeah, right.
Well, she's had her implants removed. She was a genuinely original. She was
agree with you.
a lovely
She was
girl.
stunning. Yeah.
She was a lovely girl. She was from Canada.
I get it. I see both sides of it, So,
Yeah.
but anyhow, she just wanted to kind of,
Of course, Hasselhoff remained silent on the whole.
Yeah.
spotlight that. All right, this is interesting. While emceeing the Chrysalis Butterfly Ball in Los Angeles over the weekend, Terry Crews opened up about the financial hurdles he faced when he left the NFL and started working in the entertainment industry. He said, after retiring from the NFL, I struggled to get to the next level where I wanted to be. I tried and failed many times to secure a job in entertainment, but there was no luck. He said that my wife's wedding ring, after it took its 4th round trip to the pawn shop, when that happened, she told me, maybe it's time that you widen the search and do anything that could genuinely put food on the table. So he revealed that he took a job at a factory where he was unceremoniously handed a broom and told to sweep the entire factory. He said the job paid $8 an hour. And while this left him devastated, he said that he began to see the benefits. He said, something else happened that allowed me to reshape my mindset bit by bit. And he said, at the end of the day, I was able to put gas in the car, food on our table. I went to sleep exhausted, but I would wake up ready to take charge of my life.
That's a massive step in your life when you realize you can adapt, that you can pivot, that you can make changes and accommodate different things. And then suddenly when that happens, things start to open up and reveal themselves to you, and capabilities that you have and that you were unaware of. That's the end of my TED Talk.
But especially, but it's wild because he was going from a super high of the NFL to way down and, oh my God, what do I do now?
Well, you're a perfect example of that. You left the very high-paced, fast-paced world of foot modeling.
Yes.
And then you found yourself eating cheese in the back of a van with a rock band.
I had to get out. It was life in the fast lane, and I was going to burn out.
Surely make you lose your mind.
Fast. It was going to happen. So we all deal with our own demons.
And the feet demons are the worst.
Variety reports that Netflix dropped the official trailer for Leave the World Behind on Monday, based on the novel by Ruman Alam. The End of the World thriller is executive produced by Barack and Michelle Obama, stars Julia Roberts, Ethan Hawke, Denzel Washington, Mahershala Ali, and Kevin Bacon.
Whoa.
And the director, Sam Ismail, said, having gone through the pandemic and then to take your pick of any number of other disaster-related events like climate change and the heat wave that we just experienced over the summer, it's the unknown, he said, and the fear of it that we try to capture in the film.
Is this like an unofficial sequel to the Paw Patrol?
It might be.
Okay.
I don't know.
No. I'm pretty sure it's not.
All right.
Steve, why do I know that director? What did he do? Sam Ismail?
The name does sound familiar. And Casey, I can't remember what he was involved with.
The film will be released to select theaters November 22nd before debuting on the streaming platform on December 8th.
Two Girls in a Cup.
No. Is he behind Mr. Robot?
Oh, the series?
Yeah.
Perhaps, yeah.
I have no idea. You would have to verify that information.
He's looking it up right now.
Yes,
Yes.
Mr. Robot.
Showrunner, yep.
There you go. A couple of other upcoming projects. According to The Hollywood Reporter, Orlando Bloom is joining the world of Peppa Pig.
Oh, wow.
Nice.
Yeah.
The Lord of the Rings actor is set to guest star as a new character named Mr. Raccoon and will appear on a 3-part Peppa Pig wedding party special.
Does Mr. Raccoon have a huge penis?
I don't know.
Is he hurting for work?
This comes a week after it was announced that his wife, Katie, will be voicing the character Mrs. Leopard on the special.
There
I
you
think they're
go.
just...
Peppa Pig is big, by the way, Nick. This is not a...
Oh, you're right.
This is it is a gigantic show for, millions and millions of kids.
I think it's funny going from Lord of the Rings to Peppa Pig, but that's me.
And then one
Did
last...
I understand correctly that you're Peppa Pig? You went from the heights of battle to an animated cartoon. I'm not judging. It's just depressing. in a very sincere way. I hope better for you, and here you are standing there voicing a raccoon.
Gandalf.
Listen, I'm not judging. I'm
sounds
simply
judgy.
saying I'm a little caught off guard. Whatever's in this pipe of mine, I need another pound to smoke.
Well, he's got his reasons, I'm sure. One last story. According to the Hollywood Reporter, Netflix has acquired the film His Three Daughters, which premiered at the Toronto International Film Festival.
My daughters come from Toronto.
September.
My daughters? The rain in Spain lays mainly on my daughters.
The streaming platform paid $7 million for the pick, which stars Elizabeth Olsen, Natasha Lyonne, and Carrie Coon as three estranged sisters who reunite when their father gets sick. The company also recently acquired Anna Kendrick's directorial debut called Woman of the Hour. And got that for around $11 million.
So for a little while there, I was feeling like the made-for-Netflix movies were pretty substandard. You would put a big name on it.
Up.
Yeah, you put a big name in it, and you're like,
Yeah.
okay, this is going to be decent. But I just recently watched the movie that they released on Friday called Reptile with Benicio del Toro and Justin Timberlake. I really liked it. I thought it was well done. I thought it was well shot, well directed, well acted.
Does reptile talk? Is it like the Geico Gecko?
There is no. That's the thing.
There's no reptile.
Rip
off.
Spoiler alert.
Oh,
there's no reptile in it.
I've actually heard good things about it.
Yeah.
The movie that I'm recommending to people these days is on Hulu. It's called No One Will Save You.
It's gonna be scary though.
It is scary.
I need to, dude. It's gotten to a point, Steve, where I just need to watch scary movies during the day.
You do.
I can't do it
Absolutely.
at night anymore.
Yeah, when those daytime cosmetics awards take place.
All right. I think we're ready for clips. We have one clip.
Just one?
What?
Wow. What?
I couldn't tell you the last time we just had one clip.
We'll play it twice, forwards and backwards.
All right. Expendables 4 follows the Expendables as they are the world's last line of defense. And here, producer Kevin King Templeton talks about adding multiple new characters to the franchise, one of them being Megan Fox, playing the love interest to Jason Statham's character. Here we go.
In order to evolve, you can't reinvent the wheel, but you have to freshen it up. You have to put new characters in there, but these characters have to fit and they have to be right. Megan was kind of cast in it, and we thought the chemistry was perfect between the two of them. So yeah, you don't reinvent the wheel, but you definitely polish the tires and give it a new coat.
Thing sucks.
The Expendables 4 is in theaters now, by the way.
So they're clearly going for a Mr. and Mrs. Smith vibe with that thing, with them. It's like they battle each other all the time, So and then they have passionate lovemaking.
Okay. All right, that's it. That's all we got for you today, friend. We have a lot happening on today's program. In less than an hour, we are going to have your first shot at $1,000 with Crumb Bum Cash. In less than 2 hours, we're going to have Jerry Seinfeld on the show today.
First time ever.
Scheduled for 9 o'clock. Shortly after that, we're going to talk to Gary Gulman, who we always love chatting with. But within this hour, roughly by 8 o'clock or so, our good friend Dr. Mike is stopping by today.
We love Dr. Mike.
Always a treat to see him. And some of us are getting our flu shots today and boosters and things like that. So we're going to take a break, come back in just a moment as the sun is coming up on what is going to be a beautiful Tuesday morning. So hang out with us. Why don't you? We'll be right back. I'd like to chat with Kelly Ripa when the cameras weren't rolling.
What?
No. It's not the way it sounds, and we all will understand this. Regis had a mandate. She said, absolutely no talking off camera.
So save it for the TV, right?
Yeah.
I'm such a professional.
She tells the New York Times about her dynamic with Philbin. She said he had almost a superstition about it. You save it for the show.
Save it for the show.
She said,
Kelly, look at me right in the eyes. Save it for the show.
She'd said, I'd be like, good morning. And
Shut up!
He'd say, save it for...
Shut up. Shut your mouth. Shut.
Save it for...
Shut the mouth now. Shut up.
You weren't very nice about it.
Look, shut the mouth closed. Shut. Now.
So she would. He would say, "Save it for the air."
Save it for the air. Shut.
I swear to God.
I will kill you where you stand. I will cut your whole goddamn head off. I just purchased a scimitar. For this very reason. To just slice your head off. So shh.
After he left live,
Nothing?
Michael Strahan came aboard and his unexpected eggs from Good Morning
She
America.
can't understand what he says, so.
So it didn't matter.
So it was her saying don't talk, yeah. Shut up.
Just put your slicker on and talk to that slob.
Ari Lewandijk Jr. is about to meet 29 potential future wives.
Oh, boy. Is he the new Bachelor?
The Bachelor season 22 is about to kick off, and in the running this time are 4 Laurens, 2 Brittany's, and 3 real estate agents.
I'm Brittany, and I'm just looking for that someone special.
The 36-year-old race car driver, there you go, was first introduced to viewers on season 8.
Hey,
of
would
The
this show
Bachelor.
work with ugly people? I
No,
mean, straight
not
up.
at all for 1 second.
Can they just try it? Can like a smaller,
No one wants
lesser
to see-
network just do it with ugly people?
No, they did. Rock of Love.
No, I mean like actual ugly people.
You know what? They have shows that are average people, like that Married at First Sight thing.
Yeah.
And those people aren't. So they're just kind of average looking. So and people watch that, but it does have the added level of they've never met before and they're going to try to stay together.
Regular people. It's just you have these stunning people. Many of them very loose sexually.
Right.
You have these dream dates that no one on earth ever goes on, but people on The Bachelor and Bachelorette.
Yeah.
And that's
Could
why
you
people
imagine,
watch.
like The Bachelor shows up, and then you got 20 or 30 bachelorettes, and then
Mama June Shannon gets out of the limo.
Some of the bachelorettes are like, you know what, I'm out. You know, so immediately the 30 goes down to 20.
Well, that would be cool if at the point, but they've already it's the formula works so well.
I know.
It's been on, even though it's 90,000 different iterations of
This
it.
is season 22. Again. I don't know how many
It's
different
showing no
versions.
signs of slowing down. Bachelor, Bachelorette, Bachelor in Paradise.
Imagine that Casey, if the Bachelor shows up and he looks like that doctored picture of Tom Cruise that makes him a little fat and he's wearing a baseball hat.
Or Booger.
Yes, something like that.
It's not going to work. So anyhow,
People,
I have to go. The limo's still running.
yeah.
people with great personalities, all
No one
across
cares.
the board. Yeah.
Look at this picture here.
That guy.
That's it. I love it.
I'd tune in. I totally would have watched that show. At least the first episode.
It's a fantasy for everyone. I got just what love is really like.
But if you're one of the girls and you show up and Fat Tom Cruise is waiting for you instead of Ari Lewandijk Jr., you got ripped off on that season.
You're gone.
Yeah.
You're out of there. So anyhow, he was first introduced on season 8 of The Bachelorette when he vied for the affection of Emily Maynard. So he goes.
love you.
He goes.
I want to be with you.
He goes.
Forever.
I love you.
I love you.
See,
I look into the future and I see you and I together, like two people together.
Poetry.
I want to walk down the aisle with you, the same aisle, and get married. I want to write our own vows and use ventriloquist dummies to convey them.
please welcome Mr. M. Night Shyamalan.
Hey guys, I like the music.
You like that?
That's a cello actually played through, through an electric. thing
Oh,
to
that's
make
really cool.
to
Yeah.
make it sound like a growl. That's,
Oh, really?
That's
Music from Split. Yeah.
Yeah, this was. Hang on, wait.
Yeah,
Yeah,
see
now
that
you
on
can
that-
hear it.
Yeah, and the composer actually plays the cello. He played it himself, like in a bathroom, like off the tiles, and you can. Anyway.
Who was the composer? No. I mean,
Wes Stortson. I got him from the HBO show The Jinx. You know, making.
Yes.
So just an amazing talent.
I want to talk about, or ask you about Split, and so I don't want no spoiler alerts, but I recently went to a screening of Unbreakable. Do you look at Unbreakable differently than you did 10 years ago?
Split and Unbreakable are very, very connected, and they've always been. Even when I wrote the original movie, both these movies were in my head and actually on paper.
Okay.
So it was just one of the things when I started doing smaller movies. which give me all a lot of creative control, and for me, whether it's even just in my own head, a sense of being able to be daring and different and original and not worry because the budgets are low and I can do something that's unexpected. I felt like, wow, I could do this other part of this story in a very unusual way. In fact, in a way that hasn't been done before, which is not even tell you how it's connected to something else unless you come see the movie, and then forbid it to be mentioned in the marketing. It was really strange, I'll tell you, because I write only originals, but this is the first time I've ever written something where I already knew the characters, so it was very bizarre. Like, as soon as I started writing, I knew all the characters' voices and how they were going to react. So it was a very different process. And,
Okay.
Yeah, really interesting.
Well, speaking of that, I apologize, but how did you come up with all the different voices and characters for the one character in Split?
Yeah, James plays, if you guys haven't seen it, Split is about James's character and who suffers from DID, and he has 23 personalities, and there's a 24th one coming, which is a very threatening personality. And in this movie, he plays... I don't want to tell you how much because I think it's going to be fun, but it's an enormous number.
But that's crazy to have to come up with 23 characters for one.
You know what? Really, it's not any different for me as a screenwriter because they are who they are. So
they're real characters. They're just being funneled through one person.
Yeah, it's James that has the problem. I have to. I'm just writing different characters.
I watched the Blu-ray had a different ending. Which I find this stuff fascinating.
Yeah.
And one you didn't go with, and it was the exact right call to go with the one you went with. But do you when you shoot those things and you actually just sit there and see them side by side and run them, do you go, that's it, or are you back and forth, back and forth, back and forth?
Well, I mean, part of art is listening, right?
Yeah.
So you can have an agenda. Again, if I write you this movie about you guys, you five guys right here in this thing, I can have an agenda. Oh, I want Preston to be this person and that person, and but you have to really listen because the character of Preston or the character of Kathy will start talking to you and telling you something, and if you're being arrogant in the process, it's literally in a relationship, and if you're not listening to say, oh wow, the Kathy character wants to be the dominant character, doesn't want to be the way you were thinking of her, and so it's listening to it and making the movie and looking at it, you go, wow, I thought James's character was going to do this, or I thought Bruce's character was going to go this way, but actually it's Sam's character that wants to do this, and that process of I've gotten better at listening.
You sort of step aside and let the voices come. I know it seems very
it all
bizarre,
sounds really bizarre
and overly artsy, but I would understand that when you're writing for multiple characters. I mean, they're all living within you.
Yeah, so James, we were doing a scene, and just a random moment, just to give you a sense of what I'm talking about, and James was playing the 9-year-old boy, and he did something that he didn't know he was going to do. He was walking down the street, and he did something with something on the side of the building, and a half second before he did it, he didn't know he was going to do that. Right? And then he did it, and then he reacted to it, and like a 9-year-old, and it was hilarious and wonderful, but he didn't pre-think that. He was being the character and listening, basically, is what I'm saying. What does the character think? Oh, wow, the character's eyes went to this thing that happened to walk by. And that in that same way, being present as, having empathy. I guess as an artist, that's really what you're cultivating is your ability to have empathy. I've always, coveted the opportunity to do something where there was a pre-existing mythology. And something so well thought out. Why Lord of the Rings and Harry Potter and even Star Wars, Lucas's Star Wars, why it's so effective is the backstory has been thought out so much. The backstory is the front story. All that work has been done. And when you guys see something on television or a movie that rings a little hollow, that's because the person walked in the room and that person didn't exist before they walked into the room.
So with that kind of just leaving things, just letting it funnel through, can we expect to see Glass face off against Stuart Little?
Maybe.
Is it possible?
Yeah, it's possible. I wrote Stuart Little for you fans out there. That's why that joke actually is funny.
I'd like to thank you. I'm a new member of the board of directors of the Greater Philadelphia Film Office. I work with Sharon Pinkerton now. So I came on board this year, and now I've been brought into the fold of all things film and television in Philadelphia. What she does is amazing, but it's people like you that still highlight this area as a place to film, a place to create, a place that's got wonderful landscapes and backgrounds and all that stuff. And and trying to, to keep that coming into the area.
Yeah, I love it. I mean, obviously, we shot a scene with Bruce down in South Philly, and we were in this house, this row home, and we came out, and there's 2,000 people outside, and they were like bringing us cheesesteaks and pizzas. By the way, I ate it all. So it was so good. I mean, I'm a Philly boy. I mean, I'm a classic Philly boy. It's October. We're gonna win the Super Bowl.
Yes, we are. M. Night Shyamalan, guys.
Thank you, guys.
Thanks, man. Yesterday, we got on a discussion for a moment about weird phone lines.
Yeah.
I remember. Yeah, well, what was it?
It was you.
Yeah, there was a number we used to call that would just, and it was something stupid to do as a kid, that when you would call it, it would dial, or it would ring once, and then it would pick up, and it would go, I mean, over and over, nonstop.
It had to be like maybe for service guys working on the lines, like a calibration thing.
Maybe that was
something like that.
Something along
and you
those
happened
lines.
upon it.
No, but the reason I brought this up is because Steve came across now. One of the things is not just free phone lines like the time and temperature and 800 PHL gate. There was a time in history where the 900 exchange was quite popular, and those were paid phone calls. You mentioned celebrity ones.
Yeah, we have a couple of
Here,
them.
you ready for this one?
Yeah, which one you have?
Here we go.
Audio Entertainment presents pop music's new sensation, Paula Abdul.
Call me, I've got news you can use.
Straight up, she's going to tell you
Straight up, man.
You straight up call her now.
She'll tell you where she had her nose done.
And you should, because opposites attract.
Call 1-900-909-1800 now.
Call me twice and I'll send you an autographed picture.
You and Paula together. Just $2 the first minute, 45 cents each extra minute. Kids ask your parents' permission. Paula's on a rocket to stardom.
Call me now and find out why.
Pick up the phone. Call 1-900-909-1800.
We're watching the video. She was hot back in the day.
WMMR.
All right, thanks, Kath. A little later this morning, a few things coming up. Jerry Seinfeld on the show at 9 o'clock. A little after that, we're going to talk to Gary Gulman. And in and around all of that, Crumb Bum Cash, your first shot, is coming up in about 40 minutes at 8 a.m. So don't miss the opportunity to win $1,000 from MMR. So we want that. All right, did somebody call the doctor? Ladies and gentlemen, the rare treat we have only a couple times a year. He is here in our studio from Fox 29 and Penn Medicine, Dr. Mike Sirigliano.
When I come here, I feel home. I don't want to sound quaint, but you are family.
Likewise.
You're just family.
Yeah.
And I love being here. I love you guys.
We love you.
There's nothing more wonderful than seeing Dr. Mike with a surgical glove on, because you're ready for business.
Hey, before we get into the business, I wanted to congratulate, you being another family member at Penn Medicine. The Nobel Prize in Physiology or Medicine went to two people from Penn, two doctors from Penn. I don't know if you saw this or not.
The messenger RNA people?
Yeah.
Yes.
It was Dr. Drew Weissman and Dr. Catalin Carico. Both won the Nobel Prize for 2023.
So
amazing.
Let me tell you, messenger RNA technology has changed the world, and it's going to continue to change the world. And what's great about their story is that in the very beginning, nothing worked. There wasn't a lot of interest. In fact, they thought it was a dead end.
Yeah.
And they kept at it.
Yeah.
And lo and behold, comes the pandemic, and they're able to make it happen and save millions and millions and millions of lives. And it's not just vaccines for viruses. It's going to be for cancer.
Yeah.
It's going to revolutionize the way we treat things. I love being there. I mean, my claim to fame at Penn is I check prostates, but I mean, it's a great place to be.
In this press release, it said 2 decades ago they demonstrated that the mRNA could serve as a powerful tool in the fight against the greatest health challenges of our time. Yeah, and they've stuck with it. It's taken that long, but they said, it will possibly go on for, like you said, cancer and sickle cell anemia. And it says the potential for this platform is nearly limitless and still being imagined.
Yeah.
Wow.
For young people listening out there, if you get passionate about science, it is so cool because it just goes on, and technology is just... It's too cool for school, and if you're out there and you're
using all medical terms now.
Well, if you think you're a nerd, and look, I was head of the leprosy club in high school. All right,
Wow.
I mean the bottom line is that if you love it and you have a passion, you could change the world. That's what's so cool about it.
I feel horrible because when I was a kid, we used to pick on our leprosy club.
They're so easy.
Yeah, well,
when you do a purple nipple,
terrible.
the nipples would come off.
It would just come right off. I feel terrible about that.
Yeah, well,
the pressing question, I don't know if Penn is leading the world on this. Obviously, there's a lot of incredible medical facilities here in Philadelphia. How about the research into how long a spider can live in a woman's throat?
Oh, my God.
Because
Did you
Kathy
hear about
swallowed a
this?
spider yesterday, or over the weekend, a whole spider.
Yeah.
And she's convinced that it's laid eggs in her. So how long medically speaking, can an insect survive within a body? I believe no.
Once something gets into your stomach, like a protein, it's going to be dissolved from your gastric juices.
Like hydrochloric acid, is it not?
Yes, your acid. The stomach is a very inhospitable place for protein and things like that, so it'll get broken down. It's not anywhere crawling around in there.
It just was alive in my esophagus before it got down to the
So,
stomach.
in many countries, that's a delicacy. All right?
Absolutely.
My question is will she feel the legs or the mandibles or anything like that when she poops this out eventually?
Well, I'm not a entomologist,
Okay,
but
right,
I think
just
it's
checking.
I think it's chitin, and I think the chitin may or may not be broken down totally, but you're not going to feel it out your.
Okay, out your
think
butt.
it crawled out.
Oh my!
She felt a little tickle.
I was like, ooh.
Now I've seen spiders
little
in
guy.
ears. I've seen a lot of things in ears and stuff, but if you swallow it, it ain't gonna.
So give us. So let's do a little Dr. Pimple Popper action here. And I know you can't violate your medical, your oath. But what have you extracted from ears? Because we've seen like in spiders and things of that nature.
Oh, yeah.
You've done that.
Yeah, all kinds of insects. One time, a part of a hearing aid was stuck in there, the little plastic nub.
Yeah.
So I'm looking in there, and I take it out with some forceps.
How deep? How conceivably through something getting into the ear?
Yeah.
How far in could it go? How far have you seen something go?
Well, up to the tympanic membrane.
Okay,
Yeah.
which is a good distance in, right?
I don't know, an inch. I mean, it depends on how big your head
Why
is.
did I think it was longer?
No, not that long. Well, some people have a big head.
Yeah.
What can I tell you?
There we go, Nick.
Yeah, I got 2 inches.
Yeah.
I've never looked into the little ear scope that you guys use. I've always wanted to take a peek in somebody's ear and
Wait
see
a
what that
minute.
looks
It's kind of
like.
interesting.
Can we do that?
Oh.
He's got one.
Yay.
Hey, how gross is that thing at the end of the day?
Whose ear? Well, they have the little
Oh, they
disposable
changed
Wait a
nozzles.
minute.
Ear condoms.
Yeah.
Hold on. Wait a minute.
A rib for his pleasure.
Oh, wait, I got condoms. No.
Whose ear can I look? Whose ear can I look into?
I'm right here,
You can
bro.
look at anybody's.
All right, I can look at Casey's ear.
He's got clean ears.
But
Yeah,
listen,
but I want to show you how to do it.
I
Can you
can't-
come
I'm
over
not-
here?
Yeah, I'm not
Come
going to
on.
go sticking it in your ear.
Yeah.
Well, no, I'm going to show you how to do it.
Okay.
Get over there.
You
Come
go
on.
over the. Do you want him to come over to you?
Yes.
Both
He's
of
right
you.
there. He can.
Patient is the doctor
Yeah,
is
there we are.
Preston.
Here, come on over here.
Oh, okay.
The
Come
doctor's
on,
Preston.
come on.
Casey, head on over there.
All right. Somebody's got to man the board here,
Oh,
right?
that's true, I guess.
Yeah.
Well,
All right.
put it
Who
on
wants to
a
be a Kathy.
Okay.
Oh, yeah. Look at
Right.
Kathy's got beautiful
Now,
ears.
when you do it, we teach this, especially with little kids, because
Yeah.
you don't want to perforate the tympanic membrane.
I'm
All right. So, no, what you do is you
Nick
hold
will
it
do
like
it.
this with
Okay.
your pinky finger there.
Oh, yeah.
All right, you
Okay.
go in. That way you can't, like if the kid flinches. Oh, that's beautiful. Here, come over here, Nick.
All right.
Take a
5-minute
look.
doctor
He has
lesson.
a beautiful tympanic membrane. Look right in
Oh,
there.
okay, all right.
Look in
Can I
there.
hold his ear?
No,
Oh.
look in the scope. You see it?
yeah.
Wait, I got to see this. I want to.
All right, come here.
I want to see a tympanic membrane.
Am I hurting you?
It's cool,
No,
Casey.
no,
Is it cool?
Yeah.
I'm just happy to know
All right,
I have
there
a
it
hot
is.
tympanic
Look.
membrane.
All right, so I thought he was going to let Preston do
All right,
that.
take a look.
Dr.
All right.
Mike
He's
told
going to
me
let
that.
Preston do that.
Look.
Oh, yeah.
Except we're going to do a
See it?
proctological exam.
Hey. that cool?
You have a
Yeah.
Is that an actual?
The Ubo.
A quick question, guys. Is that an actual screen? Is that, or is it a magnifying glass?
This is no.
Like a
All right.
telescope,
You see it?
a microscope.
Get over here.
I can't reach it.
Man, could you imagine the nightmare of having Kathy as your doctor?
His grip has been increasing on my ears.
Oh, sorry.
Okay,
That's-
thank you.
that's
See, I
all right.
want to look in someone else's.
Oh, all right. Look at mine.
Kathy.
Well, we need a new condom because I'm not going to stick. That thing was just in my ear.
Do you have cooties?
No.
Oh.
Well, Kathy's has a dead bug in her throat.
Is that okay?
All right.
Kathy's
Sorry, I didn't know we were going to be doing
No,
this.
no. You asked. We had to make it happen. Hey, guys.
No, you hold it.
Okay, you do.
Guys, get closer to the mic.
Here, hold on.
Mike, what's that
Sorry,
thing
we're
called?
fighting over here.
Otoscope.
Otoscope?
Otoscope. And it converts as an ophthalmoscope as well. Now, she has a little bit of a narrowing of the ear canal. Now, did you swim in cold water when you were a kid?
I was a diver.
And Montauk or whatever, wherever the hell you
Yeah.
go.
What,
Yeah.
So cold water
Yes, it
narrowed
can
my.
narrow your ear canals when you're a kid. You see it?
That's what's because I go to the audiologist every year, and I have the same thing because of all the swimming I did as a kid.
Really? You do?
Yeah.
So it's nothing to worry about.
No, in fact, a lot of men like tight ears.
Yeah.
But does it
your ear canal?
does it affect hearing or anything?
No, it's just a phenomenon that we see. Yeah.
Okay.
All right. Who,
Thank you, Dr. Mike. I
wants
was gonna do
their testicles?
Yeah. No, we're not doing testicles. We're doing.
Who has 3 testicles?
That's Gary.
I'm sorry.
We're doing flu shots.
Yes.
Okay, so what's the story? As they're
which one are they going to get wrong this year?
Yeah, what are they going to get wrong this year?
This year is going to be very good because remember they look at the what strains were going on in the southern hemisphere.
Okay, so obviously in preparation, we think for the camp out and stuff like that. When you're doing a whole bunch of, I think it's a wise thing to do. Preston, you've gotten the flu 2 years in a row, have you not?
Yeah,
After
I
getting
think
the flu shot.
I don't know if it was 2, but for sure. Now, I was never diagnosed with the flu, but it certainly was flu symptoms. I got sick as
Could it
hell,
have been
so
syphilis? Are they similar?
I think that I got a strain that wasn't covered in the flu shot, and it happens, you know.
Yeah, but there's about 30 different. It could have been RSV. It could have been rhinovirus. It could have been. It didn't have to be.
You know what I call it? Fluette.
All right,
like Russian
now,
roulette.
What's that?
Fluette. You take the risk. But
Well, right now, it's not going to prevent you from getting sick.
Right.
It's going to reduce the level of illness, just like with the COVID vaccine.
Hurrah.
And because I hear this all the time, you don't get the flu from the flu shot. You might get an immune response.
Right.
And that's what we're talking about. Now, I want to let you know, I gave this to my son and daughter. Last night, my daughter.
All right.
Now, are they asleep when you do this?
No, my
Is it like, do they think that there's like the equivalent of a tooth fairy that comes in with a hypodermic?
My daughter is 11. She's going to be 12, and she still gets a little.
Does she get a little squeamish?
A little.
With all the stuff you got going on?
Well,
by the way, Dr. Mike has a room full of audio animatronic monsters. I would think these kids would be immune to just about anything.
Well, I let Jason give it to her. Right next to her.
Hey, while you're getting that ready, he's going to get this ready. Tell me about this this doctor bag you have. This looks like a classic old style.
Yeah, it's old
door to door,
style.
or I mean, home. What do they call them? Home call? No.
House call.
House call doctor.
So that's a Preston. That's a Marcus Welby 2000. That's
it's really cool.
It kind of looks like the bag that Otter has in Animal House.
Yeah, with the dildo in it.
Yeah. She'll listen to this.
I forgot he got that.
God.
Wait a minute.
No, I make house calls. I do.
Have you had this for a long time?
Since graduation.
That's cool.
Really?
Was that a gift?
That was a gift to me.
Hey, where'd you go to med school? I forget.
Penn.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
So you've been at Penn most of your career, all your career.
Yeah, I incurred
craziest
so
thing-
much debt I couldn't leave.
The craziest thing, you
I
went to
had to
Westchester, and what is your undergrad degree in?
Music.
That's crazy, right?
Mike is an accomplished trumpet player.
Yeah.
He played at the Camp Out for Hunger one
So
time.
on my first day in anatomy class, they said, "Where are you from?" Harvard, Yale, MIT, Westchester State College. And they said, "We don't take people from West." I said, "Well, I guess you made a mistake. I'm here." And the bottom line is, to Penn's credit, they do take some unique individuals. Not everyone's a big science person.
Right.
They take a few people. And the music degree, and this is for people out there listening that want to do anything in their life. You have a passion, you go for it because you never know where it's going to end up.
It's true.
And music, like you all know, is such a bonding experience, and it makes you be able to communicate to anybody with about anything.
We were talking about this the other day, and I think if you can, and I'm sad that I didn't have it in my earlier developmental years. I wanted to learn drums. I won't go through this tragedy of my life. But I think if you do learn music at an early age, it really helps with a lot of life skill sets. I think it does.
Yep. Yeah. All right, here we go.
All right. I'm being sterilized as we speak.
Hey, Mike, what in the world of shots like this, or when you're a kid or whatever, are there any now that need to be given in the butt?
Ah, that's a good question. I remember as
I used
a kid,
to get a few butt shots.
Yep. One time I had to get a penicillin shot in my butt.
Yeah.
Right.
And the nurse hit like the wrong spot or whatever. I woke up the next day and I could barely get out of bed.
So not so much vaccines anymore, at least in the adult population. In adults, it's
I'm done, by the
usually
way.
things like penicillin.
Yeah.
And it's a
penicillin.
harpoon, and I hate it because man, that's like a harpoon up
Up
your
the butt. You should be into muscle.
Into muscle.
Into the
You have a
glute.
lot of muscle
Right,
down
yeah.
there.
Yep.
Yeah. All
So
right.
Nick's turn to get his shot. I got mine already. Didn't feel it at all. So there you go. Done and done. Flu shot covered. So, and you usually, do you pick the non-dominant arm to go to? Because it can sometimes be a little sore afterwards, or
A little soreness.
Okay.
It's no big deal.
That's why I went
and
with the
people
left.
usually decide which side they want.
I never have a reaction.
I sometimes I will. I've gotten a man. Why does my arm hurt the next day?
Yeah.
I'm like, I got that shot.
I got a
there.
tetanus shot in the summertime when I cut my finger with a razor. And
Oh yeah.
You're into cutting.
I'm into cutting. Well, that day I was. But dude, like for days afterwards, I was like, God damn, that hurts.
Tender arm?
Yeah.
Well,
It may have been a T-DAP.
The great hip hop artist.
Oh, I like the T-DAP. I'm like, yeah.
No, that covers Bordetella pertussis.
Mike, we were talking yesterday about other shots and vaccinations you can get, and the shingles shot came up, the shingles vax. So what is the deal for that, and how old do you have to be?
Right.
I was just talking to Mike about this.
Over 50.
Yeah.
You have to be over 50, and there's 2 shots. You get one, and then 2 to 6 months later. Now, shingles comes from having chicken pox as a child. Oh, and by the way, the young people now get chicken pox vaccines, and so when they get to be 50, then we will be giving them the same thing. That's the word we have. But
So people have had
age
shingles.
50, you get one, and then
Yeah.
2 to 6 months later, you get the second shot. Now that can kick your butt.
Okay.
Yeah, I got lucky. I got both of the shots and didn't get any reaction from it. But I did speak to a couple of people because I'd asked around about getting a shingles vaccine. And I talked to somebody who, upon the second vaccination they got, it really kicked them in the ass pretty hard.
Yeah.
But me, I got lucky, nothing at all. So it's, it's hit or miss. Some
Yeah,
people might
yeah.
get a reaction from it. But my friend was like, look, I'm covered for shingles.
Dude, I've seen people
It's
who've had
totally
it
worth it.
who were in the middle of having it, and it took. I remember when it took Letterman out for like a week and a half, 2 weeks, and they say it's excruciating. What is that, Mike? Technically, what is shingles?
So shingles is the varicella virus that's in your body. It's there if you have chicken pox. And it will come out at times of stress or surgical procedures, anything.
What is the sensation, the pain that people get from it?
Burning, lancinating pain that can be unbearable. And it really gets dangerous if it's on your face near your eye because it can get into the optic nerve and cause all kinds of problems.
Okay.
Kathy, you thought you had it a few years ago, but it turns out it wasn't shingles, right?
No, it's folliculitis.
Oh, man.
Yeah,
My brother had shingles though when he was younger, and it was really painful.
Yeah.
So is that kids shingles with kids?
You can get it. Now, if it comes out of the blue,
became Jackie Mason. Shingles for kids.
Now, one of the famous cases, I forget whether someone had HIV.
By the way,
and
Nick's done now.
HIV was what led to them having an outbreak of shingles.
No kidding.
And no one checked it, and there was a problem with that.
Okay.
Now,
Nick and I are both done. Steve is now, he's rolled up his sleeve. He's getting his flu shot now. Dr. Mike is here from Fox
gloves.
29. And Penn Medicine to remind us to get a flu shot. Good idea, especially if you are older.
Like me.
I'm not saying nothing.
Oh, it's implied.
Now, you're going to get 2 shots.
Right.
Yeah,
He's
Steve's
gonna
getting a
get
second.
Prevnar 20.
I was with an unclean woman.
Oh, all right.
What's a Prevnar?
That's pneumonia. That's
Pneumonia.
the latest, greatest pneumonia shot. And when you reach a certain age, I'm not going to say. Here, let me get over here.
Oh, I'm terribly sorry.
All right, watch out. All right, this is the flu shot.
All right.
All right, we're going to do that first. Now, sir, where would you like your flu
the right.
shot?
Let's do it.
The right.
Yeah,
okay.
do them both.
Is the Prevnar also an arm shot?
Yes.
Okay, so you'll do the other side for Prevnar?
No butt shots.
All right. We're not
But
doing
that's
any
his
butt shots.
dominant arm. Don't you want it in your left, Steve?
It doesn't matter. I'm fine.
He's good. He's good like that. All right, so Mike is prepping the hypodermic, a little bit of little beads of liquid coming out of the end of it, and the flu shot's a quick and easy one. Little pinch, not even a pinch and a burn. That's what they say when you get the when you get your blood drawn. All right, a little pinch and a burn.
Pinch and a burn.
And Kathy's going, my ass.
Well, I don't look at it, and they all know, and they're like, "Oh, okay."
Didn't you
don't like this,
pass
right?
out? You passed out when Jace got a shot one time, right?
Oh, well, they were giving him stitches, and they put the whatever the numbing, and it started squirting out of the wound. Oh my god!
Hey, Mike, a few people are texting in. Just getting back to shingles real quick. If you never had chickenpox when you were a child, should you still get that vaccine?
You need to be tested.
You have to be
see
tested?
If in fact.
Say it in the microphone.
All right, hold on.
You say it and I'll repeat it. Go ahead, Mike.
Yeah.
Say it into the microphone.
You need to be
tested. Right.
The hell you
Go
do.
ahead. You,
You need
to be tested.
To see if you have antibodies.
Steve? I mean, that's a tag team right there.
You guys got that right.
We need to do that as a contest sometime to see if you can speak along with someone when they are trying to say something. Yes.
Wow. You guys win.
Yeah.
That's really good.
Remember the video I posted when Jace was little and he was
yes.
crying? That's exactly what I did.
So good.
Hang on. While Dr. Mike is doing the inoculation here, let me go to a couple of calls. I have Jen, who had shingles on her face one time. Hi, Jen. You're on the air. Good morning.
Hi, good morning. How are you?
We're doing all right. So you can speak to what Mike was talking about getting it on your face.
I can. I was 37, and it was a very stressful time in my life, and I started getting these terrible headaches. I ended up in the hospital for a week because they didn't know what was wrong with me. They had to call an infectious disease doctor, and it was shingles on my face. I had a breakout all around my eye. I almost lost my vision. It was the worst pain of my life.
And was this the first time you ever had a shingles outbreak or anything like that?
Luckily, the first and only so far.
Wow.
So I didn't know what it was, but it was like a 10 out of 10 pain. I told the nurses, I was like, you need to do something for me. Please help. So it was awful. So
Now-
I highly encourage anyone to get the vaccine if they can.
Okay, absolutely. All right, thank you for the call, Jen. We appreciate it.
Thank you.
Mike, if you've already had shingles, is it then too late to get the vaccination for it?
No.
Okay, I wasn't sure how that works.
No,
So,
you still get it.
okay. Anybody that I've spoken to who has had an experience with it has said that it's just a pain level that's almost unbearable. I'm going to go to Patrick.
Patrick!
Hi, Patrick. You're on the air. Good morning.
Hey, good morning to see you guys.
Good morning, buddy. All right, so what did you want to mention to us?
Yeah, so I've been going to Blue Ridge Rock Fest for 3 years in a row now, and last year and this year, I actually got knocked unconscious because I'm a mosh pit junkie.
Okay.
And in the infirmary, they had given me a shot of Toradol in my arm. It was my left arm last year, my right arm this year, and immediately it started burning. Like it started hurting like crazy. And then, like, a few days afterward, and even up till now, it's like it's kind of been messing with my joints. Like
What's Toradol? I don't know.
Pain reliever.
It's an anti-inflammatory drug.
Okay.
That's all I know about. And they just make sure that, like, it made sure that nothing was inflamed in my neck because I did get hit in the neck twice.
Wow.
So, and it just, I don't know, like I said, still up to this day, it's been kind of messing with my, especially my left shoulder because I have nerve damage.
Wow.
In that shoulder.
Okay.
And, every time I pop it, it just doesn't feel. It feels off.
Any recommendation, Mike? For
Yeah, that's not shingles. So what may have happened is when they gave you the shot, it could have hit a nerve, or it could just be lingering orthopedic issues in that area. I'd get it checked out.
Yeah.
Get it. Get imaging, maybe an MRI. See an orthopedist or a spine person. But why suffer, man? Don't suffer. Get it checked out.
Yeah, my fiance also, she had shingles right after COVID, so she had COVID for the second time.
Yeah,
yeah.
Hello?
Yeah, we're listening. Yep.
Sorry, I thought yeah, and she had shingles right after it, or possibly during it too, and it was like I could not go through that. She was in so much pain the entire time, and I tried to do everything I could, but it was horrible.
It sucks. Right. Yeah, the shingles is definitely something that anyone I've ever known who's had it.
Wow.
No one goes, yeah, thumbs up. You got to do it. It's awesome.
By the way, you mentioned hitting a nerve with a needle.
Yeah, yeah. And the other thing is, sometimes if you give the shot
Kathy's turning yellow
into the joint, so you have to go right into the deltoid triangle.
Right.
And if you go too high, you go into the joint, and you can cause a bursitis.
I've gotten, so I have arthritis in my left shoulder, and I got cortisone. Dude, they got to go in. I couldn't believe the first time it hurt. The second time I was like, dude, you need to stop whatever you're doing right now, because I mean they're going into the joint.
Well, and it's a needle, and you don't want to move, right?
I will tell you this, Mike, and this is you're the most gentle I've ever had. I have to say, I've had some top level phlebotomists, but your needle technique is superlative.
I hear that a lot.
Yeah.
Is it in yet? I mean.
Do you ever do blood draws?
Yeah.
Okay. So, Casey, did you say it was cortisone that you got?
Yeah.
I had one in my knee one time. That is a weird-ass sensation, man.
Now, that goes into the joint.
Yeah.
What I'm saying
It's
is
weird.
when you get a vaccination, you don't want to go up too far up in the shoulder, because that should not go in the joint.
So the purpose, though, correct me if I'm wrong, a lot of times this medication is supposed to reside in the arm then, right?
Intramuscular.
Right.
Right. Most shots are intramuscular.
Right. And is the purpose is from there, do they spread around the body? Are they supposed to?
So what happens is it creates an immune response from your body. And then it produces antibodies. And then when you are faced with the real deal, then your body is ready to pounce.
Okay.
So you had mentioned about the COVID vaccine. Now, most people in this country have either had COVID, gotten vaccinated, or both. And so there's a lot of debate right now about, who should get the booster. And I've been hanging out with Dr. Offit, Paul Offit. He is a wonderful guy. He's at Children's Hospital. He's on the FDA panel. And basically, look, it's easy. If you're very elderly, you have a organ transplant, you're very sick, you should get it. If you're being treated for cancer, if you're around someone like that, you should probably get it.
Yeah.
But the thing is, if you're young and healthy, his view is, look, it's an individual decision.
And Mike, the thing that we talk about, and I agree. It's everyone's personal decision to do it the way they see it, and obviously take all the environmental considerations into consideration. But I tell you, man, if we don't get a check from Dr. Neumann at some point for pushing the nasal and I do that all the time.
Yes.
And ever since I've done that, and I'm telling you, if you're listening at home, go gather the family around the radio. I'm telling you, I've been using this stuff for years, as per Dr. Mike's request. It was years ago at the Camp Out for Hunger. Mike, how do I keep my voice throughout the Camp Out for Hunger? Steve, here you go. Well, I am in fact, I have become the master now. I do it more than you do every day. I do the Neomed rinse all the time, and I've never gotten a cold since then, and I never had COVID, and because, correct me if I'm wrong, but the point of entry of most disease is through the nose, correct?
Yes, and nasal lavage. All right?
Yes.
Nasal lavage.
Great burlesque dancer from the 20s.
Nasal lavage.
What's wrong with nasal lavage? It's a beautiful thing, and when you do it, what it does is
Everyone loves nasal lavage.
Nasal
She does the
lavage.
fire dance like no other woman.
It works, man. I do it twice a day.
But you turned me on to it, Mike. I'm the biggest prophet of this because I swear to God, you will notice a difference.
Yes. Oh, absolutely. No question about it. For anyone that has allergies, ragweed is a big thing right now.
Yes.
Do the Neumann. Well, any kind of nasal lavage. I don't work for I have nothing to do with it.
No, but I swear, and you can find them anywhere in anywhere.
Just don't use tap water because you don't want talking about things going in you.
Yeah.
You don't want an amoeba going up into your
I have 4 gallons of distilled water at home that I use, and that's what I do. And it's been a blessing for years. And if you've heard me over the past couple of years at the campouts, various campouts, I've kept my voice pretty much intact.
Right, and you don't forget the packet. Have you ever done that?
No, for the saline pack.
Yeah.
Oh, dude, I've got the Fort Knox of saline packets at home.
No,
I'm
I know.
good to go.
If you forget sometimes, you'll hate.
I've got it in my bag.
It'll burn the hell.
hurts. Yeah, it hurts.
My
Yeah.
God. Yeah, because it's hypotonic.
Oh my God, it'll blow your skull off.
Yeah, it's not.
I didn't understand what was happening when I forgot. Like, I did forget the packet one time.
The salt makes it what we call isotonic. It doesn't. Cells in your nose don't like plain old water up there because it'll burn like hell.
Oh, it
so
sure
what
did.
you need to do is put the packet in.
So real quick, back to shingles. This is so weird. A friend of ours, Brittany Taylor, just posted on her Instagram stories that she just got back from Disney and was diagnosed with shingles on her eye.
Very dangerous.
I know. So what does she
needs
have
to see an ophthalmologist, get started on Valtrex, valacyclovir right away.
And that will hopefully help it not get to the optic nerve.
Right, but she needs to be seen by an ophthalmologist. That's what I do in my practice.
Do you think her boobs are going to be okay?
Oh.
I hope so.
Well, hopefully she's going to be all right, man. That can be serious. So, wow. Okay. Well, listen, I've been given a wrap-up signal. We got to stay on for Crumb Cash is coming up.
Could you
at 8 o'clock.
possibly love Dr. Mike anymore?
No, it's impossible to love this guy more than we love
I love
him.
you guys.
Yeah.
I do. Love you. I love you. Love you.
So flu shot, get it now, right?
Get it now. Now's the time. If you're older, you want to talk about Prevnar. If you are over 60, you want to think about RSV, especially if you have lung problems. And then if you're one of those people that would benefit from the COVID booster, get it.
And shingles vaccine if you've had
if you're over
chickenpox
50,
too. If you're
get
over
the
50. All right.
shingles.
Excellent.
Shingrix.
Thank you. We got his music, his outro music. We can't let the man leave without that. Come on. Dr. Mike Sirigliano. Fox 29 and Penn Medicine. The amazing. He's an angel.
He saved my life.
Yep, he's the best. All right, we are going to take a break. We're going to come back in a second. We'll do Crumb Bum Cash and the Bizarre File when we get back, so stay with us. Okay, here's another music one for you guys. Here we go.
Audio Entertainment presents Warren.
Yeah, we like to rock and roll. We like to do a lot of other things, too.
Call the Warren.
We like to rock and roll. We like to do a whole bunch of other things, too.
Like what?
Like, I don't know, like walk around, eat food, look at TV sometime.
Yeah?
Sleep. Yeah. It's the Rock's lifestyle, man. My buddy has a car. We'll drive around in it.
A car?
Yeah, a car.
Kind of car?
4 wheels. Steering wheel. Got it all, man.
All right, let me play it from the beginning.
Manual windows, CD player. Not at this time, right?
Not at that. It would have been a cassette player.
Record player?
Yeah.
Back seat, it skips a lot because, you hit bumps.
All right, here we go.
Audio Entertainment presents Warren.
Yeah, we like to rock and roll. We like to do a lot of other things, too.
Call the Warren Rock.
We like to rock and roll. We like to do a whole bunch of other things, too. Just unless you think we just very narrow and just do rock and roll. We do our banking and stuff, too, grocery shop.
Yeah, we like to rock and roll. We like to do a lot of other things, too.
Call the Warren Rock Line.
We'll give you the warm, hard facts on our personal lives. Our fans always...
Warm, hard facts. Just like our units, like our penises.
Yeah.
Come first.
Just $2 the first minute, 45 cents each additional minute. Kids ask your parents' permission. You'll get the latest on tours, videos.
And what town we blew up last?
Call and hear a new message every day.
What town we blew up last?
Oh, my God.
Yeah.
Hang on.
And what town we blew up last?
Call and hear a new message every day. And learn how you can leave your personal message for Warren.
Or anything else you've got on your mind. Call us and find out what goes on behind tour bus doors.
Oh, let me tell you, last time we blew up, New Haven, Connecticut.
Yeah, we like to rock and roll. We like to do things too.
And they probably made a ton of money off their 900 number.
Last town, Little Rock, Arkansas, man, blew it up.
Wow.
Well, it's actually still there. It's just figurative speech. People, that's some of the stuff we do other than rock and roll.
Figures of speech?
Yeah. Actually, my father burned down his carpet business for insurance money. I don't even know why I just said that. That would be in the list of other things we do besides rock and roll. We make huge mistakes that will send our family members to jail. That was stupid. Learn about more stupid things we do by calling that number.
Oh, my God.
Call it twice and I'll let you know what happens behind closed tour bus doors. We're sleeping. Because been on tour where we blew up Little Rock and New Haven. I guess I'm sort of in a loop here. I should have written down some notes. Initially, this had a whole thing.
Little Rock and New Haven?
You blew them up. Don't even look for them on a map, man. White them out. Warrant.
Yep.
It's a shame about your dad.
Yeah, that was a huge mistake.
The inventor of the vibrator actually heard a voice that said, if you build it, they will come.
Really?
Yeah.
Wow.
It was amazing.
Wow.
It's like Field of Dreams.
I know. It's just like
Field
that,
of
isn't it?
Screams, Preston.
Same thing that ended up happening with this particular thing we're about to do. It was a dream we had. The dream has been realized. Ladies and gentlemen, it's time for the Brickyard 500. In the corner of the Preston and Steve studios stands a track that is ready to receive racing apparatus. It is called the Brickyard, and the 500 comes from the $500 in cash that we're going to be giving away. All right, Nick is on location at the track, which is about 8 feet away from where I am right now.
We can see him from our vantage point, which is 8 feet away.
You guys are up in the sky booth.
Yes, we are.
How is the weather trackside, Nick?
That's beautiful out. You should see it from down here, Preston.
Yeah.
It is gorgeous out, and
You're close to the track, and I got to say, I have to imagine it looks pretty spectacular from where you are.
perfect conditions for racing.
Yeah.
All right, so let's meet our racers if that's cool. We're going to start with our first one, and then we'll explain how the race is going to happen. Let's go and meet Aaron. Hey, Aaron, how are you?
I'm going to race the Duracell Pink Nightmare today.
Oh, my God. Now, let me tell you something. What I'm looking at there, if I was into this stuff, I'd get that sucker. That looks like it does everything.
I'm fairly certain this will break concrete.
Hey, Aaron, is that a jackrabbit?
It's something, all right. I have a jackhammer. I don't know.
All right, nice to go. All right, and let's meet our lone male contestant this morning. This is Michael. Hey, Michael.
Wow.
Wow. How you doing, man?
Hey, from Newtown Square, and today I'm riding the Purple Pocket Power Pen.
Purple Pocket Power Pen.
Purple Power Pocket Pen.
Now,
Purple Pocket Power Pen.
It's really, the fact that you can say that quickly is pretty impressive.
Yeah.
Preston, do you know the story? Our one and only male, and we said, you know, the question went out, do you actually use this? Well, I'll ask you, do you actually use this?
Yes, I do.
Is it used in the back door?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right, we got
prostate stimulation.
Okay.
Oh!
We don't need all the specifics on that.
To be honest, I wanted to know too.
Yeah,
I wanted to know too.
Okay.
Why don't we talk to the next contestant?
Let's go to our next contestant. Our next contestant is the lone anonymous contestant, and she's actually wearing a mask. We have a stormtrooper helmet on.
Yes.
Did she bring that, or is that ours?
I think that's ours, and we want to welcome Miss X. Good morning, Miss X.
Good morning, Gadzooks.
Gadzooks. All right, and tell us a little bit about what you have there. Do you have a name for your vehicle?
This is the Powerful Purple Rocket.
Another purple
And
name.
just letting you know, this is my mask.
This is your mask. Okay, fair enough.
You're a badass.
How confident do you feel in winning this race?
I think this thing's pretty powerful.
Okay.
So I think this is going to be no competition.
Okay.
All right.
Hey, Rachel.
Hi, everyone. My name's Rachel.
Nice to meet you. And
Hi.
Rachel, what do you have there? What's your vehicle?
I call this is what I came for.
This is what I came for. That's a perfect name.
I like it.
I don't want to handicap the race, but I think this one is going to come in dead last.
I think so too.
Because of the shape of it.
It's not.
It's not designed for racing. It may be designed for pleasure, but
right. It may not go anywhere. We'll find out in just a moment. And then last but not least, our final contestant is Valerie. Welcome, Valerie.
Hi there. My apparatus is the purple banana.
The purple banana. And purple
seems to be the color of self-violation.
4 out of the 5. Purple.
Yeah.
Nice. What we're gonna do is, I tell you what, ladies, start your dildos. Ladies, ladies, start your dildos. Are the racers ready? Yeah. All right, Marissa, in 3, 2, 1, let's go racing. And they're on their way. Wow, one has jumped out. Nix, whose is that?
That's the middle track, race number 3. That's Miss X. Oh, no, it's Michael.
It's Michael.
The lone man. Oh, the abomination.
Oh, my God, the man way out in front.
The giant pink one hasn't even left the starting line.
He's just sitting there spitting out of control, not moving at all.
Michaels is almost to the end.
Almost to the end.
Ladies and gentlemen, from race number 1, we have a winner.
Oh, my God. And let me tell you something here. They laughed when they said, a guy's going to be a part of this.
I know.
They said, hey, really?
Yeah.
And remember, we were mocked. People would point to us when we walk out in public. Yeah. You're actually going to let a man in this. Dominate.
All right, are all the racers ready?
Yes, indeed.
And 3, 2, 1, let's race. And they're off.
Oh, it's a much closer race.
Oh! Michaels is headed out to a huge lead. I can't see it all, Nick. You're going to have to describe what's going on.
Michaels is out to a big lead once again, Preston, although there is one in the lane number 3 that has been catching up, but it looks like Michaels is inching closer to the start-finish line, or to the finish line, I should say. I believe he's going to take number 2.
Valerie looks like she's in second place there.
Heat number 2 once again goes to Michael.
Oh, he is dominating.
He's off the track.
Wow. All right, and the ladies have started them up again. And ladies and gentlemen. All right, Nick, are they in place?
They're in place, Preston.
All right, final heat of the Brickyard 500 in 3, 2, 1, let's race. And they are off.
Wow, this one's off to a closer start than any of the races thus far.
There's a crash.
Yeah, it looks like we do have some rubbing going on, and rubbing's racing, especially when you're really rubbing it hard.
Rubbing to the point of being chafed, Preston.
Yeah, it's rubbing is something you can expect.
Oh, who's out there? Who took a lead?
It looks
Michael.
Michael.
Michael's
Once
out in front
again.
again.
You are the man.
Wow, Rachel's has crossed lanes, but we got another winner. Michael just again crossed the finish line. Unbelievable.
Earnhardt of dildos.
Yeah. Our number 1 winner by far. 15 points, way out in front, undisputed champion of the Brickyard 500. It's Michael. Hey, friend, you're a smart shopper. You know this, right? Window Nation. And I want to mention this because if you're a short smopper,
I think any shark smop knows a savings when they see it.
I think we've lost Casey. Smart shopper is what I meant.
Yes.
The best time to purchase a car or home is when the interest rates are at their lowest and you save a lot of money. What if I told you, Shark Smopper, that my friends at Window Nation are offering 0% financing on all windows for 5 full years?
Listen, you don't have to be a shark smopper to know that that's a great deal, especially because if you have a lot of windows. My wife and I just signed up with Window Nation. We have a lot of windows to replace, and they are going to do a great deal for us. They are absolutely the experts.
And you are a shark smopper.
I am a shark smopper.
Free windows as well right now. For every 3 windows you buy, you get 2 additional windows for free. There's no limit on this. Call Window Nation today. Get your new windows installed just in time for the holidays. Go with the team that's installed over 350,000 windows and was ranked recently 5th in the nation for window replacement. 0% interest for 5 full years and 2 free windows for every 3 you buy. 866-90Nation or windownation.com. That's 866-90Nation or windownation.com. Tell them that Preston and Steve sent you.
All kinds of rock.
The one and only Mr. Michael Ian Black.
Yes. Hello.
How are you, Michael?
I am blown away by the traffic report. Just watching you do it live to me is unbelievable. Just a string of words just blazing out of your mouth. Just words. You say them with such confidence. Even though you're reading it, you're clearly reading it from a screen.
Yes.
You have all the information in front of you. I don't know how you do that.
Well, thank you.
You will be amazed at how many people, and we're talking top-level actors and directors, sit there in awe of Kathy's traffic abilities.
It's amazing to see that.
Even politicians have commented on that. And your screen over there, by the way, I couldn't do it. It's not all verbatim. She kind of, just gives basic info.
Philadelphia.
You're a real crumb bum.
It's time for a crumb bum cash keyword.
The word is credit. C-R-E-D-I-T. And we'll give you until 15 minutes after the hour to enter that. And, of course, 3 ways for you to do that very thing. You can enter it at WMMR.com or on the MMR app or via text to the special contest short code number, which is 45911. One random entry wins $1,000 in our company-wide contest, and each winner gets a call from Beasley. Make sure that you do answer your phone. The contest rules are available at WMMR.com, and the whole thing is sponsored by Horizon Services. Again, the word for you is credit, C-R-E-D-I-T. Come on and get it to us. Let's take a look at traffic, see how we're doing this morning. Kathy, what's up so far?
295 northbound jams from 195 to Route 33, left lane closed with an accident. North also jams from Route 130 to the 42 freeway. 55 northbound jams Deptford to 42, and then on the 42 freeway, we're slow northbound Coles Road to 55. Jammed on the Blue Route, northbound 95 to the Media Bypass, southbound from the Mid-County tolls to the Schuylkill Expressway, and then from Villanova to Baltimore Pike. Schuylkill eastbound backs up from the Blue Road into Conshohocken, Montgomery to University, westbound Bear Avenue to the Vine, City to Gladwin, and then the Blue Road out to 202. 95 northbound jams Chichester Avenue to Curlin Street, southbound side from Woodhaven to Bridge, and then Allegheny to the Vine Expressway. Pennsylvania Turnpike westbound at Route 1 out in Bucks County, an accident in the left lane. Also westbound, jams from Willow Grove to Fort Washington, and in northeast Philly on the Boulevard southbound at 9th Street, a disabled tractor trailer in the right lane. This traffic report brought to you by coalitionforcharters.org. Every child deserves a great public school that meets their needs, and charter schools are an option that's free, public, and open to all. Find out more at coalitionforcharters.org. And that's your traffic on 93.3 WMMR.
A reminder that today is Tattoo Tuesday, so your opportunity to win a Preston and Steve Show themed tattoo is waiting for you. Just text the word tattoo to 39333 and you might win that $350 gift certificate from Floating World Tattoo and Piercing. So do it now, and while you do that, we'll do this.
WMMR presents Preston and Steve's Bizarre File.
Brought to you by the Leukemia and Lymphoma Society. You can join our very own Nick McElwain and Team Luke in the LLS Light the Night Walk. It's Saturday, October 28th at the Philadelphia Museum of Art Steps, and you can visit the events page on WMMR.com and join Team Luke or donate. We'll start with this. A couple who visited one of Disney World's water parks for what was supposed to be a joyous 30th birthday celebration have filed a lawsuit alleging the trip was ruined by an extremely painful wedgie.
Yeah.
During a 2019 visit to the Typhoon Lagoon at Orlando's Walt Disney World Resort, Emma McGinnis says that she, her daughter, and her mom took a ride on the Humunga Cowabunga, a 200-foot water slide.
I knew it was a water slide.
Which
I knew
riders
it.
plummet down 5 stories in the dark before shooting out of the pool of water.
Oh, boy.
The suit says at the top of the slide, riders are instructed to cross their legs and at the ankles. Riders are not told why their ankles need to be crossed, the importance of doing so, or the risks of injury if one's ankles become uncrossed. Nor are riders informed that the force of the water in the pool can, quote, push loose garments into a person's anatomy, an event known as a wedgie, the suit continues. Because of a woman's anatomy, the risk of painful wedgie is more common and more serious than it is for a man.
So you got a butt wedgie and a ninja boot.
Unfortunately, that's exactly what happened, the suit says, when McGinnis became briefly airborne toward the end of the slide and suffered such a hard landing in the pool that she required hospitalization for serious injuries. She's been left with permanent injuries, the suit says, including damage to her internal organs, and has suffered scarring, mental anguish, loss of the capacity of enjoyment of life, expensive hospitalization and medical care, and loss of earnings, all of which injuries are either permanent or continuing in nature.
And what's the name of the ride again?
It's called the Humunga Cowabunga.
Love it. How do you not laugh in court when that name comes up?
And the couple, by the way, are asking for at least $50,000 in damages.
Well, wow, that's actually
kind of low for an American lawsuit.
Yeah.
They argue the slide is unsafe and unreasonably dangerous, and Disney was negligent because it didn't advise riders of the potential risk or the need to wear garments that would prevent wedgies.
We want to be fair about this, Your Honor. Her cooter was pretty bashed up before this.
I rest my case.
Yeah, it was no walk in the park before the ride, but certainly you understand.
All right, in St. Louis, a woman is charged with felony assault after allegedly driving away from an argument and traveling several miles with her husband still on the hood of the car. You just hope to see that one day.
Yeah.
Prosecutors charged 38-year-old Stephanie Boyd with first-degree domestic assault. Police investigation showed Boyd and her husband got into an argument at their home. She then allegedly got into the car to leave and drove off with her husband on the hood. The investigation showed that Boyd drove on Interstate I-70, which she traveled for 4.6 miles before exiting.
You remember the show T.J. Hooker, right?
Of course.
That was part of every T.J. Hooker, him riding on the hood of the car.
During the drive, she passed through a construction zone and drove recklessly with her spouse on the hood. An officer saw the vehicle pass near him in the intersection and attempted a traffic stop. Police said Boyd did not pull over for another half mile, so she is in trouble. Jerome Mulligan has been sentenced for threatening to kill his neighbors, but will not serve a single day in prison. Instead, he's going to be right back where he started, across the street from his victims. After pleading guilty to retaliation against a witness or victim and a misdemeanor charge of terroristic threats, he is set to spend 9 months on house arrest and 5 years on probation.
That's
right
rubbing
across
salt
the
in the...
street.
Yeah.
There is a no contact order throughout his sentence. So one of the neighbors, Tyler Rupert, said it's very on edge to live here. Mulligan and Rupert's family live across the street from each other in the borough of Seven Fields, Pennsylvania. Rupert says that Mulligan surprisingly started threatening his family in incidents last year. He said, "One call and you're dead. Your family is dead." That's what he said to him.
Dead.
Rupert, who has 2 kids with his wife, has said that such threats happened while he was sitting on the front porch using an iPhone or answering emails. The defendant would at times be armed, he said. In one incident, Mulligan was sitting on the hood of a car and staring down Rupert from across the street. Police received images of the defendant from the family's security footage. Police reportedly said that the defendant told them that he believed his neighbor was pointing a laser into his home as well. Rupert, however, said he had no idea why Mulligan would do all of this.
So is there any step-off point where he became a lunatic?
He said that's the biggest question. We have never actually spoken to Jerry, never said a word to him.
Maybe that's it. He feels they're not sociable.
Rupert said it's unfortunate that his punishment is house arrest, and it doesn't really solve our problem, or that we are asking for it to be different because he's still there every single day.
So we're looking at the mugshot of this goon, and this is exactly the face you would not want to see looking out the window across the street.
Yep. All right. How about a man you don't want to run into? A man who killed and ate a man has been released back into the public life after 10 years.
What? Have you ever eaten anybody? Well, yes, and I'm embarrassed.
Now, this is really going to gross you guys out.
All right.
Tyree Smith from Bridgeport, Connecticut, killed a homeless man and then ate his brain and eyeballs, according to the officers. The horrific case made headline news, with Smith found not guilty of murder by reason of insanity after a July 2013 trial. In lieu of a stint behind bars, he was ordered and committed to a state psychiatric hospital for 60 years. But now, 10 years after the incident, the State Psychiatric Security Review Board said that Smith is ready to be transitioned back into the community.
Okay.
I like your eyes.
He's
And
been
your brain.
released from the facility, Connecticut's most secure, by the way. He'll be living in a group home and is not allowed to associate with anyone involved in any criminal activity.
What do you not do? I don't eat anybody's brains or eyes.
The board stated in its report Tyree Smith is an individual with psychiatric illness requiring care, custody, and treatment. Since his last hearing, he has continued to demonstrate clinical stability. Mr. Smith is medication compliant, actively engaged in all recommended forms of treatment, and has been symptom-free for many years. So they're saying it's okay to let him out. Now, during the trial...
When have they ever been wrong?
His cousin Nicole claimed that he arrived at her Connecticut home in December 2011 talking about Greek gods and ruminating about needing to go out and get blood. When she saw him the next evening, she noticed what appeared to be specks of blood on his pants and that he was carrying chopsticks and a bloody axe.
I apologize to anyone who's been offended by my fictional creations, Chrysagon, the philosopher of evil, and the skull sealer.
Smith then allegedly told Rab that he killed a man and ate his brains in the Lakeview Cemetery while drinking sake, and grimly warned that he intended to eat more people. A month later, police found Angel Gonzalez's mutilated body in the vacant apartment where Smith had lived as a child. Police later recovered the bloody axe and an empty bottle of sake in a stream bed near the Boston Avenue Cemetery.
I am blown away that sake is his drink of choice.
The defense's case rested on the testimony of Yale University psychiatrist Dr. Rena Kapoor, who testified that Smith has kept his lust for human flesh after his arrest, even offering to eat her. Kapoor claimed that Smith suffered from psychiatric incidents since childhood and heard voices told him to kill people, and she then said his voices ordered him to eat the victim's brain so that they would get a better understanding of human behavior.
Listen, we're fairly sure his lust for human flesh is mitigated.
And also eat the eyes. That way he could see into the spirit realm. So this guy's back out. Just a heads up on
Great.
that.
He's working for Century 21.
Living in the Connecticut area. Wow. I was not familiar with that story.
No, to me that seems like it's a match waiting to be lit.
All right. It is 11 minutes after 8 o'clock. That means you've got roughly 4 minutes left to enter the word credit for the Crumb Bum Cash contest. So make sure that you do that now. The word, again, is credit, C-R-E-D-I-T. So enter that now. We're going to take a break. Don't forget, coming up, 9 o'clock, Jerry Seinfeld on our show. And then right after that, we're going to our good friend Gary Gulman. So we've got some great people to talk to this morning. We'll be back in just a moment. Stay with us.
Accurate, but it does present nicely.
Oh, I never find traffic reports accurate at all.
You want to try it? Do you want to go over to her
yes.
screen? Do you really?
Okay, pull up a screen.
Okay, go over there to Kathy's.
I think Michael
microphone.
impresses me as someone with a very competent ability.
So
here.
you're just going from here to where? All the way down?
Well,
Did you
no,
read
I don't.
all of that?
I don't
She
go.
picks out.
Yeah, like I'll pick out. I don't do everything, and I don't go in.
Which to pick? How do you know? Like, how do you even prioritize Pennsylvania Turnpike? What WB? What does that mean? Oh, westbound. Okay. Pennsylvania Turnpike, westbound west of Willow Grove. That's exit 343 to Fort Washington. Backed up 12 minutes. I can't do it.
He's gone. He's out.
I'm just staring at it. Where? This one?
Yeah.
Over on the Vine Street Expressway, I-676, westbound between I-95 and Broad Street, an accident that has been cleared away. We did have a 2-minute delay, so you might want to watch out. I don't know.
That was good.
Not bad.
That was not bad.
The amount of panic I felt in that moment.
It's pretty
the
good.
stress of that. How long did it take you to learn how to do that?
You know what? Still learning. The first time I ever did it, I was on TV, and it was probably the worst experience I ever had.
All right, that makes me feel better that you're just not a natural at it.
I had the weather guy at the time over at the station I was working for called me afterwards, and he was like, "Look,
you're through in this business."
No, he goes, "It happens to all of us. Get past it and make sure your next one is better." And I did, and it helped because I was mortified. Fortunately, it was 4 o'clock in the morning.
Right.
But still, I was.
Well, that's the time to train.
At 4 o'clock in the morning.
Right.
Clearly.
Right.
You know what always amazes me though with that skill set is the people who do the weather reports and have just the green screen and are pointing at things. I could not do that. I have no.
But there's a logic to that there isn't to the trap. If you can see the weather just to the side on the monitor, and you're a trained meteorologist, you can understand that certain symbols mean certain things. But if you're just looking at a string of words like you are, somehow you have to make sense of that and assimilate it on the spot. Look. What I do is brilliant. Let's not mince words. What I do is genius on a level that you can only imagine. But what you do is a skill that probably anybody can.
You know what, Michael? You know what? The worst part.
In a way, that was a very touching compliment.
Was that a compliment?
The worst part about traffic is when you're waiting to hear the traffic and you're waiting to hear the road that you have to either avoid or get on. And then you space out, and you're like, "Oh my God,
you missed it."
What did she just say? She just said my road, and I wasn't paying attention.
That happens with me with the weather report. The one day that I'm looking to have the information for is the day I invariably glaze over and don't listen to.
Right. Well, you know, there exists now, or maybe it's just coming online, technology where you can plug what you want into, apparently it's your telephone.
Exactly right.
And then it will actually tell you what the weather forecast is going to be. And if you miss it, you can do it again.
We are creatures of habit, and and so we end up like you default back to a kid waiting to see if your school is closed.
That's
and,
right.
So
All right,
it's all
Michael, do you live in Los Angeles?
I live in the Connecticut section of
you
Los
do?
Angeles.
The Connecticut
section of Los Angeles.
Connecticut is a little further east.
A little, so very East LA.
Furthest most eastern town or state in California.
Well, let me ask you then: how did Michael Ian Black, little Michael Ian Black, who's growing up on the shores of Connecticut, California, how did you end up in entertainment? What was the path that led you there?
I, as a very young person, I was 9 years old, and I was sent away to summer camp, and I did a play there. I don't know why. I think because there was a girl I had a crush on.
Of course.
Who was doing the play.
What camp were you at? Tecumseh?
It was not called Tecumseh. It was called Camp Najiwa.
Okay.
A Jewish camp with an Indian name. And
that's so unique.
It has a better ring than like Camp
Comanche
Shivowitz or something. It's just
Camp Shivowitz. Well, it's a joke because that's where the Indians send their kids.
Camp Cavallo.
And then I did it, and then I came home that summer, and I was like, Mom, I'm going to be an actor.
Yeah.
And then, she was like, whatever, because I was 9. But then I never wavered from that. So I'm now living the life choices made by somebody who could not tie his own shoes.
But it's interesting because you're a writer, you're a performer, you've directed. You have these sort of things that present themselves to you. Like my focus was originally going to be television and try to do the radio came along. I'm like, oh, this is what I've been looking for. This is great. But I think the thing that I've found with many people is that, and we've said it time and time again on the show, at a certain point, you say, am I going to do this? And then you eliminate safety nets and just go for it.
Well, I never gave myself the safety net to begin with.
Okay.
I think most parents encourage their kids to, get a degree in something or have some kind of backup plan. And I knew that if I did that, it would be too easy to do the backup plan and not do the thing that I wanted to do. So my feeling is that when I started, everybody said, oh, show business seemed like an impossible way to make a living. I didn't know anybody in show business. Nobody in my family was in. It just didn't. It seemed so remote. But crazily enough, as I've gotten older and into the business economy has changed, people in creative professions in a strange way have an advantage because we're used to hustling, we're used to doing stuff, and these jobs, at least so far, can't be outsourced. So in a weird way, my profession is more stable than the professions that were stable when I was a kid.
It's more merit-based. It's more, that makes sense.
In my case, not so much merit. It's just the fact that I'm gorgeous.
Yeah. It's just,
I guess that's merit in its own way.
Yeah,
but I'm just gorgeous. So I've just been very fortunate. Just in terms of my cheekbones, I've been very fortunate.
Yeah. Jackie Bam Bam, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, good. All right.
Yeah, there's a little delay, but I'm here. Take a look at this guy. Can you see him?
By the way,
Friday the 13th. Hi, Michael. Whoa.
It's Halloween, and it's Michael Myers.
And then we have a chain-wielding maniac from the Bates Motel, and actually 2 of them. One of them has a scarecrow mask on. Another one has just a psychotic-looking face. So, Jackie, they look like they're ready to go, man.
Can you smell the gasoline from here? I'm ready to play with some dangerous toys. I'm ready.
He's so into this.
Jackie?
We're going into the house right now.
Okay. Damn
now,
it.
we heard that our birthday boy
might be awake, so we have to go with a different tactic.
Okay.
Oh, no. Okay. Okay, you guys ready, Jackie?
Here we go.
All right. On 3.
Go ahead.
Everybody ready. 1, 2, 3.
There's nobody in there. There's somebody in there. There's nobody in the bedroom. There's no one in the bedroom.
There's no one there.
Are they in the wrong room?
Where did he go? How did he work on it?
Wait.
He was supposed to be with scouts.
Don't drop the F-bomb, please.
There's nobody in the bedroom.
Amazing.
There's absolutely no one in the bedroom.
Go to the bathroom. I think he's taking a piss.
His bed is made.
Let's go in the bathroom. He might be.
Yeah, he'll never see you coming.
Yeah. Oh, my.
I don't think his bed is made. He didn't sleep in that bed last
I don't
night.
even think he's there.
No, he's not.
Look at how confused everyone looks.
Where's our boy at?
I feel bad for the guy.
Preston wants to say hello to you.
Oh, here, hang on. I'll bring up the phone line. Hi.
I am utterly disappointed.
Is this Jimmy?
I don't know how this happened. I'm like shaking here because I'm so angry.
This has never happened before. I can't. Well, we've done enough of these. Eventually, it was going to happen.
I think it's great.
Well, you know
It's
what?
just
I
typical.
say he doesn't get his chainsaw.
I'm wondering about that too.
Yeah.
You know?
I think they're starting up the chainsaws again, guys.
There's no need to start up the chainsaws again right now. Is there?
No.
Yeah.
I think we can just move on to the next one.
Wow.
The next cemetery, away we go.
That's fake.
He's fake?
Yeah.
You sure? Michael, be careful. Happy Halloween. I'm here.
Are you ready?
All right, let's go. Okay. There's a deer head. There's some saws. Oh, this guy's really into horror movies. Yeah, let's get everybody upstairs.
Up the stairs again.
It's a tight staircase.
Yeah, it is.
There's Jackie's ass crack.
Jackie's ass crack.
Yeah.
Tight like the crack of my ass.
Okay, we're gonna go on 3.
Okay.
Are we ready?
Yeah. We're ready.
Ready?
I'm always.
We're gonna go on 3. Hold on. 1, 2, 3.
Start him. She completely covered herself up.
Chainsaw wake up.
I see that.
Somebody got you.
God damn it, Joe.
God damn it, Joe.
Is that Curry?
Hi.
Hi, Curry.
Good morning.
Carrie?
Yes.
Carrie, say hello to Preston and Steve.
Hi.
Hey, Curry. Good morning. How are you?
She can't hear with the changes.
Hey, Curry. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Okay, yeah, this is courtesy
Is
of
that my fire
Steve.
alarm?
He wanted, I think. Oh my God, that's right. They have gasoline operated devices. It's probably setting off your. It's okay. There's no real fire. Just gas fumes. You'll be okay.
Hey, Kathy's asking if she has clothes on. Do you have clothes on? Are you? There you go.
Hi, honey.
Curry, do you have clothes on?
No, I don't.
Well, that ought to teach you.
I seriously like a whole ton of people in my
A whole lot of people.
Try not to drop any curse words. We're live on the radio right now.
Well, not now, dick face.
Our boyfriend just took the battery out of the fire alarm. Here.
Okay.
Very good.
Remember to replace it.
Yes. It was, that was
nice. Room's a mess.
that would have ruined it.
If I cleaned up the mess.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So apparently you're a big.
She's half naked. The other roommate just
Not
came
half.
downstairs. Hi, y'all.
Not half.
Happy
She's fully
Halloween.
naked.
Say hi to Preston and Steve.
Okay. I gotta bring the audio down because they're cursing way too much.
She's the unhappy roommate.
She looks like the unhappy roommate. So listen, Curry, this was courtesy of Steve. He says that you guys, both you and Colleen, are big horror fans. So we thought this would be a fun way to get you up on Halloween morning. Do you agree?
Yeah. Now the shock's worn off, yeah, this is pretty funny.
All right, cool. And to fellow horror fans, have a great day today and put some clothes on.
And then I have one last story. That's it.
Man, this is we're left high and dry now.
Ray Donovan alum Paula Malcolmson and Da Vinci's Demons Blake Ritson are joining Sci-Fi's Superman prequel called Krypton.
Really?
Yes.
This is interesting.
Well, that's why I brought it up. I knew you would find it interesting.
You finished strong.
Which is set to premiere in 2018. The show will be set 2 generations before the destruction of Superman's home planet and will follow his grandfather as he fights to save his House of El from chaos.
What if Superman's grandfather, though, was just an accountant on Krypton?
Okay.
Not as exciting.
No.
Here's some deductions you probably had not considered.
Episode 1.
Yeah. You have to do estate planning. Right. You have to. You can never know. Look, the planet could blow up. I'm not saying it's going to happen, but the planet could blow up someday. Right, crazy. I know, crazy talk. Blah, 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 blah. And here you are, and then the planet blows up, and we don't, things go awry. It happens.
I wonder what his name is. He had Kal-El.
Sal.
Maybe he's Mel-El.
Sal-El.
Sal-El. Krypton, CPA.
Thanks for having me over today, folks. This will take about an hour. I have some documents for you to sign.
No, but I never wanted to get a trampoline once I had kids. I'm like, I don't think so.
Well, you hear too many stories.
Too much liability, too.
Yeah. Oh, the neighbors? Oh, yes.
Everywhere I lived, there was always at least one in the neighborhood.
Yeah.
And you could just go use theirs.
But these places sound, because it's not just the floor,
great.
it's the walls.
WMMR.
Thanks, Kathy. I want to mention why I sent that song out to Eric Eisenman. I got an email from Tina DeMeglio. She and John, who were Eric's friends. had written me about Eric. He passed away. He had a battle with cancer, and he's actually been in our studio before. He was a percussion director at Ridley High School, and he was here with Ridley High School and the band to perform for the Puppy Pooper Bowl halftime performance. And they wrote me this story to let me know that he leaves behind his wife, Stephanie, and a 6-year-old boy named Jackson. And also, Eric had chronic Crohn's disease. And Eric, it says in the email, was unable to secure life insurance in his family because of that. I don't know or what the deal was. Anyhow, they're left with steep costs for the funeral and obviously for carrying on after him. So there's a GoFundMe campaign that's been set up. And so we have that on PrestonandSteve.com on the community page. And Eric was a massive Rush fan. Is what Tina had wrote to me. So I wanted to send that out, and I also wanted to make sure we post that information for people if they can, hand out a little bit of money maybe to help out the family during this unbelievably difficult time they're going through. So if you can, that's great. Or if you can think about them, that'd be wonderful as well. So I just wanted to pass that information along. I'm so sorry to hear about that.
Absolutely.
Terrible news. On the other end, I do have another butt plug to mention. This is for a charity event. The Fill-A-Trunk event is coming up for Camp Out for Hunger.
Oh, my God.
Which will be here before you know it. We start broadcasting live on November 13th. And the Fill-A-Trunk event, our good friend Jeff Walton is the one who sets us up. Originally, it was Fill-A-Frunk. It was all the Porsche clubs. Well, now it's every car club in the area that gets together, and they do this the day before the Camp Out for Hunger.
Yeah, it's honestly, he have been so proactive about this thing and running the whole damn thing. It's amazing.
It'll be at the Wells Fargo Center. It says the Mainline Cars and Coffee. And it says Cars and Coffee, mini autocross 50/50. So a bunch of stuff he's got planned. And if you want to get your group together and be a part of this, it's wonderful. Everybody fills up their trunks, their frunks, their beds with non-perishable food items. We actually get the food. It's it's not just the money, but the actual food that comes in from this event. So we have posted that as well on PrestonandSteve.com if you would like to take a look at that and get yourself ready. You can also go to Fill-A-Trunk, spelled with a PH, Fill-A-Trunk.com, because Jeff has got it all set up and he's got it down to a science. It's an amazing setup. And we'll give more lip service to this at some point. We got to get Jeff on as well to promote this.
Yeah, so I've been to one of them. So, obviously with everything happening the week after, it becomes problematic. But it was amazing. I mean, a live band. It was like a full blown carnival. It was amazing.
Bless you
guys. Thank you, everybody.
That's right. So just for the hell of it, I want to try something out.
Okay.
When Dr. Mike was in here a second ago, Steve, you started doing that thing that you've done for years on this program, which is when someone is speaking.
Right.
You try to say the exact same thing that they are going to say at the same time. Never fails to crack me up. Yes, this is true. I think we can make a contest out of this.
I hope we can.
So what I'd like to do is we're going to do, I came up with a name too, Double Talk Trivia.
Okay.
That sound all right?
Is that, like the old Roman Double Talk Trivia.
Yeah, Double Talk Trivia. I don't know. So what we'll do is I have some simple trivia questions,
right.
But what we can do is we can get a caller on the line, and I'll pick each one of you from the show. As I ask the question, you try to double speak along with me. What you think? You guys won't know what the trivia question is,
okay?
And you try to say it along with me, which is going to make it sound confusing, and that's going to be the difficulty for the listener to try and get the answer correctly.
This is a litmus test. You at home have the power to determine whether this actually goes into the roster contest we play from here on in.
It may be terrible.
If you drop the ball, I don't want to put the weight of you, the caller, on you, but you can be responsible for a main contest we do, or you can kill it.
Yeah, and we can gauge it against the cowbell game and see how much.
All right, here we go again. I am a staunch defender of the cowbell game. I know you have a few sitting in the queue.
I do.
I want to revisit that. I enjoyed it.
All right. Well, we will eventually do that again. I do have a few sitting in the queue. So we have a variety of prizes. I'm not sure what all we're going to give away.
Yeah.
We got this and that. So
yeah, this and that.
We'll just try
this and that kind of thing.
We'll just try a handful of these, and if it works, it works. If it doesn't, it doesn't. Then we can move on to the noticer or something like that. And then we got Jerry Seinfeld coming up. So we have things to get to. But I thought this might be fun. I'm always looking for a contest, a new contest
an
that
angle.
we can And so we'll try this one out. 215-263-WMMR is the number. And, we'll try this out.
It's funny that you mentioned this because the other night, what was I watching? It involves sign language. And I really would love to learn sign language. But the ability to read lips. And so sometimes I'll turn down the sound and see if I can discern, it's very difficult.
It is.
It's very difficult. If people have that ability, I can understand why some people would demur from learning that because it seems almost impossible. Yeah. But people can do it and who do it well, do it amazingly.
There's a whole Seinfeld episode based on reading lips.
Yes, it is. Yeah.
All right. These are very simple. These are kind of the questions that I would use for drop quiz, which are really, really easy, but it's going to be harder because we're putting double speak on top of it. So it's double talk trivia. All right, we're going to get callers on the line, 215-263-WMMR. We'll try Jessica out first. Hi, Jessica. Good morning.
Hi, good morning.
All right, so Steve, you want to do it first?
I'll try it first, yeah.
You're probably the best at this. So do you understand the concept, Jessica?
Yes.
I don't know if I'm the best. I'm the most obnoxious person, and that's why I do it.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right, let's try out. We'll do an easy one. You ready? Here we go.
Let's go.
Steve. This is the beginning. Here we go. Michael Jordan famously promoted what shoe company?
Okay, now I'm getting it. Okay. Do another one.
No.
She's got to answer that. And no matter how messy it sounded, you have to try and answer that, Jessica.
Oh. I didn't hear the last part of it.
Wait.
No, we can't.
No, because I already know it.
Yeah.
Oh, so it's just one time.
One shot at it, yeah.
Technically, too.
See, it works better when it's longer, too, I think. If you have a longer question.
No, these are all fairly short.
Okay.
So. All right. Sorry, Jessica. Got to let you go.
All right. And you can't now.
Now I can't repeat it.
All right.
So you got to go around the room.
Yes.
Yeah.
With the same one?
No.
No. Different question, different person.
The answer to that was Nike. Yes. Very good. All right, Casey. We'll go with you next. All right, we're going to go to Brianna. Stop it. Brianna. Hey, what? Oh, and we couldn't say that together?
I wasn't paying attention.
Like the one thing we all say together at the same time. All right, this is Casey. Shut up.
This is going well, very well.
This was his idea.
All right. Now, hang on.
We gotta wait for the question.
I will say ready, go.
Okay.
All right. Brielle, you understand how this works?
Yes.
No matter what, you try to answer this question, okay?
Got it.
Okay, ready, Case?
Yes.
Okay, go. What is the name of the protective outer layer of trees?
Oh, God. Yeah, I only got half of that. I couldn't get the ending of it.
Answer it.
Do you want to try to guess?
I think you could repeat that one.
We're not repeating.
Nope.
All right.
Wait, can I guess?
Yeah.
Bark?
Yes.
Yeah.
Kathy got it.
Yes.
Okay.
All right.
Let's try now. We'll go to Justin. Hey, Justin.
Good morning to see you.
Good morning, my friend. All right, so Nick, you going to do this one with me?
Sure.
All right, let's try. These are I'm keeping them kind of short. All right, Nick, here we go. Okay, go. What type of acid is produced by lemon?
Nick, you suck at it.
Oh, my God.
My first time playing.
I don't know. The answer is Spider-Man.
No? Is that right? No.
At least try. Thank you for trying to answer. No, the answer was lemon.
What was the question?
The question was, what type of acid is produced by lemon? Oh, actually, the answer is citric acid. Sorry.
Yeah,
the answer was not lemon.
Everybody knows
That's why they got that wrong.
Okay. Kathy, you ready to
All
try
right,
this?
yeah, I'm ready.
Okay.
It's really good.
We're going to Jimbo. Hi, Jimbo. Good morning.
I want to fight you.
I want to fight you.
All right, I'm going to try to keep this simple. I want to fight you. All right, here we go. Okay, go. Which U.S. state is the smallest state of the Union?
We'll see. I believe it's Rhode Island.
He got it!
Nice.
Yes! That is correct. Jimbo, here's what we have for you.
You, Preston, you want to do this with me? You have a pair of tickets as MMR Rocks Geddy Lee.
He's doing it.
My effing life in conversation with a special guest interviewer and fan Q&A. This is going to be on Wednesday, November 15th at the Met Philadelphia. Tickets go on sale on Friday at 10 a.m. Every ticket purchased includes a copy of the long-awaited memoir.
Wow.
Go to WMMR.com for complete info and another chance to win tickets.
Jimbo, that's awesome, man.
Hang on, Jimbo. We'll get your information. All right, Steve, we're back to you.
There you go.
And we'll get Mike.
Hi, Mike.
Mike, good morning. All right, Mike, we're going to try this out on you. You ready?
Yeah.
All right. Okay, go. Sonny the cuckoo bird was cuckoo for what breakfast cereal?
Cocoa Puffs.
Yes!
You got it. I can't believe you got that.
You got it. Hang on, Mike.
All right, Mike, you also got a pair of tickets as MMR Rocks Geddy Lee, My Effin' Life in conversation with a special guest interviewer and fan Q&A. That's going to be Wednesday, November 15th at the Met Philadelphia. I suggest you come to the camp out first and then you head on down Broad Street. Tickets go on sale for this event on Friday at 10 a.m. Every ticket purchase includes a copy of a long-awaited memoir, and you can go to WMMR.com for all the information and another chance to win tickets.
And if you end up going to the show, why don't you maybe fire off an email or a tweet or something and suggest that Geddy Lee drop by the camp out for hunger on, on his way into town. That'd be nice.
All right. Okay.
Okay.
Let me. All right. We have Jen.
You start to lose. Am I talking first or are they talking first?
Hi, Jen. Good morning.
Hey, good morning, guys.
All right. We're playing Double Talk Trivia. You ready to try this?
Okay.
All right. It's going to be me and Casey.
All right, we're going to do this.
Okay. Go. What's the most popular animal that is eaten before it is born and eaten after it's dead?
Oh, jeez. A lion.
A lion?
No! That's chicken!
Well, listen, I'm going to grab a lion patty on the way home.
Thanks, Jen.
Don't bother cooking. We'll grab some lion on the way home.
Yeah, do you want a lion egg omelet?
It was a chicken.
You guys are making fun of her as if she was like, this was an easy contest.
It was an easy
She at least she guessed an
Wait a
animal.
second. You're telling me this is impossible, Lion?
She guessed an animal. I give her credit for that.
No, she did a phenomenal job.
All right, we'll go next. We'll go next to Kevin. Hi, Kevin.
Good morning.
Good morning.
He's practicing.
All right,
Okay.
Kevin, it's me and Nick. You ready?
Ready.
All right, and go. What is the most common trick that pet dogs perform?
performing?
You didn't even get one.
What did you say?
Sit.
Yes, sit. That is correct.
I propose this. You want to try three people?
Oh, my God.
Yes, let's
Threesome.
do it.
Hang on a second.
Threesome trivia.
I say it's everybody, not everyone.
Menage a trivia.
All right.
Let's do three and then see how we can build.
Well, first of all, Kevin.
We have to build up to a daisy chain.
Yeah, we got you a case of New Belgium Voodoo Ranger Hard Charge Tea. Sometimes the easiest choice is the hardest, including Voodoo Ranger's Hard Charge Tea with 7% ABV in every delicious sip.
Okay. All right, I got a bunch of these trivia questions. I don't want to burn through them all, though. Maybe we'll do a couple more here.
Are you encouraged?
I'm enjoying it.
All right.
And Nick, what are the text messages?
Oh, they're actually people are liking it, except that some people are suggesting this might be the end of the show.
Oh, okay. All right. It's Evan next. Hey, Evan. Good morning.
Yo, Presbo.
Yo, buddy. All right. So me and Kathy are going to try this one out on you. You ready to go?
All right.
All right. This is a longer one, Kathy.
Okay. Well, perfect.
So here we go. Ready and go. In the 1994 movie, The Lion King, who narrated the voice of Mufasa, Simba's father?
James Earl Jones.
Yeah!
Kathy's good.
You're good at it, Kath. All right, hang on, Evan.
Evan, you got a case of New Belgium Voodoo Ranger Hard Charge Tea. Sometimes the easiest choice is the hardest. Introducing Voodoo Ranger's Hard Charge Tea with 7% ABV in every delicious sip.
Mm-hmm. All right. We will go next to Brian. Hey, Brian.
Gadzooks.
Gadzooks, buddy. All right, so let me come up with it. I have to go through these questions and see which one makes sense for this particular contest here. How about, let's do this one. All right.
Who's playing?
It's you.
Oh, man, there we
it's
go.
you, Steve. Sorry about that. Excuse me. and go.
No.
What's the ballet term for a 360-degree turn on
the
one
ground?
foot?
Pirouette.
See, I was purposely trying to jam that up a bit.
Brian got it.
All right, Brian, you won a pair of passes and complimentary concessions for an advanced screening of Netflix's newest comedy, Old Dads. That's going to be on Monday, October 16th at 7 p.m. at the Bryn Mawr Film Institute, and it's going to be hosted by myself. And this is Bill Burr's directorial debut, available on Netflix beginning on October 20th. 2023, just in case you want to know
Right.
What year.
What year is that coming out?
Yeah, go to WMMR.com for more chances to win tickets.
Okay. Couple more here real quick, Case?
Yeah, a couple of songs.
Couple of songs.
Hey, Tom. All right.
Let's see. Shane was next on the line. Hi, Shane. Shane, are you there, bud?
Yes, I am.
All right, Shane, it's going to be me and Casey. Ready to try out Double Talk Trivia?
Yes.
Are you ready, Shane?
He's having breakfast.
Okay. Here.
Yes, I am.
All right, Casey, here we go. Ready and go. John Jacob Astor died on the maiden voyage of which ship?
The Mayflower. Oh,
No, not the Mayflower. Sorry. It was
the Titanic?
Titanic, yes.
Excellent guess. The maiden voyage.
Of course, when the Mayflower sunk,
Yeah.
and
None of the Pilgrims
the
made it.
classics,
Yeah, they didn't make it there.
Celine Dion.
All right, we'll do two more. That way we get through everybody.
All right.
I want to do one with all of us. Can we do the last
we can
one
do
be
that.
all
All
of
right.
us?
Make it the next one.
All right, we'll do. All right,
What?
all right. Is this the last one?
The last one.
Just you and me?
No, this will be everybody.
Everybody.
Yeah.
Oh,
Okay.
wait.
I wanted to try again.
Or should I do? Or, okay, Nick will do one more. And then we'll all
Just
go
the
together.
three of us, four of us, me and you.
All right, Krista. Hi.
Hello.
All right, Krista, you ready to play?
Yes, I'll try.
Just me.
Is it you and Nick? or
Just
all
me
of
and
us?
Nick.
All right.
Yeah, all right.
All right,
Good
ready and go. Timothy Dalton and Pierce Brosnan have both played which character?
That was good.
Sounded like she was going to say it.
James Bond.
Nice, Krista. Hang on a second.
Knew it.
Here's what we have for you.
Krista, you have a case of the new Belgium Voodoo Ranger Hard Charge Tea. Sometimes the easiest choice is the hardest. Introducing Voodoo Ranger's Hard Charge Tea with 7% ABV in every delicious sip.
Okay. Then I need one really good one for all of us to try and say together. Hang on a second. Next time we do this, I will compile the questions and have them ready, but I'm just kind of digging through these right now. No, that's not a good one. We want a good one to end on here.
We always want the best.
Yes. There's no way you guys would be able to do
But
that.
we're going to do it.
Oh,
you
we're
watch.
We're doing it
Okay.
anyway.
All right.
do it.
You watch.
No matter
All
what.
right. Let's get
You challenge us?
Yep,
We
let's-
come back harder.
let's get Andrew on. Hey, Andrew.
All right, everyone all together.
Yep.
Bitches.
Hey, what?
See, we can do it.
Thank you. All right, Andrew. Everybody's going to do this one together. This is going to be the most difficult one. You ready to try it?
I'm ready.
All right, here we and go. How is light amplification by stimulation emission of radiation better known?
That's a
really hard one.
None of it.
There were so many long words in there.
I got it.
We could probably do that one again. It wouldn't matter.
I know what it is.
Well, I'm sure you do. You saw my mouth moving, so.
Wow.
You want to try it again?
Yeah,
This
I
is
think
last
so.
time. We'll do it twice since it's everybody. Here we go.
Okay.
And go. How is light amplification by stimulation emission of radiation better known?
As.
I have no idea.
Oh. The answer is laser. Light amplification by stimulated emission of radiation.
Oh, that's what it stands for?
Yeah.
Laser's an acronym?
You didn't know that?
No.
Yeah.
What do you think?
You know
They're
that,
just a
Kat? No.
product brand?
Okay.
Sorry,
Kat,
Andrew.
you looked at me like, you idiot.
No, I didn't. I looked at you like I didn't know either.
See, and you learn stuff as well. So, all right, what do you guys think?
I thought it was fun.
I thought it was fun.
I also want cowbell, though. I don't want this to replace cowbell.
No, it won't replace cowbell, but we now have a new game.
All right.
Double Talk Trivia right here on the Preston and Steve Show.
right.
All right, so I think we should take a break because we have Jerry Seinfeld coming up in about 15 minutes.
Yep.
So we thank you for participating in this experiment.
Yes.
And I think we got a winner on that one. All right, we're going to take a break. We'll come back when we return. Like I said, Jerry Seinfeld on our program. After him, our good friend Gary Gulman as well. So stick around. We'll be right back. Trampoline, and they've got padding in between them, and then yes, they have some, Steve, that are at an angle.
Yeah,
now, they have very specific rules about what you can and can't do.
Okay,
as far as, and there are little videos that are running that you can't, do flips off of the ones that are off of the.
Oh, you can't.
I'm pretty sure. Kathy, did they have like a video running? I'm thinking of Sky High. They have it.
Yes. No, they had something when we were waiting in line for the obstacle course. They had a video running.
Because I was so bummed that I couldn't, because I went to the Sky Zone.
Yeah.
And I couldn't use that one. I was like, all right, we'll start it here at the foam pit, and then I'm going to go over to that one where they have trampoline walls. And I never got to do the trampoline walls.
Here I go.
I need to go back there because when I what's that place called? Get High?
Get Air.
Ricochet.
Get High.
That's a different part.
Get High are open Monday through Wednesday, noon to midnight. But
Get High.
Because I went there to pick my son up from a birthday party, and I ended up jumping a little bit just, because it was the end of the night. Everybody was kind of getting their shoes on. So, I had to.
You went for a jump.
I had to impress the kids.
Gonna go for a quick jump.
Look at this fat guy jump.
Somebody's texting in next mixer, trampoline park.
I think so.
That would be cool.
Party or something
we can
like
all
that.
leave with sprained ankles and hurt backs.
I said, and another potential to hurt ourselves. I want to have a roller skating party sometime.
Yes.
That's been has to happen.
It has to. Can I wear a helmet though?
Yeah.
All right. You're not gonna make fun of me?
Well, of course I am.
I need like wrist guards.
Casey, I've been when we do the river rink ice skating. Casey always wears a helmet to that, and I just find it funny because it's nothing but kids and one adult skating around with a helmet on.
want a roller skate. An inspiring story from Touchstone.
Oh no,
He wasn't like the other children.
oh dude.
He was a full-grown man with his own children. The story of Helmet.
With his own children.
We're gonna call you Helmet. I'm got a helmet on because I like to roller skate. Daddy-daughter night. Wait a second, you have children? Dear God.
Dear God.
I just, you
feel safer.
I feel safer. I don't.
I ride a helmet when I ride a bike. I wear a helmet.
I ride a helmet when I wear a bike.
It doesn't go very fast,
Scary.
but it's totally safe.
Look at this idiot. The other way around. Put the helmet on and ride the bike.
What you riding there?
It's an inspiring story, huh?
Inspiring story of a child who sought to be different. I'm gonna ride my helmet and wear a bike. You're gonna look like a jerk. Yeah, you're gonna look like an idiot.
I don't care.
Hello, this is the Olympic Committee. We're interested in this new sport you've come up with.
Yes, it's time to find out who the biggest dick in the Delaware Valley is. We actually, you know what? I hats off to Casey Boy because it was his idea and to search for the biggest dick in the Delaware Valley. And it's just you're given this name at birth, Richard, and either your parents. Either they thought it would be funny, or they don't realize, or you know what I mean?
I want to find
How
out
does
the
that
reasons
happen?
because I do agree. And listen, technically it's a fine name. However, I know parents go through the arduous process of, okay, what are kids going to do with this?
Right.
What are they going to do with this? And Richard obviously will become Dick.
So, you ready, Dr. Mike?
Yes, sir.
Okay, let's bring in the dicks. We're going to start with, we're going to go with the longest first. Dear God.
Yes, now we're talking.
He is huge. All right, so we've kept these guys separated. Do you still get Snickers at your name?
My freshman year in college, we were getting drunk, coming down the steps, and some guy was coming up with his girlfriend. So he yells with his girlfriend, he goes, "Yo, big dick." I never heard it before. I grabbed him, threw him up against the railing, and I said, "Yo, I thought I told you not to tell nobody."
That's good.
You know what I mean?
Yeah. So Dick is here for the length, the height version. So we're going to measure your height. How tall does that thing go, Dr. Mike? Is it over 7 feet? All right, let's bring in the next Dick. We have a very big Dick coming in here.
Yes.
This is Dick Super. Dick Super.
Yes.
How you doing, man?
Super Dick in the house.
Nice. See, I told you guys I had a friend named in high school. His name was Dave Super. His dad's name was Dick.
Oh, you're right. That is actually a great name.
Come on, Super. I mean, it's been the best.
It could be great for you.
Where are you from, by the way?
South Jersey.
So let's measure you, and let's see how you stack up against the other Dick. You're going to get some extra because of that hair of yours.
Yeah.
He's a hairy Dick.
Well,
man.
the level will come down right on the...
These sticks are so long, I have to get on a stool.
I noticed.
It's unbelievable.
I'll tell you what, this might be the best looking Dick we have in the studio all day.
It's a good looking Dick?
Yeah.
Marissa, bring in the next Dick, please. This is Dick Steinbeiser.
Dick Steinbeiser.
And it's another biggie, man. Where are you from, sir?
Harleysville.
You haven't seen this guy around town?
I haven't seen that Dick anywhere. Not anywhere in Harleysville. And there's a lot of Dicks in Harleysville.
There are.
Let's get the official number. We're gonna measure you, but we will not reveal. We're not going to reveal what that is until we get all 5 of you measured. So right now we're going for the length.
This Dick has a shaved head, basically. So
bald Dick. Yeah.
Yeah.
All right, well, listen, thank you very much, Richard. We appreciate you can have a seat over here, and we'll get the final results in a moment. Richard or Dick Steinbeiser.
It's a smart Dick.
And after Kathy's getting in on it.
See, the one who hates this stuff is now participating.
Please, this is Dick Scholl.
Wow, another.
Yeah, another big one.
Yes.
So we've been asking some questions amongst you Dicks. Does anybody ever call you Dick, or have they throughout your life?
My older brother kept trying to get my oldest nephew to call me Uncle Dick for the couple first years of my life. That didn't happen, but what did happen, fortunately for him, is that my nephew couldn't pronounce rich, and it came out with a B sound.
He called you bitch?
Yep.
Wow.
That was Uncle Bitch.
Uncle Bitch. All right, Dick, let's get you on the measuring device here.
All right.
And we'll get the official number.
All right, this one went a little faster than the last few measurements. Mike got this one down fast.
Yeah, quick Dick.
Bring in the final Dick, please.
Another biggie.
Wow. Tell us about your life with the name Richard and being interchangeable with Dick.
It is pretty lackluster, I would probably say. I only really got it in high school. You know, kids on like my sports teams would be like, "Oh, we call you Big Dick now." And
Big Dick's actually, if you're on a team,
right?
It's pretty cool.
It's intimidating, and it's got a little, you know.
It's got a little panache to it.
Absolutely.
I like it. All right, well, let's get you up on the measuring device and let's take a look. By the way, I love all our Dicks.
They're excellent.
They're all great guys.
You guys a big Foo Fighters fans? Got a Foo Fighters shirt on? I'm enjoying the Dick Dale.
Thank you, Dick Dale, and we played Moby Dick, and Dr. Mike just
nearly
fell
bought it.
off the chair. Are you okay, Dr. Mike?
Noted TV personality Dr. Mike died in a bizarre dick measuring accident.
Tell you, Preston, in 25 years of practice, these are some of the biggest dicks I've ever seen.
Of course. You're a medical man. You're a man of science.
It's a miracle of nature.
Yes.
All right, so please, if you could, first give us the number and the name of who our biggest dick in the Delaware Valley is, Nick.
At a whopping 82.5 inches, that's 6 feet, 10.5 inches tall. The biggest dick in the Delaware Valley by length. Our first dick in the studio, Dick Barrett, everybody! Congratulations, Dick!
Come on over here, Dick
Barrett.
Get over there. 6'10" and a half.
Big old dick.
Nick, did you say 6'10" and a half?
I sure did, Preston.
Yeah, man.
Almost 7 feet tall.
The moment when you walked in, I'm like, that's a huge dick.
But yet, when the other guys are coming in, I'm like, I'm wondering. You know, I'll be curious to hear the other numbers. But yeah, you are a big dick.
Yep.
Thank you.
All right, so we got length out of the way. Time to get to Girth. Let's bring in the biggies. We're going to do our first contestant for the biggest dick in the Delaware Valley. Please welcome Dick Zaleski.
Dick Zaleski. Dick, how are you?
You know, your history with the name, and a lot of guys got it in high school.
I had like one guy that thought he was funny in high school that would be like, Rick the Dick.
Yeah.
But I actually got it from my friends later on that I'm kind of a jerk sometimes.
Okay,
so
you're sort of a
they'd
cut
be
up.
like Rick the Dick, and so
Dick Zaleski, let's get you on the scale here. We're not going to reveal the number at all until we have weighed everyone, and then we will find out who the biggest dick in the Delaware Valley is by girth. By the way, yes, everyone will be even if your name is Rick, you're going by Dick today.
That's fine.
All right, thanks, man. Have a seat. We'll find out how you do. Thanks for being
Big
here
guy.
this morning. Bring in our next Dick. This is Dick L. Coogan.
Yes.
Who we welcome. Coming over here to Nick. Has Dick been a joke from time to time for you, or do people actually call you that?
No, I basically come from a long line of Dicks.
Oh, you do?
Yes, yeah.
Okay.
Are you Dick? Are you Little Dick or Dick Jr.?
I'm Dick the Third, actually.
Dick the Third.
Yeah, so my grandfather, my father, my son.
All right, well, let's have you jump on the scale here. Dr. Mike is going to do the official measuring.
While we have a second, I'd like to apologize to the two Dick Siemens who wanted to come in because they really wanted to be a part of this contest. Yeah. But we had enough dicks, you know, and these guys just didn't qualify to be the biggest dicks in the Delaware Valley. But thank you guys for submitting.
We had to cut.
It was father and son named Dick Seaman.
Thank you for coming in this morning. We'll find out if you end up being our winner. As he grabs a seat, that's Dick L. Coogan, by the way. The next Dick, let's welcome Dick Mayberry to the studio. Mr. Mayberry is coming over here. Is there any history of Dicks in your family?
Yeah, I'm the third.
Okay.
My grandfather went by Dick.
Do you get any?
Dicks on the dance floor.
As far as Mayberry, your last name, you get any Andy Griffith throwbacks from that?
No, Dick maybe Harry. I have.
Dick maybe Harry.
I like it. Get on the scale, man. Let's see what you come in at. Dick Mayberry. All right.
I want 6 dicks, man.
I was saying sticks.
Sure you were.
Sticks. Let's bring in the next Dick. Ladies and gentlemen, this is Dick Schmidt. And we welcome in. Any other Dicks in your family?
My father. My father was another big. He was another big Dick.
Another big Dick.
Yeah, about the same size as me.
All right, so we are doing the official measuring. Dr. Mike's going to get his number. He's waiting for the scale to settle. And when he settles on a number, he's got it. You can step back off of there, Dick. And let me see. Who else we have?
Take a look at my face, Dick.
Well, let's bring in Dick Belcastro, our last Dick that we have. Come right over here to Nick, if you would, please. Anybody in your family call you Dick?
Not generally, no. My granddad went by Dick.
Okay.
Dad was Richard. I'm Richard. My brother's Peter.
Peter. There's clearly something going on.
Let's get you on the scale. Let's weigh you, turn around. Dr. Mike is going to get a number.
Here we are. Step up.
All right, so how we doing?
Nick?
We've crunched the numbers over here in the entertainment.
93.3 WMMR.
Thanks, Kath. I want to give a heads up because on Thursday, Casey is headed out with the MM Army, and it is a Bud Light Thursday night kickoff. You're back in Westchester again.
Yeah, I love it there.
It's great. It really is.
Saloon 151 this time. It'll be from 7 to 9 p.m., and there's going to be beer specials, $4 Bud Light bottles during the games, and lots of free MMR swag. And, in fact, Casey's going to have a chance for you to win a pair of Eagles tickets for the November 5th game against Dallas. Courtesy of Bud Light.
That's a high-profile game.
Yep, must be present to win, 21 and over, and all that good stuff. So, yeah.
Dude, and by the way, the jerseys, or not the jerseys, but the shirts that we have to give away this year are awesome.
Are they? I haven't seen them.
Yeah. Really, really slick, nice looking jerseys.
I was telling Kathy, I went. That's not jerseys, but shirts. I was in Westchester to visit my son Carter, who's going to school there now, and we stopped off to get some food to bring to him. And then Waze took us through the main drag. I found out we were on what I would consider, I guess, Greek row because all the frats and sororities.
They're actually kind of spread out, but there are some that are like next to each other on a street.
So it was game day. And,
wow.
And I came through a mass of people partying, and I haven't been in that college atmosphere in ages.
That reckless abandon.
And it was something else to see. It made me smile. It was fun. I was like, oh man, I remember these days. And I was telling Kathy, a car was right in front of us, and decent amount of traffic, not much, but they pull over. The car stops. Guy gets out of the passenger seat. The guy gets out of the driver's seat. The car is completely full.
Right.
And I see the trunk open up, and there were two guys in the trunk.
What? Does that even happen anymore?
And I mean, they were like huddled in there, like all contorted their bodies, and they roll out and they're all laughing and stuff. And I'm like, oh man, college.
They used to be a
This is
drive-in movie
awesome.
technique.
Yeah. All right. But anyhow, so join Casey Thursday night, and that'll be at Saloon 151 in Westchester. All right, our guest is on the line. He's ready to go and is going to be at the Met this weekend. 2 shows on Friday, 7 and 9:30 p.m. Get tickets at themetphilly.com. And we are very excited and thrilled to welcome Mr. Jerry Seinfeld to the show this morning. Jerry, good morning.
Hello there.
Hey, thank you for coming on, first of all, Jerry. Happy that you're coming to Philly. And I wanted to start off asking, in the earlier days of your career, was Philly a spot you would come to and perform?
I'm pretty sure there was one gig in Brooklyn that everybody did called Pips, but there was the very first real job I ever had as a comedian was at Grandma Minnie's.
No kidding.
Huh.
Does anybody remember that name?
I've heard the name. I'm not
I remember
familiar with it, yeah.
Pips. I'm from New York, and it was that was the Sheepshead Bay, and it's weird. For the longest time here, Jerry, there was David Brenner had his club, and there was a period of a kind of a drought, and now stand-up venues. There are a couple of them around the area, and we're generating some good talent. But it's great to have you return to the area. I have to say, virtually every week. I watch the clip of Comedians in Cars. I just love it. It's you with Norm Macdonald, who we all adore. And there's something about your genuine, sincere reaction to him recounting an episode of Kojak that just levels me. It kills me. And nobody...
It kills me. She was a hooker.
She was a hooker.
It's not even a joke. It's just the way that show was, and that the funny thing is that he focuses on that.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Right. That's what made him so funny. The things that he focused on. I think that's all of comedy. People, they ask these stupid questions, or you talk about politics or your life. It doesn't. If you focus on some small weird thing, that interests everyone because we all do that.
Yeah, it is that nuance, I think, early, and you've always been, just in my comedic realm and inspiration, and what I appreciated about it was always been you at the forefront. And I remember years ago you talked about, again, that observation that almost makes you slap the side of your head, like, of course. And in TV shows, it was common to see a character walking almost upright through air conditioning ducts, and you point out, where are these buildings? But have you always been possessed of that acute observation, or was it something that came to you over time?
No, I think I've never been interested in what life is actually about. The big issues do not interest me. They're too big, and I can't solve them anyway.
Yeah.
So let's talk about the hair on the wall of the shower. What do you do about it?
Because everyone can relate to that to someone at that point. Yeah.
I still, to this day, when I see one sock in the dryer that's stuck to the wall, I think of you immediately, Jerry. And it's because those things happen, and we're like, yeah, he's right.
My very earliest stuff. I've been talking now about the people that went to see the Titanic,
right,
in that little ship.
Oh yeah.
The little sub.
Right, yes.
And, gathering all of these morons together at the bottom of the ocean. Whoever built the sub, the people that were on the Titanic, the captain, it's a moron convention at the bottom of the ocean. And it's such a funny reaction from the audience where they feel so bad at first to laugh at that, and then they get into it.
Well, you're right. There's a rolling series of huge mistakes that were glaring to everyone, even along with the Titanic. They were told not to travel at that velocity. They were told there were ice packs. So I don't think it's really erroneous to say that there was a lot of stupidity that now rests at the bottom of the ocean.
And how dark it is down there, that the fish, they have eyes like Shelley Duvall, a bendy straw with a work light hanging off the front of it. That's how dark it is.
I thought I was reading an interview with you, Jerry, and you might have been on Stern when you talked about this or whatever, and I was like a revelation about how Abbott and Costello influenced the Seinfeld series, and you...
Oh, yes.
And I'm like, of course. I've always been a huge, huge fan of Abbott and Costello.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Wow, you're old.
Yeah, I am. I'm a fossil. And and they would repeat the shows all the time. And it all made sense because I think one of the edicts on this series when you and Larry were putting it together, no hugging, no learning, just right, all about the comedy.
Yeah, it was. I never saw vaudeville, but Abbott and Costello and some of the, the Marx Brothers films that had a resurgence in the 60s and 70s, you'd hear those rhythms that they used in those days really, really fast. I mean, if you watch a Marx Brothers movie today, they are talking faster than any comedy that you can watch on TV. And people, I never buy into this, people's attention spans are shorter stuff. I don't believe that. I think comedy, it's the rhythm and the speed and how quickly things are happening that makes it fun.
I think the Susquehanna Hat Company, the Bagel Street, that whole skit.
God,
I mean, and that's basically you guys walking down the street in New York and encountering these people, and quite often sociopathic people.
That's right.
Right.
No explanation for why they were so mean and evil. We never explained it. It was because it was. People used to ask me, why did I dislike Neumann? We never came up with a reason.
You never did.
No reason.
He didn't like you either.
And in life, sometimes you don't need a reason. I'm wondering if you've seen any, because everyone talks about, there's a collection of unlikable characters. Whenever I'd hear a criticism of Seinfeld, and I'm like, well, but you do end up liking them because they're all those elements we all have at some point or another in our lives. I'm curious if you're a fan or if you've seen It's Always Sunny in Philadelphia, because that show, to me, is sort of a child of a Seinfeld dynamic.
I always heard that, but I'm sorry to say I don't really watch much TV except for sports, and I never saw that show. But I have heard that a lot, that there was a similar tone to it.
Yes.
Yeah, as a Mets fan, are you even dialed into the playoffs that are starting today at all?
Of course. Baseball's baseball, and I'm hoping it's Philly Atlanta. I think that would be a whale of a series.
I wasn't sure because I'm a huge sports fan as well, and my team's not in the playoffs. Sometimes I don't actively root for somebody as much as I just actively root against a team. I don't know if you're the same way.
I'm the same. What I find really interesting is you'll sit down and watch a game you could care less about either team, and within minutes you've picked someone you want to win.
Right?
It's true.
I'm like, wait, why?
I don't know where that comes from.
I don't pay a whole lot of attention to college football, but on Saturdays it's on the TV, and it'll be like Tulane versus like St. George's, and I'm like, I think I'm going St. George's today.
Right. You pick a color or a guy you like. It's so dumb. That's how desperate we are to watch sports.
No, how much of your early football fandom is based on the helmet? What's when you're I mean,
that's why I like the Buccaneers.
Right. It's all part of it. So, do you have a particular? Obviously, Tom Papa is a good friend of the show. I know he's a good friend of yours as well, and Gaffigan. Are you all sports minded? Will you occasionally take in games together, or are you the one and only?
That goes to games?
Yeah.
Yeah. No, we all go.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Jerry, I found a clip of you from 1979 yesterday, and it's you talking about Neil Armstrong and the Smithsonian and his toothbrush and how it was on loan. Yeah, it's a great
100% true.
It's a great bit. I'm curious as to whether or not you ever watch your old clips, because when I watched that, your New York accent was much more pronounced than it is today.
Oh yeah, yes, it was definitely. In the late 70s, I didn't. When you speak with an accent, you don't know it.
Yeah,
you hear somebody else talk. But I don't understand why accents even exist at this point.
Was it a conscious effort for you to lose it some over the years?
Yeah, I mean, it took 2 days.
2 long days, and you eradicated your New York accent.
Yeah, don't say here to here. Say here to here.
It's pretty simple.
So I have to.
Still like there's still a little tiny bit in there that you can tell you're from New York.
There's still a little bit. It's good comedic attitude. People like, a Philly accent, New York accent. They're funny.
Yeah, it's true. It's true. I lived a long while in Massapequa, Jerry, and
Oh, no kidding.
absolutely. And I have to say, and it's a funny thing, and you'll get this, but any diner you would go in, you'd see a Jerry Seinfeld picture, a Telly Savalas picture, and an Ernie Anastas picture. And Ernie Anastas. Yeah, Telly Savalas. Yeah, and I
go back to Kojak.
Yeah, I never understood. And Ernie Anastas was a Greek news anchor on ABC, so I guess a lot of the diners were Greek. But Massapequa. How?
Right, Greek.
Yes, yeah. How much did that area and growing up in New York and the whole vibe and dynamic inform your comedy?
A lot, actually, in a weird way. Guys on Long Island, and I have no explanation for it. The humor is intense. They are really. I knew so many people. Almost everybody was funnier than me in school, and a lot of the guys when I had odd jobs, and they were really, really funny. And I just wanted to stay in that world. That was how I really chose to be a comedian. I said, I can't leave this. I love spending most of the day just laughing and saying stupid things. So that's why I tried to do it. But definitely there is a very strong comedic culture in Long Island.
Yeah.
I think as much as New York, which is a little different.
I wanted to try to think of it, Jerry, because you've been interviewed by so many people. I wanted to try to think of a question maybe to ask that no one has ever asked you before. So I'm going to ask you this. And since we're speaking about your past, who in your life, other than your direct family, have you stayed in touch with the absolute longest? Who goes back the furthest in your life, and why do you stay in touch with them?
The furthest would be my friend Chris Messiano from 1971. That would be 10th, 11th grade. We still talk. We still hang out. That's as far back as I go. 10th grade.
The closest of friends, or somebody you just kind of reach out to every now and then?
Yeah, the closest of friends then and still today. I still feel so attached. I don't know. I'm very intrigued by the salmon instinct we all have of going back to where we started. I don't know why. We're not going to. We don't go back and mate like the salmon.
I think it's natural.
That circle. I don't know why. We want to complete a circle.
Yeah.
I don't know.
To prove to ourselves that we got absolutely nowhere in life.
Right back to the beginning.
Jerry, with your fame and the TV show and still doing stand up and traveling, and I know you collect cars and things like that. What do you do to kind of relax and de-stress?
I don't want to de-stress. I don't want to relax. People always say to me, "Would you ever consider retiring?" And I always say yes, if I could figure out which part of my life is the work part.
Well, that's great.
I go to work to relax, recharge, and get ready to go home.
Yeah.
That's great.
Okay.
I was watching an old 60 Minutes with you, Jerry, and you were talking about that.
You did a lot of research.
Yes, yeah. But it's an old. You're
Jerry Seinfeld.
Yes. Yeah. We're not phoning this in.
We've been waiting for this interview.
This isn't Ron Palillo. Yeah, you were talking about a skill that a comedian has to develop is the ability to wait for things. And that is so true just in general. Now, obviously, we're doing radio, but there is so much waiting that is involved. Have you figured out the key to that, or is it still something that haunts you?
Nothing haunts me. Well, the key to waiting, I don't know what it is, but comedians have to learn to idle. You have to like a car just double parked waiting. When I got married, I don't know why, but one of the things I really wanted to do was take my wife to a store, double park, and just sit in the car and wait for her. Because I used to see old guys doing that when I was a kid.
Yeah, that's great.
I really wanted to do that. And just sit there, listen to the radio, and wait for her to come out of the store.
Yeah.
But, waiting, we don't wait anymore, though. There's no boredom anymore. I think that's a really weird new thing. There's no lateness anymore. If you're 10 minutes late, nobody cares. They're busy on the phone.
Yeah, you're exactly right. Yeah. You go to any airport and everyone's on their phones or on their iPad. There's no looking at the
waiting.
Yeah, deciphering the pattern in the wall. You have a whole computer with you all the time.
Yep.
Well, people.
I talked to this guy recently who told me he was spending 45 minutes a day doing nothing as a skill. Like he would go sit in the park with his dog or something. And I thought that was very interesting. And I tried doing it. It's actually not that hard to do because your brain just starts, things start happening.
Right.
And it's very relaxing, very nice.
But some people might see that as difficult to do, like to avoid reaching into their pocket and pulling out that phone during those moments. You have to actively do that.
It's an addiction.
Yeah,
It's hard.
Yeah, it's a little game. Let's see if you can just sit for 45 minutes and do nothing.
Yeah, I think it's a challenge.
Yeah,
most definitely.
I might try
All right.
today.
Well, listen, Jerry, we know you got to run, but we really appreciate the time. We've been wanting to talk to you for years, so this is fantastic.
That's a pleasure for me. Thank you very much.
Friday night at the Met, 7 to 9:30. Thank you so much. Jerry Seinfeld live, guys. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, take care. So tickets are on sale now at themetphilly.com.
By the way, Grandma Minnie's was Steven Starr's very first venue.
Okay. Oh.
He opened it up at 21, and it was food by day, comedy by night, and it was in Old City.
Somebody had told me about the whole Steven Starr, how he went about creating his empire.
Was it DeBella?
I think it was Sean. I think it was John.
John was connected with comedy and with food, and obviously with Philadelphia for a long time. And John had a relationship with Seinfeld over the years too.
And he's listed it says the origin story on Star Restaurant's website, and it said emerging acts and Jerry Seinfeld is the first in the list of U2, Bruce Springsteen. That's where it was.
U2 and Bruce Springsteen played there?
Yeah. Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, and then they were waiters for a while too.
Yeah.
At the beginning.
Yeah.
And Springsteen was bringing out your bread bowl and
Yeah, he had to make ends meet at that point in time. Our next guest is on the line and ready to go. We love this man. He has got a new book out, Misfits.
Yeah.
Growing up awkward in the 80s. Relatable to me. Please welcome our good friend, Mr. Gary Gulman.
Yeah.
Morning, Gary. He's
Morning,
frozen.
guys. Thank
He's
you.
frozen.
Yeah, so his video's a little wonky, but the audio is there.
Fine.
There we go.
Gary, we were looking at this deadpan look on your face, and we thought we must have upset Gary.
No, I just it's disappointing that Jerry needs to sell tickets.
Yeah.
you would think it would be already sold out, that he wouldn't need to come on and plug, but I mean, I hold a resentment because in 1993 I was broke and I bought his book and it was just his act typed up. So I've been vowing revenge ever since.
You've been vowing revenge on Jerry Seinfeld?
Yeah, I assure you my book is not just my act typed up and bound. It is a true memoir.
By the way, your book is getting great reviews. Let me read a little bit here. It says, this is no ordinary book about growing older and growing up. Gulman has an astonishing memory and takes the reader through every year of his childhood education with obsessively details that are in turn funny, alarming, and riotously funny. That's pretty damn good.
That's a really good review. Yeah, I'm very grateful for the reception and also for being back on the show. I haven't seen you guys in a while, so I really appreciate you having me on.
No, we had a really great conversation last time. Obviously, it invariably at some point we'll swerve into depression and your candor with things that you've dealt with in your life. But there, I'll tell you, I got a number of emails after that conversation about people who are really sort of inspired and also making the jump into seeking out help and realizing that it's not this pariah and this stigma, and it made a difference.
Oh, I'm really glad to hear that. I mean, I found that finding out that people I thought had everything going for them, and then finding out that they were depressed or struggling from anxiety, it made me feel less alone, and also that we have this idea when we grow up that if we do something great or good, or we make successes of ourselves, that we'll feel good about ourselves, and that the two aren't necessarily related. So I think it's a relief to know that it's not me, it's my chemistry, my biology, and not a failure of character or a flaw in my work ethic.
Right. Well, let me ask you, with writing this book, Misfit, growing up awkward in the 80s, was there the classic opening up old wounds? Was it cathartic? Was it tumultuous? What was the process like?
That's a good question. I think that I was very fortunate in that when I did bring up things that were trouble or maybe sad, I could bring them to my therapist. So I go to a therapist every week, and I could bring events and things that I was trying to come to terms with to my therapist and get a different perspective. So that was really helpful. The other thing is that I think just the act, and even if you don't try to sell it or show it to anyone, the act of bringing up these things as an adult and facing them was very therapeutic. So I'm really glad I did it. It was the first time in my life since I've had this uninterrupted remission from my depression that used to knock me out for 3 or 4 months every year.
Wow.
And this was incredible that I've had almost 6 years now of uninterrupted, I would say, mental health, and I would say I'm thriving. So I was able to finish this book, which was something that would have derailed me when I had these periods every year where I would have 2 or 3 months where I wasn't really leaving the house. I wasn't productive. I wasn't creative. So I'm really grateful that I've had this sort of uninterrupted bliss at times.
Well, looking back on your life and the research for the book, using kind of a microscope on how things were, because we can reminisce a little bit, but once you really start to put pen to paper and dissect it and choose what's going to go in it, was that difficult, or was it cathartic, or how was that going back, figuring out what you're going to put in this book about your life where you were, growing up awkward?
I think some of it was cathartic, saying these things and putting them into words that were funny. There's always this great sort of elation at taking difficult times and making them funny and sharing them with people. I know that Mr. Rogers always said, if it's mentionable, it's manageable. And a lot of these things I had kept in my head or to myself all these years. And when I brought them out to the light of day, I think they sort of neutralized them or made them into something I could look back at and laugh. It reminds me of that Springsteen line where he says, "Someday we'll look back on this and laugh." And it's a very powerful feeling to have overcome these things and be able to look at them with some perspective and understanding. And I mean, there were things that really upset me, but I was able to get a grip on them with my therapist. And also sometimes I just mention it to my wife, and she's really sharp and is able to give me a lot of insight into how I felt as a kid. I mean, a lot of the time she would just say, "Well, you feel bad about this, but you were essentially a baby. You were 6, 7 years old, 8 years old. You shouldn't feel either ashamed or guilty." And it's a really great feeling to come to terms with a lot of these things.
Well, let me ask you then, what was the best part of the 80s?
Ooh.
Oh, I think the best part of the 80s for me, and I think back on this, and I don't think these times are over. I'm sure this exists in a different way, but we were just kind of allowed to manage each other in the neighborhood. So there was one young man who was in 4th grade named Jonathan Burns, and in the 70s and 80s, you were legally allowed to be a first grader's guardian. You could basically parent them and take them around town. I remember he took me to see Jaws, and my mother just made him put a hooded sweatshirt over me whenever there was anything gory. and so he was kind of like my guardian and protector and mentor. And it was, I think, that kind of community of kids where we would just spend the entire day going from street hockey to kick the can to hide and seek or freeze tag. It was really fun, and it was a way to sort of grow up in a protected situation, because it always seemed like there were older kids who could look out for us, and then other people's parents also felt comfortable in giving you advice and guidance, and never physically disciplining you, but I got yelled at by other parents pretty frequently, and it was kind of a good system. I recall.
Gary, I as an adult have never yelled at somebody else's kid. But as a child,
dream of it.
Yeah, as a child, man, I got disciplined by everybody up and down my street. That is so funny. Hey,
yeah. In New England, there was this thing where you would just tell another parent's kid, "Smarten up, smarten up. What's wrong with you?"
Listen, I'm going to see you. I already bought my tickets for your show at the TLA on December 10th. And you can get tickets at GaryGulman.com. I don't know if it's sold out or not. If it's not,
I think it's sold out, but the book is still available.
Yeah,
where
okay.
books are sold. And if you come to the show, I am happy to sign and take a picture with you in the book. I've had a really great time in doing meet and greets after the show, which I haven't been able to do because of the COVID for a while, but I had it so recently that I feel safe.
All right. Well, I'm just looking forward to a new hour of material from you. You're like one of my favorite comedians, and I'm telling you, and anybody listening right now, listen to his album from 2016. It's called "It's About Time," and I'm on iTunes right now. What I find funny is that they have it broken down into your top songs. So
they always
yeah. So, and I think your best song from that album is. I don't know. Like I love the state abbreviations.
State abbreviations. That was it. Yes.
I've read that your Trader Joe's bit is your magnum opus, and I got to tell you, it is so well crafted. And I want to ask about when you're crafting something like that, because it's like a half-hour joke, and the tangents that you go off. I know that they're all choreographed, but when you're writing that, like, how long do you labor over something that magnificent?
Well, it seems that I'm allowed to make a special every 3 years or so.
Okay.
So if I've had a joke from the beginning of a tour, say, I'll be able to play with it for a few years, and I think that's really helpful. So between 1 and 3 years, I probably have a joke, and I just keep adding to it. So if you see me at the beginning of the year on tour, by the end of the year, you'll see a longer, more flushed out, more polished joke.
Yes, Casey is obviously right. We love your stand up and your stuff is great. Who do you look up to? Who are your muses, so to speak, in comedy? And who would be somebody we would not anticipate being one of your inspirations?
Well, I love Maria Bamford.
Oh, she's great.
Yeah, she's incredible. I think she's the best of us to do it. And then growing up, I was a huge David Brenner fan, who's from Philadelphia. And I got to meet him and work with him and become friends with him, and it was just such a delight to be around him, because he was not just a great comedian, he was a really positive, optimistic, joyful person. So he was sort of my first idol, and then I loved Shandling. I loved Shandling so much, and like that. Yeah,
you know, Maria Bamford, we had her in the studio, and she's on another level. And
she really is.
Yeah, and so, but she's talked about her struggles and how she had, growing up, she had this. I forget the name of the condition where you see yourself sort of killing people, and you're not going to, right?
Mm-hmm.
But it terrifies you, and yet from that, and I wonder if you feel this way. It's that stew, basically, that has made you this comedic entity. And were you to screw around with it, you know what I'm saying? Would you be bereft of what you have?
I don't know. I think that comedy has played such a huge role in my life, because the act of laughter, giving or receiving, is there's a chemical response, whether it's, I don't know, dopamine or serotonin that you get, and it washes your brain under those circumstances. So you go from being depressed to being happy and understood. And so you connect those things and you're chasing it. But I just noticed that during this period where I've been healthy for 6 years now, I've written a book and made 2 specials and am touring a third hour and a half. So let's see, 3, 4, almost 5 hours of material in a book just from being healthy. So I think we all have enough sadness and depressed periods where we can draw on that to build empathy. But I really feel I'm at my best right now, where I have a combination of empathy and productivity.
Yeah.
Gary, we referenced the state abbreviations bit, and it's one of my all-time favorites. I've seen it on Conan a bajillion times, although I didn't know until recently that the documentary that you reference in that bit is completely made up. I thought that it was 100% real. I kept looking for it, and you were on Conan again, following up. You had a conversation with Conan maybe 2 or 3 years ago, and you come clean that documentary never existed in the first place. And do people still ask you where they can watch that documentary?
Yeah, it's funny because the only reason I was able to tell the story is because people could believe something so odd and different and small could be a documentary. It was sort of inspired by the Helvetica documentary, which was fascinating, yet only about a font. And so I have people asking me all the time where they can find that documentary, but I think it's really, I couldn't have told it if people couldn't have believed that it was a real documentary. So I'm glad it seemed authentic.
Yeah. Getting back to your book, Misfit, Growing Up Awkward in the 80s, I want to thank you for a 2-word Easter egg that you threw out in I believe it was that special in 2016, that if you don't get it, it doesn't matter, but I got it. But when you threw out a show enough, I was like, dude, that is straight up 80s.
Yeah.
I was going to say The Golden Child.
No, it's Last Dragon.
Last Dragon.
Show enough.
Show enough.
Yeah.
So
who's the master now? Leroy. I love that movie. Me too. The 80s generated more. There's a great if you're a fan of any sort of horror, it doesn't matter. There was whatever it is. Anyway, there's a show, I believe it's on Shudder. It's a documentary, and it is all about those movies of the 80s, and they're just one right after another, and they're just singularly wonderful.
The amount of statutory rape that took place in the 1980s.
If you watch, it's ridiculous.
Yeah.
What was okay, but everything in its time.
Yes.
Right? Everything in its time.
Yeah, it's interesting, though. We didn't have memes back then, but we had memes. We had these little Bill Murray quotes and from Karate Kid or from The Last Dragon that we would say under different circumstances, and everybody knew what we were talking about. That was also a fun aspect of the 80s, that the pop culture may not have been very highbrow, but we shared it, and you could go into school after a Tuesday night and everybody had seen the episode where Fonzie jumped the shark, and it was on the tip of everybody's tongue. It was just a really odd time.
Yeah.
I had a really great moment with a friend of mine. This is probably 2 years ago. But I was grabbing some dinner, and he goes, "Oh, what are you having for dinner?" Hot gnip-gnabs. And I stopped in my tracks, and I looked at him. Do you know what that reference is by any chance?
No.
Okay. So it's from Meatballs 2. Not only did he reference
Meatballs, the original.
Yeah, no. Meatballs 2 with the alien, but not only does he reference a movie line from Meatballs 2, but at the very end. So that means he stuck around. Both of us stuck around for the end of that movie. It's like the last line of that movie, but it was just one of those random.
It ends with a boxing match with an alien.
Yeah.
That's how far Meatballs, which was absurd to begin with, Meatballs 2 veered that much further from it. Yeah, let me ask you, with your love of the 80s, in this, obviously, have you seen the series Stranger Things? And did you see in particular season 2?
I did not see season 2. I stopped after season 1 because I got really sick. That was during the time of the Great Depression, so I wasn't able to watch anything. I couldn't read, but I remember watching Stranger Things the first season and thinking, "Oh my gosh, they have captured my childhood and sold it back to me on Netflix. This is incredible."
Yeah.
And it intersected with so many things we were so into growing up. It was really special.
Yeah, you should finish watching it because they eventually go into the mall culture and all this stuff that you will, growing up in the 80s, completely identify
You're going to love
with.
it.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was the prince of my mall. That was another cool thing. My mom worked at a Hallmark store and couldn't afford a babysitter, so she would let me just walk around the mall for 4 hours.
Gary, my mom worked at a candy store in the mall. A candy store. Not only did I get to roam around the mall, but I was able to barter with everyone from the candy I got from the candy store.
The mall hookers you could buy.
Oh my God.
Yeah, that's amazing. The mall, I sort of was in, I guess, 3rd grade and living like Fast Times at Ridgemont High. So I knew all the mall teens, and they would give me Orange Julius and hot dogs and candy, and I didn't barter. They just saw me as kind of a mascot.
Dude, it was so. I don't know if there's anything, and you don't want to be there. Well, you know, we had a 1-room schoolhouse.
Yeah.
You don't want to be that sort of nostalgic guy. But there was something. I mean, obviously Kevin Smith with Mallrats sort of memorialized it. There is something, and either you got it, you would literally go. You'd be excited to go to the mall
and spend the whole day.
No end result. Simply being there was an entree to possibility.
Yeah.
Yes, and would go without any money or $3 to get food. Or sometimes I'd go to this arcade and I was all out of money in less than 8 minutes and had to kill time throughout the mall, but loved every moment of it.
Yeah. You could find change here and there.
Yeah,
go to the arcade. Under the machines or in a phone or you just stumble across.
Or people's wallets.
Something. But I mean, you could be there all day long. And it was kind of a nightclub for kids.
It really was.
Right?
Yeah.
It was a nightclub for kids, exactly.
Well, let me ask then, is your mall still around? Because they're starting to go bye-byes.
Oh, they've been.
Yeah, our mall is still around, but it's different. And I mean, the interesting thing is you're not going to see a single lone child just walking around and getting to know everybody. It's I mean, it was always probably dangerous, but people are sharp enough now to prevent kidnapping.
Yeah.
Well, if when you're in the area, the King of Prussia is still, I think it's one of the top 3 most lucrative malls in the country, and it still has enough of the mall vibe to be nostalgic for you. You got to have a GameStop. You got to have a place that, as you said, Preston, a candy place that sells candy from companies you've never heard of, and just all sorts of Spencer's is a must. Something like all that stuff. And then there's the higher end of the mall, but it's such a cool thing. And just to go to the mall is such a wonderful thing.
Yes, and you need a store, either a candle store or a Hallmark store, where the scented candles are wafting out into the walkways, and you get that full-on sensory vibe. It was really special.
Yeah, and like these days, unless it's a King of Prussia mall where I'll go to several stores, like my local mall, the Springfield Mall, if I'm going there, I'm going there for like one store. You know what I mean? I'm not there to spend a whole lot of time.
Travis.
Hey, if we're going to reminisce about the 80s here because of the book, Growing Up Awkward in the 80s, it's called Misfits from Gary Gulman, if you're just tuning in. Were you a pot smoker in the 1980s, Gary?
No. I was the one person the war on drugs worked on. I didn't. They spent $1 trillion to keep me off smack, and everybody else I knew smoked weed and drank, and there wasn't much cocaine, but it was available, and I was so afraid. I was the one person who saw those videos and said, no, I don't want to jump off a building because I'm high, because pot leads to this, leads to that. It was such nonsense and a waste of money.
It's funny. Well, we can hang then because I've never been high. I've never been drunk. I don't know why that's the case, but it never appealed to me.
Or
but
drugs worked on you.
Yeah. I don't oppose other people. Whatever you do, if you're have at it. And yet and this always happens. This probably happened to you, Gary. You go to a party and you'd sort of like Jugdish and Lonnie. You get sent off to the people who are in the Temperance League, and it's like no. I'm because everyone thinks you're judging that. I'm not. Have fun. It's just not my thing.
Yeah, no, I had no judgment. I felt that I needed every last bit of intelligence and wind power to achieve what I wanted to achieve, which was basically to kiss a girl. That was all I wanted, and the only way I could think of that was to be either rich or really good at sports.
Right. Well, you're well. Listen, the book is getting stellar reviews.
Yep.
So and I don't know if this is even possible down the road, but does this get made into some sort of nostalgic movie? Is that a potential?
Yeah, I mean, there's an aspect of it which was my ill-fated college football career that I'm working on a feature with J.J. Abrams and Ira Glass. So that's part of it, but also some people have asked about optioning the book. What I would love to do is do a Jewish version of the Simpsons, and not the religious aspect. Just I've never seen my level of Judaism captured on television. I think it's very interesting because we weren't all that religious, but we held on to a lot of the superstitions and the Jewish sort of pessimism and ethical and moral obsessions.
That'd be interesting. Yeah.
Gary, with the book, with the Misfit, is there an audio companion to it? Because I'm an audiobook guy.
Yes.
Excellent.
And I read it, and it was really fun to do because I've been on the other end of that for years. I'm a big audio guy. Whenever I'm on long drives or I used to run long distance, and I would listen to books, and it's just a great way to do two things at once. I love audiobooks, so I took special care in preparing it, and I do a lot of the voices and the accents and things. So I had a really good director. I always thought the person just went into a booth and recorded themselves, but I had a director and an engineer, and it worked out great.
Nice. Yep. Oh, I'm ordering it for sure, man, because I'm an audiobook guy. Excellent. Well, listen, you'll be in town December 10th, TLA.
I really appreciate that.
No problem. GaryGulman.com if tickets remain, but Gary said he thinks that the shows are sold out. But check and see, and if there's a couple left, make sure you snag them. But Bud, hopefully we'll see you again in the flesh sometime in the near future, all right?
I would love that. I love talking to you guys, and thank you for all the encouragement and support over the years. I miss you.
Our pleasure.
Likewise.
We miss you too. Thanks a lot, Bud. We'll see you soon. Gary Gulman, everybody. Take care, my man. And the book, yes, Misfit, Growing Up Awkward in the 1980s, by the way. Oh, there we go. Yeah, we're going to play an 80s classic. So roll him out of here. All right, we should break because we have your chance to win $1,000 coming up. Crumb Bum Cash.
Pretty amazing.
We're getting close to 10 a.m., so we're going to do that now, and also some more bizarre file stories are on the way. Hang out for a bit. We'll be back shortly. You can announce our winner, Nick. Give us the number and then our winner, if you would, please, for the biggest girth amongst our dicks.
Biggest dick in the Delaware Valley girth division goes to dick number 2, Richard Zaleski.
Oh, you're kidding me!
The biggest dick. 397.6 pounds.
397.
Nearly 400 pounds a dick.
Actually, he was dick number 1 I have here on our list, which means both of our first dicks are our winners. Richard Zaleski, right?
Yes, I'm sorry. He was number 2 on my list, number 1 in the contest.
And
You're right,
number
Preston.
1 in your hearts, ladies and gentlemen. Dick Zaleski!
Yeah!
Police said 2 drivers on 95 were involved in a road rage incident that ended in gunfire Monday evening. It happened just before 5 o'clock while the 2 cars were exiting the highway on Route 413 in Bristol Township. The victim's car had 2 bullet holes from a .45 caliber semi-automatic handgun. Police said a man pulled up to the victim's car, told him to lower the window, and when he did, the man pointed a gun into the car.
Let's go.
I bet the shooter was from Delco, though. I mean, we'll see when they get him. We'll find out. One shot pierced the right rear quarter panel of the 2011 silver Hyundai Accent. A second bullet was lodged in the top of the passenger side door, where police said the metal and rubber trim stopped the round from hitting the person in the passenger
So
seat.
it wasn't shooting at the car, shooting at the person in the
Yep.
car.
Police said the driver was aggressive in the moments prior to the shooting. He kept flashing his high beams, and he followed the victim off of the highway, pacing the car, and then stopped at the traffic light with the victim.
Roll down your window. I want to shoot you.
Yeah. Hey, I have a completely unrelated question, Steve, because just now when you said roll down your window, I want to shoot you, you gestured like this.
Right, yeah.
You took his index finger and did a circling motion.
Still do,
You young people know what that means?
Probably not.
Let me go to Marissa. Hi.
right, it's so
Does
funny.
that mean roll your window down to them?
I don't know, but last year, do you guys remember when we talked to Kate Beckinsale? This is like a total stretch. We talked to Kate Beckinsale, and it was the day that Joel Embiid had tweeted at her, like the day before.
Yeah.
Or Instagrammed at her. I pull up on like 19th and Arch, and Joel Embiid is next to me that afternoon. And I look at him, and I like go wide-eyed, and I go, oh my God, roll down your window. And I'm doing the rolling motion, and he looks at me, and he had no idea what I was talking about. He's
Well,
like,
actually, that looks a little bit like manual
Marissa,
stimulation.
Marissa, but you had your fist like this doing that.
I'm going to take care of you sexually.
Yes.
Usually people go
Yeah.
like this.
Right, roll down
with
your
your
like-
index finger.
No.
It's like this.
It's like,
It's
no,
like-
Not like this.
Wait, I'm sorry. It's like,
Preston.
That means roll your window.
Roll down your window.
Nothing to do with your mouth.
Wait, Preston. Preston. Roll down your
oh,
Turn around and show
you'd
you.
have to be watching our studio cams right now to get it. Yeah.
Roll down your window.
You guys are so inappropriate right now.
Casey's grabbing his ankles. He has his legs up in the air.
Roll down your window.
You need a whole fist to roll down the window, guys.
Roll down your
Hey, guys. Hang on a second. Let me get
I didn't understand. I wanted you to roll down your window.
Oh, there's a Daily Rush video right there.
Where's the dildo? You can smack that on your face. Roll down the window.
Sorry, Marissa.
So he didn't get that?
I think I eventually put down the window a little bit, and I told him, and he kind of gave me
Fair
that
enough.
smile and sped away.
Cars, this, if you go like this, a button pushing thing.
Yeah, no one's going to
Yeah.
know what that is. Roll down your window.
Yeah. Interesting. Okay, sorry about that.
Okay. All right. Moving along.
Arm vaginas.
What does that mean?
Okay.
God, they finally did this.
There has been a slow but steady rise of removal surgery for arm vaginas.
So are they making arm vaginas for replacement vaginas?
No.
How exactly does this work?
This is actually armpit folds within where people have these issues, and they call it the arm vagina.
Oh, I never.
Yep.
I didn't know that's what it was called.
Yeah.
So explain them a little bit of the laws here.
It's like arm fat. It's like armpit fat that hangs over when you wear like a tube top.
Oh, that looks like a
camel toe.
vajayjay.
Looks like a camel toe, right?
Just extra like fat and skin. It's not.
There are some though that happen to fall into a very vagina-esque looking flap, and those are the ones you got to correct early.
You got to get rid of that.
You got to get rid of those early. Other ones just look like, hey, they're a little roll of fat and a little, popping fresh, but you never would do that to an arm vagina.
The vagina flap. The surgeries performed vary.
It sounds like a bad 50s dance. Everybody's doing the vagina flap now. Come on, baby, to the vagina flap now. Swing your big arms like you have two vaginas.
Come on, baby, do the vagina flap now.
A little bit of lotion and he'll come right there.
Come up. Oh, we're done singing?
No, if you want to sing. I can't get that eye.
Yeah.
The surgeries performed vary depending on the cause and extent of an arm vagina.
When they have those drastic weight losses and people, I don't honestly know surgically how they can remove that without it killing the person. You see, like there was one guy who had it looked like he was melting how loose his skin was. If they talk about a tummy tuck as being invasive, how the hell do you do that?
They also use mini liposuction and the removal of excess skin. They are popular non-surgical methods.
Can you do the gentleman stitch on those?
Along with injections that are claimed to break down fat.
My chick's arms are so tight. Just saying.
So that's a new one apparently out there. The arm vagina.
My chick's arms are so tight. Just saying.
So that's a new one apparently out there. The arm vagina. This could go along actually with the connoisseur, believe it or not, because this is
the custodian, the connoisseurian. He eats old food. Is this fresh?
No, this is the little known history.
The little known history
of fruit roll-ups.
Oh my
roll-ups.
gosh.
Oh, wow. You guys are all on board now, aren't you?
Correct me if I'm wrong, but the first fruit roll-up was created by Ivan the Terrible.
No. But it's older than you think.
Is it older than Jesus?
No. The thin sheets of fruit treats known as fruit roll-ups have been a staple of supermarkets since 1983 when General Mills introduced the snack to satisfy the sweet tooth of kids everywhere. But
1983, so the Civil War had just ended.
Right. No, but the fruit roll-up has an origin that goes much further back, all the way to the turn of the 20th century, believe it or not. The small community of Syrian immigrants in New York in the early 1900s didn't have the packaging or the marketing power of General Mills, but they had the novel idea of offering an apricot-sourced fruit leather that they called Emmerdine.
Did you know that Frederick Douglass invented Razzles?
No. Wow.
Razzles.
All right.
That's the candy that becomes a gum.
Yes.
Yeah.
Do you like Razzles?
I do. As a kid, I used to like it. I would like, is this Razzle going to be a candy or a gum?
Yeah.
The world was at my feet.
And when it turns into a gum,
too late.
The flavor lasts like
The
10
flavor's
seconds.
pretty much gone.
Right, yeah.
When a trade publication detailed the family's process in the early 1970s, it opened the floodgates for other companies to begin making the distinctive treat. Sunkist was an early player, but when General Mills put their considerable advertising power behind their fruit roll-ups, they became synonymous with the snack.
What's your favorite fruit roll-up flavor?
I always just went for the strawberry, which was kind of the first one that came out.
To me, it sort of tasted like a Twizzler a little bit.
I tried like the healthier version of the fruit roll up, and Jace was like, "I don't like these. Can we get those?" And it was,
you
the
don't like mommy's
traditional
kale roll-ups.
It was like a little
They're
more.
actually not that bad.
Are they?
Healthier version.
Are they? I've never had them.
But when you have the original, which is delicious, he knows the difference now.
Yeah.
Joré is still in business, offering kosher roll-ups that rely more heavily on fruit than the more processed commercial version.
Correct me if I'm wrong, but Joré is Superman's father, right?
No, that's Jor-El. But I thought you were going to say Geordi, and he's on Star Trek Next Generation. But the companies have one more important thing in common. They both have the sense not to refer their product as fruit leather anymore.
Yeah, fruit leather would not be as tasty.
But I was not aware of the history.
I always thought it was like a sort of chemical thing that they put together in the 80s, and here it's sort of fruit. Parents will be down with this.
Yep.
You've opened up my eyes, historian.
Thank you. Please welcome Mr. Brian Posehn.
Yeah.
To the show.
You were on Big Bang Theory last night, and your character on the show is hilarious. You're a geologist, and a rock nerd. A rock nerd, and and I was talking to you off air about that show. And originally when it came on, I was like, I don't know. And then it became clear that there is a strong geek base in the writers' room
for
there,
sure,
because they were getting it all right, and that's what brought me into it.
Yeah, no, there's giant nerds in that writing room. for
Right.
sure, yeah, there's guys from Futurama and places like that, and they're really smart and very geeky.
Very geeky, and they
The
actually
cast isn't.
really. So nobody on the show.
No,
with
because
all
I've
of
been
that-
there a lot, and like the first couple of times we'd be hanging out, and like there was a comic book store actually on the set.
Yeah.
And I'm, looking at everything in there, and I was asking a couple of the guys, I was like, "Do you like this stuff?" They're like, "No, we go to Comic-Con once a year, and that's it." I'm like, "Oh my God!"
They pull it off though. Who's ever writing the again, you say the writers are geeks, so that makes a difference. But on that comic book set, and much to my wife's chagrin, I will point to things. I have that. I have that piece. I have that piece.
Wow.
She's like, "Oh my God, shut up, nerd."
It's really bad.
There's a certain way you're supposed to read comics, and I don't know what that is. Are you supposed to look at the picture first? You're supposed to read the dialogue first? Can you do either
I
or?
cannot help you.
But
you
I've
can't
heard
even
that.
figure it out.
I've heard that before.
I've never heard that.
Yeah,
it's confusing if you first pick it up, but if you start reading a few titles, about where the panels are and where the word bubbles are.
Oh, right, the way the storytelling.
I always find that my eye goes naturally to where it's supposed to go, especially if you're dealing with good writers and good illustrators.
After you read a few,
the normal flow will take you there.
There's some Deadpools I could recommend.
That you wrote.
How many did you write?
45.
Wow.
Yeah.
Your stuff is exceptionally good. I have to tell you, I love what you do with the character, and I know we talked about the first movie, and you were happy with the outcome.
I mean, I keep thinking at some point they're going to use one of our characters, and if they do, a
Who would you want them to use?
Well, the woman we had in Mary Shiklo, which was, I would think would be a cool wife. It's so nerdy. But
No,
she's the queen of the vampires, and I just think it would be a good juxtaposition for the character.
It would be very cool, but you know what? And here's the most telling thing is the case can no longer be made that this is just peripheral stuff. This right now, and I mentioned Thor Ragnarok before he came on. This is what is fueling Hollywood.
Oh, yeah.
This is it.
Yeah, there's not a lot of other big movies. All the big movies are geeky movies.
Right.
The beat file on the way. Steve, you want to mention a charity event that's coming up?
Yes, just quickly. It is Cakes for Cats. It is this Sunday. It is at the Philadelphia Brewing Company, which is awesome. It's from noon to 3 p.m. There's all sorts of things available for your ticket price. You can do a VIP or a general. There's beer and cider from Philadelphia Brewing. Algorithm Food Truck is providing all the sandwiches and stuff. There's raffles, kitten cuddling. It's going to benefit the kitten, the animal programs at Morris Animal Refuge. They do fantastic work. I'm your host. It's going to be a great time, and it's going to be perfect fall weather in the mid-60s and sunny, and should be perfect. So ticket information is available at PrestonandSteve.com.
Excellent. And a reminder that we have Tattoos Day today. This is your chance to win a Preston and Steve Show themed tattoo. We'll do that by the end of the show, so you got a few minutes left to get on that. Just text the word tattoo to 39333. And you could win a $350 gift card from our friends at Floating World Tattoo and Piercing, which are at 1729 South Street in Philadelphia. Artwork samples, visit floatingworldtattoos.com. You can also check them out on Instagram at Floating World Tattoos as well. We got about a little 2.5 minutes or so before we officially hit 10, so I don't want to start the bizarre file just yet.
I hear you.
So I will mention the fact, once again, that, you know what? I wanted to reiterate this, that we've started the Camp Out for Hunger Head Start. We were talking earlier about the Fill-A-Trunk event that's coming up. There are other things that are bubbling as well. And as part of that is going by your local Acme and making a purchase. And while you're there at the checkout, if you do the pin pad, you will have an opportunity to go ahead and donate ahead of time right now. And there's a few different options, I think like, $1, $5, and $10, something like that. But you can also custom put in any amount. If you want to do less than $1 or less than $5 or less than 10, you can do that. Or if you want to, give us more for the whole charity event, you can do that right then and there, and we would love for you to stop by Acme and get that done. We love this partnership that it continues on. It's been huge.
Sensational. It's awesome.
And we have all the details for the Camp Out for Hunger at WMMR.com. You can go to WMMR.com/campout or just look for the link right there on the opening page. And it's got the list of the most needed food items that you can drop off at Camp Out. And we really like to encourage the return to, not that it's all gone away or anything like that, but we do a lot of, great fundraising and through Acme's Head Start as well. And do this when you stop by Acme, but pick up some actual food, some canned goods, some non-perishable food items. come down to the event and see us and drop them off.
To be honest, it's a part that's necessary because what happens is that there's an immediacy to bringing that food down, and it's immediately employed. Obviously, it's all good. But if you think, okay, that makes more sense to me, we would love to see that come back a little bit more robustly because of obviously during COVID and stuff, we had to do things in a more remote or at least a different way. But that's the core of the donated food, making it into the bins and being put into trucks and being brought and distributed to people. And we'd love to see that.
And while you're there, we try to have some stuff for you to do and see and hang out with. And we're going to have, Skelly Amusements back with the rides. And,
Don't cost nothing.
We're working on food trucks and fireworks. Again, we'll be announcing all this stuff in the near future.
Maybe another event that we've never done before.
We talked about another event that we have not tried to pull off, and we're trying to get the particulars together for that. And
maybe everyone who comes down gets to fart in a mason jar.
Whoa.
Do we have enough mason jars, or do we just one jar?
One jar. And then at the end, we detonate it a la Hiroshima.
We have the fart jar. And, I'm okay. Now my mind is wandering.
Assenheimer.
Great ideas. Assenheimer. All right. So anyhow, all the information is at WMMR.com. You can get it there. It's time now, 10 o'clock. Here we go.
93.3 WMMR, Philadelphia.
You're a real crumb bum.
It's time for a crumb bum cash keyword.
All right, and the word is interesting. And I'm not describing the word. The actual word is interesting. INTRESTING. And you have until 15 minutes after the hour to enter it. 3 ways for you to do that. Enter it at WMMR.com. Or you can do it online, or you can do it through the MMR app, or you can text it. That's how we do this. The special contest short code number is 45911. And one random entry wins $1,000 in our company-wide contest. Each winner gets a call from Beasley. Make sure you answer your phone. Contest rules are available at WMMR.com. And it's sponsored by Horizon Services. So that word, one more time, is interesting. INTERESTING. Come and get that money.
WMMR presents Preston and Steve's Bizarre File.
All right, it is brought to you by CSB Media Arts Center and Cherry Hill. They are home to the Connecticut School of Broadcasting's broadcast media program and more. And you can find out more at GoCSB.com. Man, talk about a freak accident. A woman is dead after authorities say she was struck by a plane while she was mowing the lawn in Oklahoma last week.
I couldn't believe this when I saw the story.
The woman, identified as 27-year-old Samantha Hayes, was on a lawnmower at the Broken Bow Airport. At the same time, a 1972 Bonanza A36 piloted by a 70-year-old man was coming in to land on the runway. The pilot descended the plane, landed, and after touching down, officials say he saw Hayes on the lawnmower. Authorities said that he tried to pull up the plane, but the wing struck her in the head. She was pronounced dead at the scene.
Oh.
Yeah.
I mean, you couldn't even imagine that. I mean, it's so absurd, but, just bad timing.
The pilot was uninjured, by the way, in that. A man who allegedly shot another man in the face with a flare gun last week.
Yeah.
At a New Hampshire gas station has been arrested.
Hey, buddy, can I shoot you in the face with a flare?
No.
Elton Stanley was arrested Friday night. Stanley allegedly shot someone in the face with a flare gun Thursday afternoon at a Speedway gas station. The person who was hit suffered serious injuries, is still in the hospital, listed in stable condition.
I would imagine so.
Yeah. The police chief said, "We can't speak for the motive. We aren't sure. Hopefully, we will be able to find out that information once we find Mr. Stanley." Stanley is homeless. It's unclear how long he's been in the town of Hampton. Police records show that he was charged with aggravated assault and use of a deadly weapon when he was living in Chicago in 2019. Listen to this. Police paperwork from that incident in 2019 alleged he was in a heated argument with his roommate when he pulled out an orange flare gun and chased that roommate to the roof. Stanley allegedly fired the flare gun. The victim jumped from the roof. So this is his second flare gun incident.
Someone likes flare guns.
In New Hampshire, no license is needed to obtain a flare gun, by the way.
I just like them.
Stanley remains in custody. I've always wanted to shoot a flare gun.
Me too.
Always. Camp out for hunger.
Please.
Flare guns.
Jot No, don't lose this. Jot that down.
Somebody, Casey, can you?
You know what? I'll
Write
let you
down
shoot
that
me in
for
the face with one.
Casey, you heard it. Shoot Steve in face with flare gun.
But I don't wanna.
All right,
I don't want to.
How about this story? A woman in Texas says her family members are banged up and bruised after a very large pig attacked them. The family said the pig has come back several times. A 911 caller told dispatch, "My grandma is being attacked by a random pig. Now my grandpa is being attacked."
There he is. About attacking my grandparents.
Wendy Goldstein says the pig went after her daughter and disabled parents. She
Hi,
described
Grandmom.
the pig as three.
It's a big target.
She described the pig as 300 pounds, black and white spotted, and was foaming at the mouth. She said,
That sounds like an angry pig.
She said, "My daughter got hurt out here, and then he barreled through my mom, wrestled.
Hi, Grandmom.
My mom wrestled with him at the doorway, tried to prevent him from coming in. He barreled on through.
Well, you can't wrestle with the pig.
Got a hold of my dad. My mom tried to lay on top of him to crunch him down until the cops got here and get him. He overpowered her and got on top of her. He had her flattened like an accordion," she said.
That pig hurt near 300 pounds.
Later on, she says the owner came by to try and find his pig and threatened to shoot her parents if they shot the pig.
Well, that's wrong.
She said, "What does he expect us to do? Just sit there and let his pig maul us?" Tuesday, the pig was back, by the way.
Back.
Goldstein said, "I'm standing inside my parents' house with a hammer and knife trying to defend myself and defend my family at any cost. I shouldn't have to live like this."
No.
God damn it. Goldstein says,
"I'm tired of living in this town with the big attacks and everybody coming after us and whooping our asses. I want to change. I'm going back to the orchestra."
Goldstein says animal control did come out, but the pig ran off after being shot with a pepper ball. Later,
I'm first chair cello for the Boston Symphony Orchestra.
Later, it went after her boyfriend. She said, "My whole family is scared
of the pig.
They feel like they're prisoners in their own home. They can't go anywhere."
Put the pig on.
Listen to this. The sheriff's office said the pig was returned to its owner, and then they added in the statement, it said, "It is believed that the owner has secured the pig's enclosure. There are not going to be any charges filed. The pig was not trying to attack anyone. It knocked a person down and began acting like a dog will sometimes do on a person's leg."
Oh, started humping them?
It wasn't being aggressive in a way that it was trying to hurt anyone.
I'm sorry, a 300-pound pig trying to hump you could hurt you.
Break bones for crying out loud. So, I don't know, but they said they didn't charge him with anybody. But the guy said he was going to shoot the family if anyone shot his pig.
You touch one hair on my pig, I'll kill y'all.
Okay.
Every last one of you.
Every one of y'all. All right, let's see. All right, here's a story of going to great lengths. An Australian man reportedly made his girlfriend believe that he had been kidnapped so that he could spend New Year's Eve with his mistress.
Oh, my God.
35-year-old Paul Ira narrowly avoided jail time after he admitted before a judge that he had concocted an elaborate lie to hide his infidelity from his girlfriend, wasting tens of thousands of taxpayers' dollars in the process. On December 31st of last year, the Australian man called his girlfriend to tell her that he was meeting his, quote, finance guy, when in reality he was going to see his mistress. And at one point, in order to buy themselves some time, the couple messaged Ira's girlfriend again, this time pretending to be a kidnapper who promised to deliver him safe and sound the next day.
Well, that's a very nice kidnapper.
The kidnapper's message said, "Thank you for sending Paul to me. Now payback is a bitch. Bye-bye. We will keep him with us until the morning. When he gives us his bike, we call it square." The one thing Paul and his mistress didn't count on was that his girlfriend had panicked after reading the message. Fearing for his life, the woman immediately notified the police to report his kidnapping, and a strike force was immediately established to locate and rescue the man. So while Paul and his mistress were spending some quality time together, the police district was spending 200 hours of police work, equivalent of more than $25,000 of taxpayer money to try to find him.
Strike force. Didn't you guys reveal that you had a strike force
That's
last
us,
week?
yeah.
Okay.
We are. I don't know if Australia has ripped us off, or this is their plan, but we have the show actually operates as a strike force.
By the way, tonight at 7 o'clock. Tonight at 7 o'clock. That's when people assemble.
That's how we activate you.
On the morning of January 1st, during a high-risk vehicle stop, the police pulled Ira's van over, found him safe and sound in the company of his mistress. He tried to tell the officers that he had been kidnapped by, quote, some Middle Eastern fellows who eventually let him go. But his story had all kinds of inconsistencies, and 12 days later, he was arrested and charged with making a false accusation with the intent to subject another person to investigation.
He looked like he's from the, like the Middle East.
He could face up to 7 years behind bars, by the way.
Yeah,
All
the Middle Eastern guys.
And that is what I have in the bizarre file for you. All right, so it's 8 minutes after 10. You have until 15 minutes after the hour to enter the word interesting for a chance at winning $1,000 with MMR's Crumb Bum Cash. So you better do it now. The word is interesting. Hit it. We're going to take a break. Come back in a second. The lesson question, the trash and the music news are indeed on the way.
The best ones and the most successful ones are the ones that are deeper and have more meaning, and that are characters that are well written. And,
Right.
And I was talking with Nick Murphy, who's he's a fellow nerd too. But these universes that exist beyond the movie, the characters that exist beyond the movie, they make the entire movie more compelling.
Right. And then, like, for me, as I was watching Thor, and they got it so right, part of my head was exploding because I was like, this is something I've always wanted.
Right.
And no one's ever gotten it right, but these guys are getting it right. Like, whoever's involved at Marvel and,
Well, Kevin Feige?
Yeah, but all the guys.
Feige?
Yeah, Feige. Yeah.
So deal with this, and because we have been through, we're old enough to remember the failed Thor attempt on the Hulk TV series.
Right.
The guy who was basically like a beach bum, with a horrible plastic-looking hammer, and it was just all the failed attempts. Spider-Man basically rappelling down a building.
Right.
This was stuff they could never pull off. Now, not only are they pulling it off right now, they're nailing it to the original imagery that we loved to begin with.
Well, yeah, it had that Jack Kirby feel, and we're making this so geeky.
Well, speaking of geeky,
I love when I do a nerd voice when I'm being nerdy, like I need to.
Your nerd poker. This has gotten such a buzz. Please explain to people what goes on here.
Well, it's just Dungeons and Dragons, but I've always looked at D&D as like it's just a geeky form of poker because for me and my friends, it's more about the hang than it is the actual game. And that's what a lot of D&D nerds don't like my podcast because we play D&D, but we also mess around. And
it's light and loose.
Yeah, it's just a bunch of dudes hanging out in a room.
And is it an ongoing story? I'm sorry, because I don't know. So,
yeah.
So when you guys show up every week, it continues from the week prior.
Yeah, and our dungeon master has to remind us because I have a short attention span, and I've smoked some stuff over the years.
Just a bit. Who surprised you? Who's come out of the woodworks as a D&D fan?
Well, we had on our show, we had Joe Manganiello on our show, and
that guy's wild.
My wife was like calling all her friends, like, he's in my living room.
He's Sofia Vergara, Magic over. Mike, and True Blood.
Yeah. He's super handsome.
Yeah.
Like me, we're all geeks, and we were all looking at him going, he's dreamy. And then he pulled out his box of figures, and he's more into Dungeons and Dragons than anybody I know, than anybody I've ever played with. Like, and Patton Oswalt used to paint his own figures.
Oh my God!
But Manganiello has like this whole, and they're alphabetized and it's super like OCD.
Did you start making fun of him?
I felt pretty cool. I'm like, look at this geek. I'm kind of the badass in the room.
That's great.
What a nerd.
I don't understand it, and I've tried to play, and I've gotten really pissed off.
I think I'm too stupid. My attention span is
I'm
too
borderline.
Short.
I'm like, I feel like I'm in that room. I'm the dumbest guy in that room. And with my son's 8 years old, and he's not into D&D yet, but he's getting into all the other stuff, Star Wars and comic books, and he's already schooling me. Like, we're talking about Star Wars, and this is something I've liked for 40 years. And he knows more about it already than I do.
Well, he enters into it though with the full catalog ready to go.
Right.
We had to get it through attrition and and incrementally.
Right.
And
his hard drive hasn't been affected by anything yet.
Right.
What I mean?
But
his memory.
he's fully
his memory's
wired.
better.
Yeah, but it's part of the deal. The games are like you see them in the back of the comic book stores and they're playing. I'm like, man, it looks like it's so cool and you can get lost in it. But I can't. I would find myself playing with the figures too much, like the little, that's me. Like I remember the game Mousetrap as a kid. I never played the game. I just played with the Mousetrap.
Nice.
So it's all part of the deal.
Too dumb for Mousetrap.
I was too dumb for Mousetrap. So that shows you why I can't succeed at this. What are the games? What are the things are you into on that level? The D&D? Are you Magic the Gathering as well, or are they two separate camps?
It's not even that. It's like I'm so obsessive that certain things I've stayed away from. Like I never got into World of Warcraft because I just knew my wife would never see me again and probably divorce me. And same thing with Magic the Gathering. I think if I got into it, I would have all the cards and I'd be on eBay buying them in the middle of the night. I got to get the wand of whatever, and
Yesterday, my wife is going through our closet. She's getting her coat to go outside, and she pulls out. I bought this jacket from the Rocketeer, Kathy, this leather jacket, because I got the helmet. She pulls it out and she goes, "What is this?" And it's those moments.
Well, it goes with the helmet.
It goes with the helmet. That's exactly what I said.
Wives don't understand that.
My son told me last night. He goes, "Dad," he's 17 years old. He goes, "Did you know that there's a rumor that if you stay a virgin until you're 30, you have wizardly powers?"
You're like, no, honey.
It was pretty damn
wow.
funny. So that maybe they're holding out for that. Some of the geeks.
Maybe it's possible.
Oh,
I never heard that one.
Yeah, I didn't either.
I made it to 21 and no one.
A little bit of close-up magic.
Yeah, I got pretty close. 7th level mage.
Did you get started in it by just like doing your own little fan fiction just for fun, and then
in comic books?
Yeah. And then start showing it to people,
No, I mean, I got in because I was into it, and I was already a comic, and so I was hanging out with Marvel guys and DC guys at Comic-Con every year, and they just became my friends. And then I did this other thing for Image first with my writing partner he'd grown up working at a comic book store out in Jersey, and when he moved out to L.A., he and I became friends.
Oh, okay.
Jerry Duggan, and we just wrote that book on our own, and then once we did that, Marvel kind of was like, "Well, you guys know what you're doing. You want to write Deadpool?" And the way it came up,
you must have crapped yourself when
I did, yeah. But I still had to even though they wanted to give me the job, I still had to prove that I was worthy. So I had to give them the first year of stories. So we had to do work to actually get the gig.
I remember because they listen. There's the long-standing tradition, and it was very hard to get into that group. I remember the story of a guy who was a writer who ended up writing for Mad Magazine over the year, and that was revered. Mad Magazine, to get in there, it took forever. It was like Parliament. Right. You almost had to go through that process. But once you were in, do they ever bring up the topic of other potential characters?
Oh, yeah, for sure. And I've been told I can do a Star Wars book if I want to.
Wow.
Any of the Marvel stuff. But it's just coming up with the idea, because you don't want to just half-ass it with that kind of thing.
Sure.
Because that was the thing with Deadpool always was I was worried about, making the nerdy fans mad. And Punisher fans, a lot of those guys own guns. So you don't want to make Punisher fans mad.
Right. Yeah.
Ex-military dudes that are like, "Oh, you messed up Frank Castle, brother." And I'm like, "Oh, man."
You can't, Star Wars you can handle.
Yeah.
When a dude shows up with the...
Well, I don't know. Star Wars nerds are pretty hardcore. Yeah.
When you go out, because you are doing so much, and we described you as a modern-day Da Vinci, when you go out and you're performing at comedy clubs, what is the composition of the audience coming to see you? Is it more nerds? Is it more TV fans of your TV work?
It's both. And I notice my fans, because they look like me, a lot of black T-shirts and facial hair,
right.
and
hunched a little bit.
Breasts, maybe.
Breasts.
Maybe they haven't taken care of themselves. A lot of doughy foods in their diet. I don't know. I'm not judging.
No, it's the more the merrier.
I've lost a lot, but
yeah, you look good.
Yeah, thanks.
Yeah,
you're a big time rocker. You been to any concerts this season?
I went to Tom Petty's last show.
You did?
The Hollywood Bowl?
Yeah, Hollywood Bowl, and then the following week he was dead. And there's no way I would have, if you would have said, "Man, this is his last show," he didn't seem, one foot.
Were you so glad you went though?
Oh, absolutely. But that taught me. I'm like, I'll never say no again. Like anybody who comes through, I'll be like, that guy might die, so. Unless they're young. But yeah.
Who's on the list? Who's on the got to get to list for you?
I don't even know. If Floyd ever gets back together, or Zeppelin, or any of those, obviously. But there's not too many. Tom Petty was one of the only. I had never seen him, and I'm so glad I did.
Have you seen the Stones? Yeah, it was the same question.
Yeah, I saw them in the old days.
Okay.
Yeah, I saw them with Guns N' Roses and Live in Color in like 90.
That's a hell of a show.
Yeah, was it 1990, 1989
That was a triple bill?
Yes.
Yeah.
Ed mentioned Floyd. My son, my youngest son, is 15. He's into music, so I'm about ready to have the Dark Side of the Moon experience. I'm going to turn him on to that.
Right.
So we're going to go, and the way I remember listening to that album from beginning to end, we're going to a dark room, light a candle, sit back, and
Ludes.
No, we're not going to smoke weed, but we're gonna listen to that. I can't wait to turn him on to
And then he'll really like it when he smokes weed.
Right, exactly. This is step one.
Yeah,
We'll get to that later.
I don't know.
Just dip your feet in. And when I'm not.
8 minutes after 10 o'clock, the Preston and Steve show on this fine Tuesday morning. Crumb Bum Cash is underway, and many chances for you to win if you didn't get a shot at it this morning. Don't forget, Pierre carries on, and then Brent, and that'd be nice. You know, you can supplement that with the lottery tickets you're going to buy for the $1.2 billion
Right.
that that's up to now.
Very exciting.
But $1,000 and your odds are way better for Crumb Bum Cash. So just don't forget about that. We're going to give something else away, though, right now. Lesson question prize. We're going to give away a pair of tickets to see Drew Lynch, who's going to be playing Thursday, October 12th at the Keswick Theater. The question that I have for you this morning, we had a visit from Dr. Mike this morning. When he was in high school, what club was he the head of? 215-263-WMMR. Let's see if you remember that. When he was in high school, what club was Dr. Mike the head of? 215-263-WMMR. Give us a call now.
The trash business is a gold mine. 93.3 WMMR with Preston and Steve's Hollywood Trash.
All right, Steve, what do we got this morning?
Well, Taylor Swift led a girls' squad consisting of Sophie Turner, Brittany Mahomes, and Blake Lively out to dinner in New York City Saturday night. Only one man was allowed to join the collective later on for drinks, and as you guessed it, it was Gary Lauer.
Whoa! Hey!
Wayne Brady telling Entertainment Tonight how coming out as pansexual is affecting his dating life. Brady says he now has an even wider variety of people to annoy and disappoint.
Oh, my God.
And finally, Todd and Julie Crisley claiming their marriage has been made stronger since both began serving time in prison for tax evasion. Todd says that for one thing, he now really understands why Julie hates anal.
Oh, my God.
And that's your Hollywood.
All right, we're looking for the answer to this. So when he was in high school, what club was Dr. Mike the head of? And our first caller in is Brian, so we will go to him. Hey, Brian, good morning.
How are you? You guys rock.
Thanks, appreciate it, Brian. All right, so Dr. Mike was head of what club in high school?
The Leprosy Club.
The Leprosy Club, yes. Hang on just a second, bud. We're going to get your information, and we are going to set you up with a pair of tickets to see Drew Lynch Thursday, October 12th, Keswick Theater in Glenside. Tickets are on sale now, and details available at the concert calendar at WMMR.com.
Now, Preston and Steve's Music News on 93.3 WMMR.
Brought to you by CSB Media Arts Center in Cherry Hill. It's home to the Connecticut School of Broadcasting's broadcast media program and more. You can find out more at gocsb.com. Few things to mention. We'll start with the fact that Stevie Nicks is getting a Barbie doll made in her likeness. The longtime singer-songwriter told fans in attendance at her concert at Madison Square Garden in New York on Sunday that Mattel will create an official Stevie Nicks Barbie.
That's an easy doll to envision.
After the performance of Belladonna, Nicks revealed that the toy maker was creating a version of the iconic doll in her image. She said, I have something very exciting to share with you a few hours before the rest of the world. And then she said, I was very overwhelmed. What will she be like me? Will she have my spirit? Will she have my heart? And then, by the way, Barbie will be dressed in the outfit that Nicks wore when the band toured in support of its Rumors album.
Right.
She told the audience that she had been carrying the Nicks Barbie on the road with her for the past 3 months. She said, when I look at her, I see my 27-year-old self. I am her, and she is me.
She does know it's a doll, right?
Nicks handed a fan named Sarah the Barbie that she carried to the stage and then launched into a few lines of the song from the same name that she sang.
Kill him, Stevie. Kill him.
With Fleetwood Mac.
I will, doll.
So
Kill them all. Kill him, every one of them.
I thought that was a pretty fun little story. So that's awesome. Queen and Adam Lambert return to the road this week, kicking off 23-date North American Rhapsody Tour. They will be in Philadelphia. Nick, can you pull up the
Yeah, I think it's the 18th.
date on that? Yeah, they'll be in. They're kicking it off on Wednesday tomorrow in Baltimore, and it will take them all through the Northeast and in and around the Midwest as well. So they will feature obviously Brian May and Roger Taylor, along with Adam Lambert, and actually they're going coast to coast through November 12th.
Adam Lambert's worked out. People have anybody here seen Queen with Adam Lambert?
But I am
Pierre's
going.
spoken highly, right?
I'm going to go this time around.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, so it is October 18th. It's at the Wells Fargo Center, and I've never seen any iteration. I've met Brian May right here in the studio,
Right, yeah.
but I've never seen them perform live. So I'm excited. And yeah, Steve, great reviews for Adam Lambert's performance. I'm excited.
One thing that he does not do is attempt to do an impression of Freddie Mercury. He sings songs his way, which is the right way to do it. That's why they got rid of Ruben Studdard.
Yes.
Because he was attempting to do a Freddie Mercury
But
impression.
they do like a video tribute to Freddie, and I think Freddie like kind of sings to the band, and Adam sings back. Yeah.
The trio will be assisted on this leg of the tour by longtime keyboardist Spike Edney, Neil Fairclough on bass, and Tyler Warren on percussion. Grand Funk Railroad celebrating the 50th anniversary of their iconic song, We're an American Band. It hit the top spot on Billboard's Hot 100 on September 29th, 1973, and was their first #1 single and enduring over the years as one of rock's most definitive and became the band's anthem.
The ironic part is that they're from Latvia.
Written by founding member Don Brewer and produced by Todd Rundgren, the platinum-selling song was released as the first single from the album of the same name.
I didn't realize Todd Rundgren produced that song.
I had no idea either. I also want to mention that it's a Foo Fighters weekend coming up, and we will have tickets for you to see them in Hershey. Pierre's got tickets to win this week, and then we will have them through the weekend. There is a pre-sale taking place on Thursday. Tickets officially go on sale Friday at 10 a.m., and you go to WMMR.com for the details. But Foo Fighters are going to be our featured MM artist, so there's going to be double shots all weekend long. Make sure that you don't miss out on that.
Is there have they ever done any sort of crossover with Hershey and acts appearing at the Hershey venue there, like a crossover or a limited edition Foo Fighters bar or something like that?
Oh, that I don't know.
I mean, it's right
Not really
there.
sure. Yeah, it's a good question. And then I wanted to mention this. My buddy Shan reached out to me because I missed a celebrity birthday earlier this morning. And not only that, a Philadelphia legend, it's Chubby Checker's birthday. So I wanted to make sure we wished Chubby a happy birthday today. And I was reading a little bit about him. Do you know he and Fabian went to high school together in Philadelphia, and apparently they were friends.
I did not know that.
Yeah, and that his name Chubby Checker came from Dick Clark's wife. His nickname was Chubby, and apparently Chubby Checker, when he was younger, he did impressions of a lot of other singers like Elvis, and he did one of Fats Domino. And when he was meeting with Dick Clark, he said, well, everybody calls me Chubby. And they had been talking, and he had just done a Fats Domino impression. So Dominoes, Checkers. She goes, oh, like Chubby Checker. And then it just stuck.
There you go.
And he was 18, by the way, when this song came out. He was 18 when he recorded this.
It's amazing.
Yeah. So happy birthday to a Philadelphia legend, Mr. Chubby Checker. Today. All right, with that, we are going to take a break. We'll come back in a second. We'll get the letter of the day for the Word of the Week prize and wrap up the program. Stay with us.
Where's that experience coming from now where you could, that used to be till you talk about the religious experience of in the dark with the turntable and the whole thing. And I'm going to now, in the darkness, see the music. And that you don't get it anymore.
There's no albums anymore.
Yeah.
That's why. It's not going to happen anymore.
They don't do laser light shows anymore either.
I used to love laser light shows.
Those things are badass.
No matter who they were playing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It could have been Little River Band. It would still work. Maybe not.
Rush, yes.
Pink Floyd was made for laser.
I went to a Rush
Floyd.
one back in the day.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, in San Francisco. Yeah.
I went to Seattle
wasted.
Sounds, and it was awesome. It was Pearl Jam, Nirvana.
Oh, that's a good one.
Alice in Chains, Soundgarden. It was awesome.
The problem with the laser light shows is the seats were they're planetarium seats. So if you went late at night, you were going to fall asleep because they were
Yep, because you laid back.
reclined.
But they're probably better now. I would think there's been some advancements in laser.
You would hope.
Because back then it was just like they would write Rush with a laser
right.
and then spin it around so you'd see what Rush looked like backwards and you'd be like, wow.
Well, then they
It's amazing.
They did 3D laser lights where you wear the glass. Do you remember that?
No,
Yeah,
I
that was
missed out
for a
on
brief
that.
period. Yeah.
Yes.
And so thanks for coming by.
Yeah,
again,
thanks
man.
for having me.
And
Always,
enjoy
guys.
your time in Philadelphia.
Thanks, man.
Brian Posehn.
Regis Philbin did not like to chat with Kelly Ripa when the cameras weren't rolling.
What?
No. It's not the way it sounds, and we all will understand this. Regis had a mandate. She said, absolutely no talking off camera.
So save it for the TV, right?
Yeah.
I'm such a professional.
She tells the New York Times about her dynamic with Philbin. She said he had almost a superstition about it. You save it for the show.
Save it for the show.
She said,
Kelly, look at me right in the eyes. Save it for the show.
She'd said, I'd be like, good morning. And
Shut up!
He'd say, save it for...
Shut up. Shut your mouth. Shut.
Save it for...
Shut the mouth now.
You weren't very nice about it.
Look, shut the mouth closed. Shut.
So she would... he would say, save it for the air.
Save it for the air. Shut.
I swear to God.
I will kill you where you stand. I will cut your whole goddamn head off. I just purchased a scimitar. For this very reason. To just slice your head off. So shh.
After he left live,
Nothing?
Michael Strahan came aboard and his unexpected eggs from Good Morning
She
America.
can't understand what he says, so.
So it didn't matter.
So it was her saying don't talk, yeah. Shut up.
Just put your slicker on and talk to that slob.
Ari Lewandijk Jr. is about to meet 29 potential future wives.
Oh, boy. Is he the new Bachelor?
The Bachelor season 22 is about to kick off, and in the running this time are 4 Laurens, 2 Brittany's, and 3 real estate agents.
I'm Brittany, and I'm just looking for that someone special.
The 36-year-old race car driver, there you go, was first introduced to viewers on season 8.
Hey, would this show work with ugly people? I mean, straight
not
up.
at all for 1 second.
Can they just try it? Can like a smaller,
No one wants
lesser
to see-
network just do it with ugly people?
No, they did. Rock of Love.
No, I mean like actual ugly people.
You know what? They have shows that are average people, like that Married at First Sight thing.
Yeah.
And those people aren't. So they're just kind of average looking. So and people watch that, but it does have the added level of they've never met before and they're going to try to stay together.
Regular people. It's just you have these stunning people. Many of them very loose sexually.
Right.
You have these dream dates that no one on earth ever goes on, but people on The Bachelor and Bachelorette. And
But
that's
could
why
you
people
imagine,
watch.
like The Bachelor shows up, and then you got 20 or 30 bachelorettes, and then
Mama June Shannon gets out of the limo.
Some of the bachelorettes are like, you know what, I'm out. You know, so immediately the 30 goes down to 20.
Well, that would be cool if at the point, but they've already it's the formula works so well.
I know.
It's been on, even though it's 90,000 different iterations of
This
it.
is season 22. Yeah, and I don't know how many
It's
different
showing no
versions.
signs of slowing down. Bachelor, Bachelorette, Bachelor in Paradise.
Imagine Casey, if the Bachelor shows up and he looks like that doctored picture of Tom Cruise that makes him a little fat and he's wearing a baseball hat.
Or booger.
Yes, something like that.
It's not going to work. So anyhow,
I have to go. The limo's still running.
Yeah.
People with great personalities, all
No one
across
cares.
the board. Yeah.
Look at this picture here.
Yes.
That guy.
That's it. I love it.
I'd tune in. I totally would have watched that show. At least the first episode.
It's a fantasy for everyone. I got just what love is really like.
But if you're one of the girls and you show up and Fat Tom Cruise is waiting for you instead of Ari Lewandijk Jr., you got ripped off on that season.
You're gone.
Yeah.
You're out of there. So anyhow, he was first introduced on season 8 of The Bachelorette when he vied for the affection of Emily Maynard. So he goes. I love
you.
He goes.
I want to be with you.
He goes.
Forever.
I love you.
I love you. I look into the future and I see you and I together, like two people together.
Poetry.
I want to walk down the aisle with you, the same aisle, and get married. I want to write our own vows and use ventriloquist dummies to convey them.
Please welcome Mr. M. Night Shyamalan.
Hey guys, I like the music.
You like that?
That's a cello actually played through, through an electric. Thing
Oh, that's really cool.
To
Yeah,
make it sound like a growl. That's,
Oh, really?
That's
music from Split. Yeah.
Yeah, this was. Hang on, wait.
Yeah,
Yeah,
see
now
that
you
on
can
that-
hear it.
Yeah, and the composer actually plays the cello. He played it himself, like in a bathroom, like off the tiles, and you can. Anyway.
Who's the composer? No.
Wes Stortson. I got him from the HBO show The Jinx. You know, making.
Yes.
So just an amazing talent.
I want to talk about, or ask you about Split, and so I don't want no spoiler alerts, but I recently went to a screening of Unbreakable. Do you look at Unbreakable differently than you did 10 years ago?
Split and Unbreakable are very, very connected, and they've always been. Even when I wrote the original movie, both these movies were in my head and actually on paper.
Okay.
So it was just one of the things when I started doing smaller movies, which give me a lot of creative control, and for me, whether it's even just in my own head, a sense of being able to be daring and different and original and not worry because the budgets are low and I can do something that's unexpected. I felt like, wow, I could do this other part of this story in a very unusual way. In fact, in a way that hasn't been done before, which is not even tell you how it's connected to something else unless you come see the movie and then forbid it to be mentioned in the marketing. It was really strange, I'll tell you, because I write only originals, but this is the first time I've ever written something where I already knew the characters, so it was very bizarre. Like, as soon as I started writing, I knew all the characters' voices and how they were going to react. So it was a very different process. And,
Okay.
Yeah, really interesting.
Well, speaking of that, I apologize, but how did you come up with all the different voices and characters for the one character in Split?
Yeah, James plays, if you guys haven't seen it, Split is about James's character and who suffers from DID, and he has 23 personalities, and there's a 24th one coming, which is a very threatening personality. And in this movie, he plays... I don't want to tell you how much because I think it's going to be fun, but it's...
Birdie.
I wrote it for you.
Thank you. 93.3 WMMR. It's everything that rocks. Shine down, of course, and a symptom of
syphilis
being. Oh, no, not a symptom. Syphilis.
It doesn't feel well when I start to pee, and it starts to spray all over me.
I guess you could put those
I've got
lyrics
syphilis.
to that beautiful melody.
The song is too beautiful to screw with.
Of being human. Sorry. Thank you, Casey.
Not syphilis.
Being not syphilis. 10:35 as we are wrapping up today's program, and what a show it's been. It's been a lot of fun. We have one of our most favoritist persons in the world here, Dr. Mike.
Yay!
Stopped by, and we got flu shots, and we had our ears looked into, and we found out he was the head of the leprosy club. And
I confused him talking along with him as he was trying to talk to the microphone.
That's right. And that
And we
turned
had a
into a
contest.
contest. Double Talk Trivia, which you saw it born right
To
here.
me, that and Cowbell, we've got two new ones.
I wanted to hate it, but I thought it was really funny.
Yay!
Yeah.
I don't know if that's a good thing.
Well, she wants to eat everything, so.
Yeah.
Also, thank you to we had Jerry Seinfeld on today, and actually, it was a great conversation.
Yeah.
We had a really good time. with him.
Listen, there was. Were you nervous prior to that?
A little bit, only because I have seen incidents where Jerry has been less than enthused to be interviewed.
Right.
No, thank you.
Yeah, no thanks.
No, thanks.
And that's when I get nervous with interviews. Is this are we going to have to pry answers out of this person?
Yeah.
So that's why I was nervous.
No, thanks.
I wasn't nervous because of his legend. We've talked to many legends over the years.
Right.
Some of them are just free talkers. But he was great. He was he was
Really good.
a real fun conversation.
The way in seemed to be, and it's what worked, is that he likes to laugh, and he likes to that sometimes there are comedians that are so serious about their craft that it's almost it's a drag.
Jerry will be at the Met Friday, 7:30 and 9 p.m. 2 shows. And then we had Gary Gulman on.
Yes.
Gary's great. He's got a new book out, and it is called Misfit, Growing Up Awkward in the 80s. And we love talking to Gary at any time because he's a good guy, man. He'll be back in town. He's going to be at the TLA on December 10th. And he's pretty sure the show's sold out. So he's that kind of guy. He can sell out places, no problem. Pierre Robert is here. Hey, man.
Hello.
How you doing?
I'm zapping.
You are zapping. The hair is looking a little wild today.
It is a little electrified.
Did somebody hug a Van de Graaff generator before they came?
That's what I sleep with now.
Is it humid out?
Oh yes, very humid and very electric.
It can't be. It's humid, really?
I'm kidding.
No? Oh, okay. Well, it was humid the other day. There was.
Yeah, I know.
So, and that I have similar hair to yours when I don't straighten it. So I feel you, pal. You look great.
Thanks, pal.
Pal.
Do you use a horsehair brush the way Kathy does with the
I brush 100
strokes every
times
night?
a night. Remember that old commercial?
Yeah.
They brush 100 times a night.
Well, you remember what a very popular shampoo for women with long hair was Hoof and Mane.
Yeah.
Hoof and Mane, right?
Yeah, maybe.
Yeah.
Butt to mouth.
No, not ass to mouth, no. Hoof and was it Hoof and Mane?
Yeah, it was.
I thought it was horse and mane.
I thought it was horse and mane.
Is it a horse and
Are you
mane?
thinking of Huff and what's that disease?
Well, there's hoof and mouth disease, but
Yeah, it's horse and mane.
Horse and mane.
Women love to comb
Mane
hoof
and
mane.
tail.
There you
Mane
go.
and tail.
Yes.
Damn it! Why would it be
Kathy
horse
did
and
it.
mane?
Yeah.
Why?
It's like Sixth and Maine.
Yeah.
You see, you need me more often to spark good conversation.
That's right, and to set us straight, sir.
Yeah.
That's what you do.
I wouldn't go that far.
You whippersnappers. Let me show you how to do this thing called Prel.
Prel,
You drop a pearl into
They
a
would
bottle of
drop the
Prel.
pearl in it.
And that was supposed to indicate what an effective shampoo it was, that it was thicker than molasses.
My mom found Prel and she bought it.
Recently?
Yes,
They
recently.
still make it?
Yeah, she found it on Amazon or something like that.
She used it to make mashed potatoes.
No, she used it to wash her hair. I was like, well, you couldn't find Vidal Sassoon?
Wow. You could use it to glue bricks together, I would think. I mean, there can't be a healthy thing in there.
It's like sometimes, Pierre, when you go to a pharmacy and there's like an old product that still has a little bit of, like Cho's, you know, there's like a level of dust on
Yeah,
it.
the dust on
Right,
it.
yeah.
The dust, you're right. The dust is great.
It's like, how old are these condoms?
We're looking at Connor did a search on Prel, and there was also Pert.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, wow.
Remember that one too?
Yeah.
Okay, I got another one.
All right.
High karate cologne.
Absolutely.
Oh, yeah.
The ridiculous commercials of a guy doing karate chops to keep the women
Had to
away from him.
fight women off because they were so entranced by his
that's
scent.
great.
Right.
It was
So
hilarious.
seductive, the scent that he would literally have to beat women away from him.
Yeah.
I would also comment that today's commercials do not have the great jingles of old commercials.
Yeah.
They tend to use current, popular songs. Instead of, Winston tastes good like a cigarette should, or well, I don't know why I came up with that one. Or see the USA in your Chevrolet.
Right.
Those kinds
There's
of
no
old,
Jack, sell them for less.
There are handfuls because you remember it's all about you
At
Rafferty Subaru. So there's a
Works.
couple of them here and there.
Ozembe.
Ozembe.
Oh, yeah.
All the drug companies.
Yes.
What about the cars for kids?
Oh God, I
That's
hate
the
that.
worst.
Please.
KARS cars.
Don't
for kids.
no.
Well, it's a great charity. It's a great cause.
Yeah, that may be, but it makes me remind me why Elvis shot his television. I mean, that is the most ghastly. There should be a law to remove that, and I'm sure they're adorable kids. They're probably in college now, but that is the most gruesome, hideous commercial of all time.
I've heard it posited that they specifically wanted that sort of earworm, which is what they achieved.
I mean, it's
so they got it. But as a rule of thumb, any song that begins dun dun dun
yeah,
dun dun
you
dun.
know what's coming.
What profound what Rush song begins dun dun dun?
Call 1-877.
No, stop it! Stop it! No!
We're going to start a group called the Jingleberries. I love it. And we're going to start doing jingles. It was actually Chuck's idea was the name, and then Kyle can sing. So if you're a client and you want to pay for a jingle, we got you.
Oh, to write jingles?
Yeah.
Perform them. You guys.
I was thinking perform.
Well, we could do that too.
go out
Get your
and-
skis shined up, grab a stick of juicy fruit. Taste is gonna move ya.
There are plenty to choose from.
Just
They
use
use-
that song
I'll play
for
drums
every,
for that band.
For every
Yeah.
client.
Planned Parenthood.
Yeah.
Get your diamond ring on.
We got your jingle already.
If you're dealing with depression.
Okay.
All right. Well, this has been a joy traveling down Jingle Lane here for a moment. But we should do the letter of the day.
Okay.
All right, here we go.
Preston and Steve on 93.3 WMMR.
Now, the Daily Letter.
And the Preston and Steve show is brought to you today by the letter.
You have an amazing way of bringing everything back on track.
He does.
Like we're off the rails, and then you steer it back to the freeway. The letter is R as in ridiculous.
All right, and we have a VIP package for two for the Taste Philadelphia Festival of Food, which is coming up. Food, Wine, and Spirits. It is October 20th and 21st, Valley Forge Casino Resort. Hotel stay for that Friday night as well, and you'll get to watch live cooking demonstrations, drink and mingle with local sports legends, and meet It's Always Sunny in Philadelphia star Glenn Howerton as he signs bottles of Four Walls whiskey. It's a 21 and over event with over 120 exhibitors to sample and taste, and tickets at PhillyTasteFest.com. Pierre, what's coming up on the show today, sir?
You said two in that promo for the prize, which made me think of two things in one. What commercial is that?
Two things in two.
Is it commercial? Is it gum?
Two. Yeah, it might be two tastes in one.
Double mint.
Double mint.
No, that was, yeah.
Anyway. All right, think on that while we move on to the program, which we will have Crumb Bum Cash at 12 noon, again at 3, again at 5, and also some cool blocks for this Double Shot Tuesday edition. A block of Bon Jovi, a block of Fleetwood Mac, and Stevie Ray Vaughan's birthday is today. We'll do a block of SRV.
Excellent. Big
was
fan.
Was it Certs?
Maybe.
Yeah, with Preston.
Yeah. It would bang together the two rolls of certs. Good job there, Kathy. By the way, today's Tattoo Tuesday. We got to give away our prize. We have a $350 gift certificate, Floating World Tattoo and Piercing, and that goes to Michael Perillo of Newcastle, Delaware. Congratulations, Mikey P. We're going to set you up. Don't forget Tattoo Tuesday on the Preston and Steve Show, presented by Floating World Tattoo and Piercing, 1729 South Street in Philadelphia. For artwork samples, you can visit floatingworldtattoos.com or check them out on Instagram at Floating World Tattoos. Let us take a moment to thank our sponsors of the program. The Preston and Steve Show has been brought to you today by Duncan. The Preston and Steve Show runs on Duncan. And also brought to you by Wilmington University. Find your education home at Wilmington University, wilmu.edu. Tomorrow, another full day. Fox Good Day, Secret Text Word, and of course, Crumb Bum Cash. We're going to have Tiffany Thiessen on the show.
Yeah. Always loved her.
Comedian Arden Mirren, and the gal who's going to be playing one of the leads in the local Mean Girls performance. She's going to be playing the Lindsay Lohan character, Natalie Shaw, will be stopping by. So that'll be cool. It'll be fun. We'll enjoy it. That's it. We are done. Rage on and have a great day. And we will see you tomorrow, friend. Bye-bye.
Mm-hmm.